Hello everybody, welcome to the Batcolyte. Go ahead and tap the screen and share the live. If you do have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, well go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or argue. I just want to know, if you can question your beliefs, then what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it? And in the meantime, everybody keep tapping that screen. We're up to 100, well, not even 1,600. You guys are awesome. 1,600 likes already. And if we keep tapping that screen, I bet we can break 2,000 before I even get a request. But yeah, the more we tap, the more likely somebody who does believe in a god and can question their beliefs might scroll through, and who knows, maybe they'll have the courage or the curiosity required to request up and question their beliefs. Don't forget, if you haven't already, one who may be able to question their beliefs, but also you can always just click that add to story or repost button, and people who follow you will see it on their FYP. All of that helps get us out to the algorithm, and maybe get somebody who's actually capable of questioning their beliefs to come through and, well, do just that. But I do need to welcome in a cat. That good to see you. Also, Redwood Dragon, welcome in. Welcome you. I saw Bree scroll in, so good to see you too, Bree. Also, John, good to see you. Welcome in. Amore, always a pleasure. And Smoke My Taco, one of my favorite names on TikTok. Good to see you all. Everybody needs a skeletal friend, cat. I mean, if not your own bones, then somebody's bones. Yeah, I understand that, cat. I completely understand. Rage on. Good to see you too. Welcome, welcome. I wonder who we can send this to that I haven't already. Oh my, Smoke My Taco, I do not envy you. Though, that is a fun place to be. It's a long drive to get there. RC, I'm not the bat. You're the bat. But that's Batitude, showing us all of the attitude that he can't help but let loose says the bat is adorable and reminds me of my toddler in the morning. And devious orange eyes. And yeah, there you go. I see a Robot Heather. Welcome in, Robot Heather. RC Desheen. Well heard. And Vi J. Good to see you. Martha, always a pleasure. So good to see you. Welcome in, Not Sure, Orion, Craig. Still jugging. Free Spirit. Yerza. Always a pleasure to see you. Benjamin. Miss Shu. Lindsay and Banana Waffles. What a name. I do enjoy banana waffles. The food, but also it's a pleasure to meet you. But if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher, I'm not here to debate you or tear you down. I'm not interested in burgling your gods or making you look like a fool. I really just want to know you believe. And why do you believe it? I think it's been long enough. We could probably throw up the actual background. Haven't decided, are we in the shed, are we in hell, or are we all where we are? If you're the kind of person who's worried about being, well, maybe. I don't know. I've had very good conversations with people who came up nervous that they wouldn't be, can't be made a fool. Those are the ones that will, well, prove themselves wrong. That's the idea, Witty. Trying something here so the image changes. We'll see if they work. I probably need one of these images yet. Oh, that's true, Kat. That's true. It's scary. Right. Oh, there's so many more joining us. I didn't think, or I'm sorry, I didn't welcome Witty, but welcome Witty. Also welcome Jimmy, good to see you. Welcome King L. Also Clown Kane, good to see you. Welcome JJ and Unholy Republic, it's good to see you as well. Welcome in Charlie the Hypnotherapist, a pleasure to see you. And Law of Attraction. Welcome in, Mask. And Krampus. Uh-oh. I guess we better watch out. Krampus has arrived. But if anybody who's just joining has a thing like that and you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue. This isn't one of those places where we try to score points or make each other look silly. I just want to know. Well, I want to know if you can question what you believe. I want to know if you can, then what is it? What is it that you believe? Why do you question it? What is it that you believe it? What is it that convinces you about it? If you think you can answer those questions, and maybe a few more, then go ahead and request on up. I see you down there getting squishy, cat. I'm sure I'll bring you up in just a moment, but let's see what JJ believes, if they can load in. Hello, JJ. Are you low? All right, well, we'll let you try that again, JJ. JJ was not quite connecting, so you can always, of course, request again, but I think we do have a guest.
Hey, Jesus loves you.
Wow,
Jesus loves
so
you.
that's really terrible for you to just kind of lie about your age to TikTok in order to get up on a panel and an adult-only live. Don't worry, though. Cammy will show you the door, and you'll never have to worry about coming back. Hello, mystery. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
33.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods?
I don't understand Christianity.
I see. Well, I'm not here to help you understand Christianity. I'm here to question beliefs if you have them. Seems like there's plenty of lives out there trying to tell you what to believe. This is not one of them. I'm not interested in telling you what to believe or what not to. I really just want to see if you can question. Oh, there's a Morgan Le Fay. Welcome in, Morgan. See who else has joined in just those few moments. I see a Missy. Welcome in, Missy. Good to see you. Also, Neon, Cobain, Exiled Scott, Shadow Slays. Welcome in, Shadow Slays. Good to see you. Shanton Soup, Alexander. Welcome back. Deli McDeli. Always good to see you. See Queen Lear. Welcome in. Mr. Existence. Welcome back. Ghost Bane. It's good to see you again. Welcome, Shadow Mars and Jones family. Welcome, user. and all the others with the name user. Welcome, Calvin John, yet, but that doesn't mean you're not here. So tap the screen and share the live. Make sure that you share it out to somebody who might question their beliefs. Also hit that repost button if you haven't already, and that'll get us out to the FYP of anybody following you. We're tapping wild. We're up to 8.9 thousand likes, which is pretty good for this early on. Shadow Slay says, can an atheist question their beliefs? Yeah, I think they should. I think atheists absolutely should question their beliefs, and I may bring up an atheist to do just that, a believer, if we can do that. So far, we're 0 for 2. So maybe somebody who has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or something like that, will have the courage or the curiosity to click that request button and join me up on stage. It's not quite a holiday, but it certainly is starting to shape up like a weekend, isn't it? How many drunks think we'll wade through tonight? Oh, they set up this whole new thing and I can't see. There we go. I have to pull up the list over here, but I'm definitely gonna thank just what I heard. Bree, Birdies, and Robot Heather. Thank you all so much for helping with that goal. Down a believer, right? We've hit the goal. We've got over 10,000 likes, and there's more than 50 of us in here. I think that's amazing. We just need somebody who's capable of questioning their beliefs to request up. He has been up here before. I don't recall our previous conversations, Mindy, so you'll have to remind me your age for TikTok TOS.
Oh, you want to know my age?
Yeah, that's where I always start. Fascinating. And do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that?
Yes.
Which god do you believe in, Mindy?
The God.
Which god is that?
The one that created everything.
I see. So the one particular story, or is that just a god you imagine created everything?
Like, is that from my...
Mindy. Why are you ashamed to tell me which god you believe in?
Because I'm not sure, God.
If that's the god you believe in.
Yes, it's the same God. It's the same God.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Yes.
Do you believe the stories within it to be true and literal?
Okay. When I was younger, I did not. It wasn't till a certain age that I started to understand it in a different sense.
It wasn't until a certain age that you started to understand it in a different sense.
Yeah, I didn't believe.
Have you read it from beginning to end?
Yes.
I see. And now that you're older, you believe it all to be true and literal, as written.
I wouldn't say literal. I think that you need to have a certain awareness. You need to have the Holy Spirit there to help you understand, because
I see. Is
it
any
can
of
be
it false,
taken
Mindy?
literally. It can be taken in different contexts. It can, and it's taken. People will take it and they will use it.
Mindy, is any of it false?
How can I say? I think that humans are false.
You think humans are false, so you don't think any of the
So,
book is false?
I think that the translations can. Have you ever read the Bible from its entirety?
So, Mindy, when you ask, have I read it in Hebrew, that is a very good question. Have you?
No, I have not.
Do you think that if you did, that what you read would be entirely true as written?
I think that Jesus wrote in parables. So I think that if I understood it and read it from its original context, I would understand it better. And it would make more sense, yes.
What Jesus wrote.
I mean, as far as like quotation, it'd be like Matthew or Luke.
Okay, so he didn't write any of it. He's quoted in it. How do you know that what they say Jesus said was actually what Jesus said?
How do you know that any of history ever existed ever? How do you know that anything you learned in school
You've watched
was
this
of
long
history?
enough to
It
know
was just
that
something that a man said. I mean, he's the most recorded person in history. And yet you choose not to believe history
Mindy,
on someone that's
why are
most
you,
recorded.
hey, why are you preaching at me?
I'm sorry.
What's the topic of my life?
I'm not sure. I find your voice very, very, it brings me in every time.
I see. Do you know what I talk about here, though, Mindy? It's not just have you come preach at me or prove God, right?
What is it about?
It's about questioning your beliefs. Can you question your beliefs, Mindy?
Absolutely. Because I never
What do you
even
think
had the
that
same
means?
beliefs. It's everything. It involves yourself. It involves everything that's happened to you and everything. Like, yeah, it's a whole. I mean, wisdom,
Wisdom. What is wisdom?
experience.
Wisdom is experience. Why have you decided that wisdom is experience?
How would you define wisdom if that's the wrong definition?
I'm not here to tell you what's right or wrong. I'm
I
just
know, but
finding
that's the
out
thing
why you
is like,
think the way you do. I'm wondering if part of why you think the way you do, Mindy, is because you've been partaking this evening, might be making this conversation a little more difficult.
it's just amazing that you engage people, but then you want to shut them off and
It does seem like that, doesn't it? It's
yeah,
only
that's because you're
whenever
like, okay, well, what are you engaging in?
I'm engaging in trying to question beliefs, and I find that it's very difficult with people who are inebriated. Are you inebriated right now, Mindy?
What is inebriated?
Drunk.
3 drinks, yes.
I appreciate the honesty, Mindy. I think these conversations tend to go better on a clearer head. But I do look forward to you coming back another time. Maybe get some water, and who knows, maybe a little later this evening you can try again. But I'm not trying to shut you down. I just think that we'll have a better conversation when your mind is clear. But thank you, Mindy, for coming up and giving it a try. If anybody watching has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or shame you or make you look like a fool. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, well then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it?
Hello.
Hello, Butterfly Warlord. That's a very
Hello.
intimidating name. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 36
36
years old.
And
Born in
have a
89.
You
Yeah,
have a
I'm
belief in
from
a
the
god
north
or
of
gods?
Norway, and I believe in my gods.
You believe
The Norse
in Nordic
gods.
I see.
Yes. From my ancestry.
Do you believe that these gods actually exist and interact with the world in some way? Or are they
Yeah.
more... Oh, and in
But I
what
think
way
they're
do they
both.
exist?
It's kind of hard because I've been trying to analyze all the books and everything, but the beliefs is kind of like, or my mind or my spirit or something, even before I was like looking it up.
Have you read the Eddas
Yes, and Havamal.
and the Havamal?
Mm-hmm.
Do
So
you believe those stories to be true as they're written?
yeah, but I think there might be that there's a lot of question if there actually is the ancestries or if there actually was real people once. So it's kind of like both, I guess.
It's both.
Yeah.
Like both. It's myth and history.
Yeah. That's what I believe. And I talk to my gods. And so I don't feel all
when you talk to
the...
your gods, are there
Yeah.
specific gods that you talk to,
Yeah.
or is it all of them?
No, it's not all of them. It's basically like Odin, Freya, Hel, and Tyr, Vilja, Ve.
And when you talk to them, do they talk back?
Yeah, they answer me.
And when they answer
Not
you,
all the time.
when they answer you, do you hear their audible voices? Are they there in the room with you? Or is it something else?
They might be coming up as shades in the room, specifically Hel. And Freya is like, it's like I have Hel, she's on the left side of me, and then I have Freya on the right side of me, like carrying me. Because Hel is like downwards underneath.
Why is hell
but
downward?
Because she's in Helheim, and Hel means wholesome. It means not, we don't have a Satan or as is believed if Americans are trying to make it like hell, but it's not two L's, it's just one, and that means wholesome. If you understand my
Right.
She's taking care of people. Yeah, like hell.
Hell is the
It's not
ruler.
hell, it's hell.
Hell is the ruler of Helheim, right?
Yeah, but it's not
And
like
it's not
hell.
like hell. I understand it's not Christian.
Thank you.
I do
Yeah.
understand that. So, for you, do you believe that there is this afterlife, Helheim? Do you believe in Valhalla?
Yeah, I do. But like for me, I wouldn't even care if I was just like in a blank space of black.
Does the
So-
afterlife part of your belief system matter to you at all, or is it more about
It does.
interacting with the gods?
It's more interactive with the gods of how I do and the honor codes of Hovamol is rooted
Do you
in
think
me.
the Havamal is the best way to live? Is it
Yeah, I
the best
think-
way to be?
I think it's the most important, yes, to respect and honor and how
Why?
you, because it's like how you carry yourself, is how you put your values, is how you orchestrate your life, is how you treat others. It's the honor you carry within yourself. You shouldn't lose. You don't have honor if you throw your grandma under the bus. You're basically should go another place.
What is honor?
Honor is respect. Honor is
So you're just saying that you
honor
should
is humbleness.
You should
is
respect
humbleness.
your ancestors.
And other people in the world. Of course, I should
Are there
respect them.
limitations on that respect? There are people you should not respect.
Yes,
Who?
people who are not worthy of respect.
How do you determine who is worthy of respect?
I determine, for instance, people who have lost their honor, people who, put her grandma under the bus and don't have respect for. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. I speak my second language.
I understand. You're doing very well, Butterfly.
Thank you.
Grandmother, throwing grandmother under the bus.
Yeah,
Is that-
it is really important.
Is that what
Respect your
inspires
elders.
your beliefs? Is it
Yeah.
your grandparents?
Yeah, it's my grandparents, and it's like, I think other people should also respect their own parents and their own ancestry. In a way.
Do you think ancestry is important?
Yeah, I really do.
Why is it? Why? Sorry, Butterfly. It's getting hard to hear you. Because you
Oh,
can
sorry.
the microphone. Why is
Yeah.
ancestry important?
Because they know stuff that you might not. You know, old wisdom.
Does it matter to you where someone's ancestors are from?
Yeah, it kinda does.
Why?
Well, I think maybe gods can be regional.
I think someone has to be of Norse ancestry to venerate the Norse gods.
I definitely think a little bit, yeah. But I also think that you can be Norse if you feel like it. But I also think that you should respect the people who actually are the Scandinavians. If you do. That's all.
You say that you should respect the people that are Scandinavian. Does that mean that there's like true Norse and then not true Norse?
I think so.
Is
Actually,
there?
I think so.
I heard you say that. Is there are there any kind of people that can't follow your practice?
I definitely think that if you're not doing the practice right, then you should reconsider.
If you're not doing the practice right, and who determines how the practice is done right?
Yeah, that's the other question. Maybe people that are born like I'm raised this way.
Mm-hmm.
From my last name actually means it means Norse.
You don't have to tell me that. Yeah,
I am not telling you not. I'm not telling my last name. I'm just saying.
I understand butterfly.
I figured out.
I can tell from the accent that you're actually from there, but I'm curious. Do you think that somebody else who is from there might have a different practice and say that their way is right?
Yes. We were forced to be. Sorry.
Go ahead.
We upon someone called Olaf the Holy, and Olaf the Holy is a Norwegian from the mid-Norway. I'm from the north of Norway, and he used brute force, and I have to watch my mouth because bananaed. So he used really the Viking way then he flipped it to Christianity and he forced everyone brute force way or either Christianize or not live. And then so people start tucking it on the others outside their hoodies or clothes.
Outside of their clothes. I understand. Yeah, they hide the Mjolnir. And so and to your understanding, that is Norse people being oppressed by Christianity.
Yes.
And having to hide their beliefs. Yes. And is that why you think there might be different practices amongst Norse people?
Yes. Because
if there's no one true practice, if there's no one right way to follow these gods, okay, so then is there any real line where you say no, someone can't practice?
I guess there is, but it's not for me to say.
It's not. I see.
I think the people who are, everyone is welcomed, definitely. But I think there should be some kind of level of knowledge or
study,
study that may be aligned with the Icelandic, Swedish, Danish, Norwegian, because like Norse actually means Norway. So in that matter, maybe to learn about the history a little bit, because we lost a lot of knowledge and we didn't write it down, and in the same way that the Christian did, because we used runes and then we forgot that.
How do you know that what you're practicing now is anything like it at all? How do you know it's not just made up to look like or sound like what used to be?
I feel it. I feel it. I feel my ancestry.
You say that you feel your ancestors. Are you sure that it's ancestors you're feeling, or could it just be your
And
own
gods.
emotional connection? Could it
No,
not be your emotions?
no, it's both.
How
And
do you know
it's,
that what you're
I
feeling
don't know.
are
It's kind of,
ancestors or gods?
well, if you look at the history of where they're from and everything, it totally makes sense to me.
I'm not sure how it makes sense to you.
Yeah, it's kind of hard
I'm
to
curious.
explain. I'm trying.
I understand, Butterfly. Have you encountered your gods? Is there some reason you have to believe that your gods actually exist? Or is this just a practice of heritage?
It's both. So I met, as I said, hell came to my place, showed me stuff.
How do you know what you were interacting with was hell? Did you see her?
Hell, not hell. You have to say it correct.
Hell. How do you know what you were seeing was hell?
She was holding the Fenris wolf, and I know it's her. Explain how. I just
So,
know.
are you saying that you saw a woman holding a wolf?
Yes.
And this was like an actual woman in front of you? Was it like an apparition? I'm sorry, what?
She was like a shady, not a shady, but shade. Sorry.
A shadow.
A shadow, yes. Kind of like on the side of my wall, like beneath walls.
When you say that you saw a shadow of a woman holding a wolf, how do you know that what you saw was that looked like a woman holding a wolf?
I don't know if that's a feeling.
Is it possible that you had an emotional reaction, saw this shadow, or even imagined it, when in fact it was a shadow and just a feeling?
Well, maybe it could be everything at the same time.
Maybe. I see, Butterfly. I'm curious. Can you question your beliefs?
Yes, I can.
What does that mean to you?
I question everything. Critical thinker.
What do you think is the harshest critique or criticism of your own world?
Actually, the harshest critique of whom?
Of your worldview, of your belief in the Norse gods?
From me or others?
For you, what is the thing that you question the most? Or
I don't know. I think the openness to other religion was their undermise.
I see.
And
So,
the openness was really the downfall. I actually found out that, Finnish people have other gods again than we have, because they're not like they're not Scandinavian.
have you read about Vermoinen and the egg?
Wait, what?
The Finnish god,
Yeah,
Venämoinen. I think Venämoinen was the one that played the flute and
yeah,
cracked the magic egg.
yeah.
That's the one I remember,
It's really interesting.
isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's like, it's
Is it
almost like,
possible?
hmm
Is it possible, Butterfly, that Venämoinen, the giant Ymir, and Jesus and the Bible, and all those other stories about gods doing these things, um,
yeah, they might all just be people that live once.
and stories got
Yeah,
exaggerated.
yeah,
If you understand that they could all be imagined, then why would you believe in these gods? In
why not?
how
It
does it
helps
help you?
people. Yeah, because life is a battlefield. To get through life and not just,
How does it help you on a battlefield to have imaginary comrades?
well, they give me strength
How did they give you
for life and just not give up and just DEI.
So for you, believing in these gods gives you strength in the battle, gives you strength because you don't feel alone.
Yeah,
If the strength helps you.
not really.
So it could be that they are part of your imagination that makes you feel good and makes you feel not alone. And that comfort is enough for you.
It could. Everything is possible. Time is an illusion.
What do you think might... Let me rephrase this. No, I'm going to ask it anyways. What do you think might convince you that your gods do not exist?
Try. You can try. And I don't think that.
Oh, I'm not sure. Thought about what might prove them wrong to you.
I don't actually know.
Is that because it doesn't really matter if they're there or not?
I do feel that they are, but so, and I think it's important that everyone should maybe respect each other's different beliefs and be more, the different people of cultures. Basically, we have different cultures, maybe ingrained in the beliefs that are then maybe gods or whatever. Yeah, I think everyone is different.
Everyone's different. Every culture has this idea of something, and they're their own stories, and they're their own myths, and they're all different in the world.
Yeah, that's what I believe.
If you woke up tomorrow, Butterfly, and found that there was a good reason to believe that no gods exist,
Yeah,
would it change the way you live your life?
not really, as I said, because I wouldn't even, when I was 5, I imagined myself DEIing, and then I was just floating in, a black space, and I didn't care. I was totally content with that too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What
So
about
it
nothing?
really doesn't.
You imagined
Nothing.
floating in a black space.
Yeah.
But what about not even floating in a black space?
No, not really.
I see. So you faced nihilism at 5 years old and conquered the fear.
I didn't have a fear of dying. I'm not scared to die.
I hear that,
Dying.
Butterfly. Butterfly warrior.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, I appreciate you, Butterfly, for answering the questions honestly and openly. It has been interesting. I may have more. I think we're ready to move on to a new guest. So
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely.
And thank you for the way you're calm and asking questions in the respectful manner.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Absolutely.
really
Thank
have
you.
a.
I hope you take care. And I hope you keep asking questions. And let's get some W's in the chat for Butterfly Warlord. She did really well answering the questions. And I really appreciate an honest journey, an honest questioning. Even if I don't agree with everything said, I really do appreciate questioning, which I think she can do. Well, how about that? We've got a cat in a vat.
It's like this. That's like a thing that you've decided that you think is catchy and fun, and so you say it every time.
And I might just be a dad.
It's so dad-like. You might be a dad.
Kind of. We'll see if they're here. They're loading. Loading. And there they are. Hello, banana waffles.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. You've got a lot of background noise and a little bit of an echo. If you make sure not to cover the speaker on your phone, it should help.
Is that better?
I think so.
Okay.
Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Oh, absolutely. 65.
And do you have a belief in a god, gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yes. I've been believing that since I was, let's put it this way. At the age of 2, I saw a demon coming at me. My mother saw it too.
I'm sorry.
At the age of
2, you saw a demon. What is it?
Shadow man. Like a black shadow man. Shadow person or thing came out of nowhere.
A shadow thing came out of nowhere. And
it came out of the front door from the hallway. It was in the big city, and I was sitting on a high chair. I was wearing my little blue dress. I remember the dress and everything. And my mother was cooking when yeah.
I'm curious how you can trust a memory from.
Oh, because when my mother was in her deathbed, I asked her this question. I don't know why it seemed so important at the time, but I did ask her. I said, could it have been just a memory or a dream or some kind of belief? And she opened her eyes and she says, how could you remember that you were only 2 years old? That's how I confirmed it. I confirmed that event happened. This shadow came in to attack me.
How do you know that your mother was confirming the event and not just asking how you?
By her stating that, I mean, she was there to see it as well. She was cooking something, and she protected me from whatever it was that was under.
And how do you know that you understood well enough to even comprehend shadow person at 2 years old? Could it not have been a stranger, an animal, or
No,
any number
no,
of
it was
other
an apartment
things?
building, high rise. Not an animal.
I see. Let me ask you, Banana. I've really got to ask this very important question because it's already becoming quite prevalent. Can you question your beliefs?
I do question my beliefs just to make sure. And this is why I confirm certain situations with other people or situation where other people have experience to ensure that I'm not making it up, or that people tend to believe things based on, and they see something so they fall towards that belief. But I did.
Seeing a demon when they're too.
You ever seen that movie with Whoopi Goldberg, The Ghost? Okay, those black shadow things were coming in for attack. They look like that. Yeah, it's weird. Anyway, but I confirmed throughout my life that I'm a seer.
Okay. Yeah. This it's not sounding like you know how to question your beliefs. It sounds like you know what or don't know what confirmation bias is, and you practice it regularly and call it questioning. I really am kind of not sure how to question you, Banana, because it's quite clear to me that you have a dogmatic viewpoint that you're not willing to question at all. But maybe I'm.
So, I probably can. I'm trying to think of how the words. Do you believe everybody's stories who tells about like experiences with supernatural? Is that funny?
Did we lose him? Are you talking to me? I'm sorry, Kat.
Yeah, I'm talking to you.
Would you repeat the question? I do apologize.
Do you, when somebody tells you a story about a supernatural event that they experienced, do you believe them usually?
Usually, unless they continue to speak.
That's so terrifying.
Have gone through, I realized that the confirmations were from certain people, whether it be psychics or whatever, religious clerics. I realized that what I am seeing or what I am verifying based on my path have been verified in a spiritual sense. I'm talking about in a spiritual sense or in a not a 3D
Banana
version.
She's realized that she's verified it, though, Kat. She's verified all of it. She's a seer.
I wonder.
That's been verified.
I wonder if she realizes that she just did exactly what she described at the beginning as something that she like looked out for.
Rambles on in a circle. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but I try to get to. I don't elaborate. I tend to tell you exactly what I see or what I've been through or the experience. It's just because you don't believe me doesn't mean it has to be not true.
Well, I'm not saying that I don't believe you or that it's not true. What I'm saying is you just did the exact thing that you said at the beginning of that like monologue was telling the truth.
Well, I know I understand your skepticism and your trying to get to the bottom of something that you're not equipped to understand yet.
Oh,
And
fuck
so,
you.
Oh,
Fuck you. Your stupid condescending bullshit. That's the end of my patience right there. You pull out the condescension on top of the dogmatic, unquestioning brainwashing, and fuck off.
I'm just not equipped to understand it.
Sorry. Maybe I
It's okay.
overreacted.
No, it's
just-
okay. It's absolutely okay because I don't like to be condescended to, you know? Like that's not great. It's not what I want. It's not enjoyable for me.
Yeah, that was too much. I'm sorry. You're just not equipped to understand it.
What always gets me about that is like generally those people I want to be like I am way more equipped to understand most things about like life than you seem to be. So
That was just ridiculous. But she remembers seeing a demon when she was 2, unquestioningly.
Hello?
Hello, user. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I am 19 years old.
What year were you born?
2006.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I do.
And what god is that?
I believe in one God.
Which one god?
I'm Muslim, so I don't know. It's just called Allah, but that just means God in Arabic. So
Have you
just
read
one
the
God.
Quran?
I have. That's
From
why I
beginning to
question my
end.
belief.
I see. So you've read it, and now you question it.
Yeah, there are some things that I never understood about the religion ever since growing up. But the more I read, the more questions were answered, or it would constantly, there's 16 verses in the Quran where God is literally telling you, question yourself with your intellect and your proof and go. What do you mean, are there things I'm not allowed to question? No.
There's
Because
nothing in the faith or in Islam at all that you're not allowed to question.
well, what are you talking about? Like, for example, if you're questioning,
Do you know the 5 pillars of Islam?
do I know the 5 pillars of Islam? Yeah.
Can you tell them to me?
First is your salah.
Can you question that?
Can you question your salah?
Mm-hmm.
What does that even mean?
What is salah?
Salah just means prayer. Can you question your prayer? What does that mean? Like, I've never personally questioned my prayer or have troubles doing all 5 prayers.
What's the next?
That's a normal part of Islam.
What's the next pillar?
Shahada.
What does that mean?
That's just your vow to Islam. That's you taking your shahada. Just saying there's one God only and that you believe in his prophets.
Can you question that?
I mean, you can literally question anything. We can keep saying every single pillar. I'll just tell you the same answer. You can't question anything. It's a safe space. When I was growing up, I'd question a lot of things.
Stop talking over me. I'm trying to ask you a question.
Go ahead.
So you're saying that you can question your shahada.
You can question anything.
Okay. Can you tell me what was in that vow again?
What do you mean, can I tell you? That there's one God only.
Can you question that?
Yes, you can, sir.
What does that mean?
Well, sometimes people don't understand how, like when I was younger, sorry, when I was younger, I would not understand like how there was one God only, like what came before him, right? That was something I always never understood. So you are allowed to question. If I'm questioning that, I'm literally questioning the entire basis of my religion. And I still questioned it. And I asked my imam about it.
Can you question it now?
My answers.
What answer did you get on that?
Well, hold
that
up.
There is only one God. Right?
No, I don't remember what he told me, but he explained it in such a way. It was like he used the analogy of the, I don't know, honestly, but I remember he gave me a really fulfilling.
But it's the answer
when I was a kid.
It's the right.
No, that's just I'm giving you that as to tell you that if you can question that, you can literally question anything.
So how might you question that?
What do you mean?
How might you question that there is only one God?
You question it. Because like you can look into other religions. There's a books. It literally tells you in the Quran to go look into other
Stick
books.
with this one for a moment. How do you question that there is only one God?
What do you mean?
How do you question that there is any God?
You question it. You ask questions. You find answers. You research on your own. And whatever feels more fulfilling, whatever feels more fulfilling to you.
And what answers have you found?
I've never questioned there being a God.
Why?
That's first of all. That is deeper for me. I feel a spiritual connection, right? I feel like.
What does that mean? What is spiritual?
I feel a connection between me and my God. When I'm praying, I feel at peace. I feel my heart rate dropping, and I'm just at peace. So you have feelings, you have emotions, and you of course, I'm human. What do you mean, do I have feelings and emotions? Yes, I do.
Why do you consider your feelings and emotions to be a connection with God?
Thing on earth. Why? So of course I'm going to consider it.
Why do you consider it a connection? What does that mean?
What question are you trying to get to? What is the basis of your question? What are you asking? Can you phrase your question in a different way? Because that low-key didn't make any sense.
Repeat it back.
You said, how do you question? You said there's a connection between you and anything. What does that mean?
What does that mean? That there is a connection between you and anything? When you say connection to God.
Like I'm at peace, right? So it's I feel a sense of joy.
How do you know that your emotions are a connection to God and not just an emotion that you
Emotion to what? You don't have an emotion to nothing.
I'm sorry, you can't just have emotions. You can't feel things based on thoughts.
You can feel things based on thoughts.
Okay, so how do you know that the things that you're feeling are based on thoughts rather than a connection to God?
Wait, can you repeat it? You said, how do I feel things? Sorry.
Oh my fuck. It seems the attention span thing is a problem.
I think you should raise the age to 25, but yeah, 21 is fine.
I don't know. We've had 20-year-olds who do great. 19-year-olds occasionally can listen to a question. I thought it was a great question, Heather. Thank you.
Kingfisher, you can get grandfathered in.
That's true. Kingfisher's 19, I forgot. He sounds like he's 30.
He does, and he, like, I don't know why he sounds like such a grown-up at 19. because like I wasn't a grown up at 19, not even close. But he does a good job. It sounded like grown up. Good job, Kingfisher.
It's rare, but every once in a while we get an 18-year-old who can actually question, but I'm always just ready to drop them because I just know where that tends to go. Hey, Nicholas, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, for sure. 33. Not currently, no.
Why not?
Well, throughout life, I've explored a lot of different religions and beliefs and practiced and just tried out different things. And I think from what I can best tell, people are going to assign things that we can't understand and that we can't fully rationalize in ways that, like, things that benefit humans on a simple nature, like building up families and finding traditional belief systems that sort of progress in a way that gives them purpose. And I think that that's more what its purpose holds, in a way of like describing what we don't understand, but reinforcing still in our lives enough to keep people willing to be like cognitively dissonant about it. And that's just how I currently feel.
Can you think of what might convince you that a God does exist?
That's the hard part, is I think it has to come down to faith. And I think that you develop faith maybe by reinforcing events in life. For instance, like people that pray for something and then get it, that's going to be a reinforcing event. And I think if people build up enough of those in their own personal repertoire, they'll kind of just, go along with, hey, this is my own personal belief, and so that'll be what makes faith. Definition of faith, Mr. Existence? Yeah, this.
There you go. So, just to stop you before you start having a conversation with the comments, because we're up here.
Yeah, for sure.
So, if you were somehow convinced that a God existed, I think that's what I asked you, was what might convince you? Are you basically saying that you don't know what could convince you?
In my life, that would probably lead me to want to believe it more, or maybe like influence me to begin convincing myself of it.
So reinforcing events. What right now would convince you?
Let's say if I were to pray for something and they were to happen and multiple successive, executive functions, if I were to like see the things that I'm taught in doctrine act out in a way that makes to me, I think if those two things could maybe come together, that would make me a believer, probably.
Go ahead, Kat.
Oh gosh, I'm trying to like. Words are hard tonight.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna ask your question. If you were proven.
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know.
Question, because I couldn't think of mine.
That's a hard one, because if it was the God that we've traditionally known as like the Christian God, then I don't think I would worship him. No. Or maybe even of the current gods, but I really don't think I would. There's very few gods I think would be like worthy of worship, to be honest.
What qualities would a god have to possess for you?
To the point of benefit, like if they were like if we were to have a god that would create us but not put these ridiculously painful caveats into the agreement of consciousness, I think that would help me, agree that like something that is able to has and the level of misery that exists upon some people within the human experience. And if they were aware of that to the point of not making it a part of the deal, I think maybe I would feel that, yeah, this is a good being. This is a being that's interested in, not making things harder and not perpetuating misery, which is, I guess, evil is debatable there, but perpetuating evil in a way.
What is the likelihood on a scale of 0 to 100 that a god of any kind, even one that is not like named or imagined, like any kind that you could imagine, even exists?
A scale of 1 to 100. You mean just by my own opinion? On a scale of 1 to 100, like how convinced am I on a scale out of 100? I'm very much so afraid that we're not really driven by any real conscious thing here. I think we're more or less caught in a bubble, like the boiling pot fallacy is sort of what I think might be going on.
That's much higher than Thrayle ever says to that question. So, I ask him fairly often. Isn't driven by a consciousness.
Because I think that if that is the case, then it really is just as meaningless as it always has been, and that does kind of come with a bit of existential weight to it. I mean, it comes with some freeing things as well,
Is
but
it meaningless,
it's
really?
I guess that's all opinion. It depends on how you feel. I sort of feel that way sometimes. I think it's meaningless if you just fade into nothing forever for no point. And like once we're over, we're just feel like it might be a little bit meaningless.
Why does that make it meaningless? Like, does that not? Are you not having a meaningful experience right now?
I don't know. Yeah, sometimes I think I'm not. Sometimes I think I do. It's hard to pin that one down for me, honestly.
On a scale of 0 to 100, how likely is it that you exist?
Probably 50-50, I'd say. I think it's just as likely that I'm like just a figment of consciousness. Yeah, as much. I think it's just as likely as it is not really, and I don't really know enough to say for sure.
I don't know if you've read my name, but I'm a big fan. I also say 50-50 to that question, which that's not a popular answer.
I just see cat in a, what is it? How do I?
Oh, it says
cat in a vat. There we go.
Yeah, that's funny. You're an interesting atheist. I appreciate that.
I mean, I've listened to you guys talk a few times before I ever decided to just be like, you know what? I think I'd like to talk to you guys. This seems actually like a good, interesting place to have some discourse about the tougher questions.
It is. If you want to engage in that discourse with us, not in a place where we're trying to talk to people who believe in gods, in the Batcolyte discussion about things like this all day, every day, literally.
Oh yeah, definitely. I will definitely
and we play
be getting
chess
into that.
And Wordle and watch TV shows and do all kinds of fun stuff. So, Discord plug.
Perfect.
Discord.
Yeah, that sounds great.
Yeah,
so
I appreciate you coming up, Nicholas. You had
individually, like, how, I guess the same question. How convinced are you guys of there being a God, 1 to 100?
I'll answer that question when it says question the questioner up on the screen.
Okay.
I'll make sure to remember to ask him.
Yeah, I tend to keep that. I tend to keep that.
Okay, no, that makes perfect sense.
But I appreciate you, Nicholas, and I hope that you keep asking questions. I think we're going to move on, though. If you do find any new answers, though, bring them to us, and we'll definitely want to question those. And like Kat said, find us on the Discord.
Definitely. Thanks.
Comments, Matt, when I started talking about being a brain in a vat.
This is what they do, folks.
Rav said, how is it just as likely? And Kingfisher said, no, not this again.
Hello, ethic. And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I do believe in a god, yes.
And which god is that?
It tends to be the Christian God most days.
Most days? What do you
Most
mean by
days. Well, recently I had the opportunity to travel and kind of experiencing different cultures and different belief systems definitely makes you begin to question your own belief system, and really makes you want to explore their belief systems as well, I suppose.
Let me just ask a few baseline questions here.
I've read the New Testament pretty extensively. The Old Testament, I've probably read through it maybe once in my entire life in totality. Unfortunately, I'm one of those Christians.
Do you believe the stories in the Old Testament to be true?
You know, that's a great question. I think a lot of it's allegorical. I don't really have a justification as to why certain stories are allegorical actually would make sense within reality. For example, Jonah being swallowed by a whale, I take that to be more allegorical. But then I also take other parts of that to be literal.
What about the 6-day creation?
I would take that to be allegorical as well. But the universe did begin, I guess, to an extent. Obviously not fully. I don't think it's trying to do that, but I do think it to an extent.
It's not trying to tell us how and in what order God created things.
Correct. It's more.
So it doesn't matter if God actually did that.
That's a good question. I suppose baked into that would require God having to be the creator of it, I suppose. Because if the Bible is true, then you would have to say that God created the universe, so...
We got a little tapping there.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, I was messing up. Yeah, that's a good question. I would say baked into that, God would have to be the creator.
Why?
Huh. I guess I don't see a... That's a good question. I actually don't know. I haven't thought about that, I suppose.
Do you think that there must be a creator?
I find it, like, personally, I think it would be more probable that there is a creator. And, you know, you could take, like, the deist perspective where the God, but I would say that I find it more likely than not. Quite a bit more likely, actually.
Why?
I don't see how a world that's just random molecules in motion or chaos can have order to it, especially kind of bound up within the fabric of the universe. Like why, for example, the laws of physics. I have a hard time seeing how a universe in flux or chaos, for lack of a better term, could sustain those things, I guess.
A universe in flux or chaos?
Yeah, because
why does it have to be in flux or chaos if it's not created?
I mean, so are you like? Would you say the universe can have like what's the word I'm looking for? Telos, purpose?
I'm not posing anything about what is or could be, should be.
Because I don't see a reality that could, and that's not to say I couldn't be convinced, possibility where it could be otherwise.
You don't see a possibility where it could be anything other than either a God creating things. I don't see.
Correct.
You can't imagine a universe that is stable and in any way self-stabilizing without a God.
Yeah, and the reason why I don't see that is I haven't been, I guess, presented evidence where that would be the case.
If you compare what evidence you've been presented for what exists and the evidence you've been presented for a God existing, why do you conclude God is part of the equation of what exists?
I would say that I think not all things are proven in the same manner. For example, you can prove something by reasoning, and I would say that my personal belief in God comes kind of from inductive reasoning, I guess I would say. So I don't necessarily subscribe that like you have to have physical evidence. I don't think that would be a logical thing to do personally, because we believe in a lot of things that don't have physical proof.
So you're saying that you believe based on inductive reasoning?
Yes, starting from
actively reason somehow that a God exists.
Yes, I would say that.
What does inductive mean?
Inductive is just like basically when you're using inductive reasoning through those generalizations in a logical manner to like a conclusion.
Where do you get that understanding of induction?
Where do I get that understanding from it? Or I guess somebody just, oh, sorry, I shouldn't be reading the comments. I guess like if I was doing an inductive reasoning on this, I would say like, oh, there's a universe that I observe. The universe appears to have some type of order within reality, space-time, whatever you want to call it. And then from there, I would say, essentially, like, if that is the case, that happening without some type of being, deity, whatever you want to call it, causing it to kind of sustain itself.
I'm sorry, you don't see what happening without a being? I missed part of that. I was dealing with something.
No, you're good. I would say I don't see how that could be the case without that.
What could be the case without?
That this like universe that appears to have some type of order and laws of physics, things like that. That actually.
I'm sorry. It appears to have laws of physics. Are these things that we describe, or these things that are prescribed?
I would say they're things that we describe. if I had to say. But
So
I guess
is that order, or is that us describing what we see?
I would say it's order. I would say it's order.
What is order?
I take order to mean essentially things that are put into categories, or
who put them in categories?
To me, that would be the God of the universe.
God of the universe put things in categories.
Yeah,
when did he put things in categories?
I would say it would have to be from the start of creation.
And I'm sorry, can you give me an example of one of those categories, just so I can understand?
Yeah. Like, for example, like gravity. Like gravity doesn't have like a physical, intangible thing.
I'm sorry, what is gravity a category?
Yeah, it'd be like it would be a category. Absolutely.
Now, what are we talking about?
A category would just be like a subsect of any type, like literally anything. A category could be a lot of different things.
I'm sorry, you're not being very discreet. It's like you're using words, and then when we try to find out what that means and why you're using it, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I might not be wording this properly. I haven't thought about this stuff in a long time.
Like if a category could be anything, then why are we even using the word? Like, what is that? Like, it just makes it meaningless, you know?
No, that's a fair point, I suppose. Yeah, I don't know. I need to think about that harder.
Is it possible that you are, based on a bias of a God being there, the Christian God being there, that you are kind of misremembering concepts in order to justify that belief?
Yeah, that could be the case. I wouldn't. I would say that's plausible.
Two of these terms up: category, induction.
I might have misspoke about induction. By the way, induction. Now that I'm like thinking about it more, I think it starts. It might be the opposite. I'm probably thinking of deduction, so I do apologize for that. Yeah, because induction starting from a specific point and then working through to a general point. So yeah, I do apologize for that.
I wonder if you're actually using logic to come to God, or if you're using confirmation bias to come to logic.
That could be the case. I would say that very well definitely could be the case. And like I said, I have definitely started to question it more after exploring the world a little more and seeing different viewpoints and kind of worldviews, and really expanding like my horizons. So it definitely has changed the way I view things, and it makes you question it.
What do you think the current beliefs is?
I would say the biggest question I have about my current beliefs is, do they actually lead to like human flourishing? Because when I was visiting these other countries, I kind of realized that not everything has to be based off like American Protestant Christian values in order for that society to be like successful. And it was kind of eye-opening to see like, wait, not everything has to be the American way. And in fact, the American way can be actually detrimental to a society on some levels, and some levels of no. But I would say, yeah, just like realizing, like, hey, it doesn't have to be the only way. I guess, why do I have that belief in the first place? So I would say that's kind of the biggest things I've questioned, is just like American Protestant Christianity.
Mm-hmm. I would suggest questioning everything. Do you question the existence of a God?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Especially with all the chaos going on in the world, you can't help but question it, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And I think if a Christian's being honest with himself, he'll tell you, like, yeah, themselves.
Before we move on, I want to make sure Rav gets a question or two, and I think he was trying to get one before his phone did stuff.
Okay, so you began the conversation by saying that you maybe had read the Hebrew Bible, as you call it, the Old Testament, maybe once in your life. Is that accurate? Am I remembering correctly?
No, I would say that's pretty accurate over my lifetime. Yeah, I would say once.
All right. And why do you think that is the case? Why the heavier focus?
I would say within Christianity, there's definitely a focus on the New Testament because I would say most, again, this is, I don't want to like speak for everybody, but most Christian denominations would view the Old Testament as like a different covenant from the New Testament. So there's definitely less of a focusing on it. Whether that's right or wrong is not relevant, I guess, to the point of like, hey, this is just the general Christian like phronema, I guess.
Well, yeah. So I guess my question is more geared toward you. Like, why have you not read it more many times, seemingly thoroughly? Is that accurate?
Let's maybe take thoroughly out of there, but I've definitely read through it. Yes.
Well, read through it is how you describe the Hebrew Bible.
Yes, I would say so. Like when I would say that my specific Christian sect definitely focuses a lot on the New Testament.
What do you think the assumptions being made there are about the Christian Bible versus the Hebrew Bible?
I think the assumption there for most Christian sects is going to be that the Old Testament, while good for reading, is an older covenant that the Jews would have held to the ancient Israel, and that we are no longer under that old covenant. So it's important to focus on what the new covenant is, which would be expressed in the New Testament.
And why do you think? Why do you think that the new covenant? What is the Christian Bible based on?
I would say the Christian Bible is based on the life of Jesus Christ.
And why is his life significant? Like, based on what makes his life significant?
He would be the fulfillment of the messianic prophecies within the Old Testament.
Got it. So the significance of the Hebrew Bible is that it informs the expectations of this Messiah figure.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so if those expectations would be pretty clear, right?
Right, like in Isaiah and Ezekiel.
Mm-hmm. And so, like when you say Messiah, what does the Messiah mean? What does that word come from?
I'm assuming it would be some type of ancient Hebrew word.
Yeah, it's a cognate for the word Mashiach, which comes from the word lemashech, which means to anoint. And in each instance of anointing in the Hebrew Bible, which you've already said is the basis for the Christian Bible, each instance of anointing, the anointing takes place between a prophet and a lowly person who is elevated to a significant status. For the priests, it's to the priesthood, and for the kings, it's to the kingship, and also for prophets as well.
Yes.
And I guess I'm wondering, at what point is Jesus anointed with oil by a prophet?
That's a good question. I don't know. I'll have to do more studying on that. I do need to actually do more studying on like messianic prophecies and how those correlate to
Jesus' life, but I suppose at the end of the day, you could read anything into the text if you really wanted to. So that is a good critique.
And if you found that he is not anointed by a prophet with oil, how would that shift your perspective on things?
It would definitely shift my perspective. I would have to read counter arguments to it before I would necessarily like jump on one side of that. Because I do know there are messianic prophecies that aren't like necessarily fulfilled, even happen or didn't happen within the context of what was actually being prophesied at the time. So I would definitely.
This is only a personal pet peeve, but the word is prophesied, not prophesized. I apologize. Just one of those things, you hear it.
Prophesized.
Oh. What's that? It's prophesied.
No, I was going to make a joke, and I choked on it.
It is prophesized. Yeah. Okay.
Prophet-sized.
Yeah. Oh, got it. Yeah. So what are some of those kind of core expectations that the Hebrew Bible sort of espouses as the foundational elements of a messianic figure?
Are you asking me this question?
Yeah, sorry, you're the only person that hasn't heard this line of questioning yet.
I'm sorry, could you ask that one more time? I do apologize.
No problem. Yeah, so what are some of the core expectations that one would expect to see in a messianic figure based on the Hebrew Bible?
Yeah, so like basically that the Messiah would be more of a political figure, which is a critique I've definitely read from actually Jews, to be honest with you. So I have read criticisms that hey, within the book of Ezekiel, it talks about Jesus, or maybe it's Isaiah, I can't recall, so forgive me for that, but it talks about how he would become an actual king and steward essentially Israel or the Jews into essentially being a flourishing nation. So I have read that before, but that is one of the biggest examples that I know of that a lot of Jews would critique Christians about, how Jesus actually didn't do any of that. So
how does that, alter your perspective on things, knowing that?
Yeah, and see, this is an interesting topic. I'll need to do more research on it, but I know Jesus does establish a kingdom, but it's one in spirit. But at the same time, you do need to look at what the historical context of what the Jews believed that actually meant at the time. So,
I mean, don't you think that moving the goalpost that much sort of changes the whole thing? I mean, to me, yeah. Anyways, don't you think that changes the goalpost a bit?
Yeah, I could definitely see how you could come to that conclusion. I think that's a fair point to make. I would need to do more personal research on that. That is one of the ones though that I have looked at quite a bit, is actually the political side of what the Messiah is supposed to bring. So,
and I guess the other questions are something along the lines of if the Messiah didn't do those things, and many people will say oh, well, we're waiting for Jesus to come back, and then that's when he'll do those things. But if you're waiting for him to come back, doesn't that mean, to me, the biggest question I have is, if the Jewish perspective is not fulfilled, that explains why Jews rejected Jesus as the Messiah and continue to do so until today. How do you feel about Jewish people rejecting the Messiah, or rejecting Jesus as the Messiah? And what does that do for a Christian eschatology, to have the people who wrote the book for themselves denying the Christian claim to this messianic figure? How does that shape Christian eschatology?
well, I guess, why are you assuming that the writers of those books were necessarily proclaiming your understanding, I guess, of what you think the text is saying. I guess I don't
Sorry,
know how that follows.
say that again one more time.
So I understand what you're saying, that like if the Jews wrote it with this context, then why would I take a different understanding of that? But I guess I would just say, like, is that a bird?
They're cookie frogs.
Frogs.
I would stop while you're ahead if I were you.
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, can I not? I was just gonna say I don't see.
You can, but it's not. It's not wise. Not wise. Ill-advised.
Okay. I guess I'll just stop then.
Well, what the reason I say that is because you should know if you're talking to a scholar before you say things like that.
What's wrong with questioning a scholar?
You can question a scholar, but absolutely you can. But when you say, like, this is a person who is a scholar of these texts.
Is it wrong to ask for like evidences or like? I don't feel like I'm being.
I think what Kat is, and not to speak for Kat, but I think the.
No, you probably are right.
No, I think that you're doing really good at questioning your beliefs, and I think there was a tone shift that was interesting.
If I came off that way, I didn't mean to. It was genuinely like questioning, like, so, like, how are you coming to that understanding? I guess. I know it's not my turn to ask, but like I'm genuinely asking. You know what I mean? This is not like a gotcha question. I'm being serious.
Totally. And I think that I would hope that my line of questioning will sort of reveal bit by bit my perspectives on things a little bit, but
I'd love to hear it.
Importantly, So, what was my question again?
You were basically asking me like
you were asking about the Christian eschatology.
Yeah. So, if Jewish people reject the right, we've already discussed that Jesus didn't fulfill the political expectations of the messianic figure. Jesus, frankly, we could talk about it, but Jesus doesn't exemplify even the Jewish figure, the Jewish hero figure. And I could ask more questions about sort of why the Christian Bible seems to be such a steep departure from the Hebrew Bible while still retaining sort of choice bits, if you will. But I think the question that I would have is if this is truly a Jewish thing that came out of Jewish philosophy and Jewish tradition, why is it that Jews reject it? And more importantly, how does the Jewish rejection shape the Christian eschatology? How does the fact that Jews reject this, how does that shape Christianity's ability to sort of shape itself? What effect has Jewish rejection of Jesus had on the shaping of Christianity?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. I would have to look into kind of what was the historical understanding of the Jews at the time. I'm sure you know better than I do, honestly, on this subject matter. But I would definitely be curious to kind of look into what was their understanding of, and I agree with you that was the understanding, was that he would be a political figure, but kind of in what sense, I guess. So I'd be kind of curious to read on that.
That's great. Yeah, I don't know is a great answer. And I guess my last question is, well, it's more of like a hope, but I hope that you will research these things. This is sort of going back to the beginning a little bit, but along the same lines of that hope of researching things. Why begin a book in the middle?
You shouldn't begin it in the middle. You're right. You should start from the very beginning through the end. and take the book in its whole context. I totally agree with that. But I understand the critique of that Christians don't actually do that. So,
just really funny story, really quickly, and then I'm done. I promise. I would engage preachers on my campus when I was in college, when I was an undergrad, and they would always be passing out just the New Testament and the Psalms, like as a compendium book. And I would always ask, like, where's the first half? Like, why'd you rip the book in half? And they would say something along the lines of, like, it doesn't matter, or like it's not needed, or like this is what really matters. And to me, it always had the visage of, you've got this first story of a ranch house, and then you build an addition, a second story, and then you destroy the first story, and then you expect the thing to stand on its own, magically just floating above nothing. And, the credibility of the Christian Bible is the midrashic expounding that it's attempting to do. Like, it is attempting to speak to Jewish people at the time and these different garrison communities, using the genre of midrash to sort of explore the Hebrew Bible's text to inform its own sort of response to the Roman occupation and the post-Second Temple period after the destruction of the temple. And the question is, how effectively did it do that? Well, not very, unfortunately. And the question, I guess, is what ended up happening that allowed Christianity to become so successful?
Yeah. No, I see what you're saying. And, this is a guess. I'm not saying I have any historical facts to back this up. But I would just generally say that as to why Christianity did flourish the way it did, I would just say that probably generally throughout the messaging of the New Testament, it has a good vibe, I guess, for lack of a better term, and seems to at least tell a good story about how we're all children in the eyes of God, and that we're all worth saving, I guess. And I suppose that would resonate, especially with less educated peasants, serfs, whatever you want to call them, at the time. So I can see why that would have resonated with them, but not necessarily with like these had a different understanding of the Old Testament, yada, yada, yada. So I don't know, that I could be wrong on that. You probably know more than I do on that, but that would be my best guess there.
I think you're a few things out of historical order, but Christianity doesn't become successful in any way until the Byzantine Empire. Like, it's not until Constantine takes on the mantle of Christianity and pervades it throughout the Byzantine Empire, makes it the state religion. So, I mean, anyway, neither here nor there. Well, where is it then? I'm just kidding.
Yeah, well, would you say Christianity didn't grow like very much before Constantine?
Well, it was certainly spread out.
We're really running off.
Yeah.
We're not
sorry,
questioning
Thrayle.
beliefs anymore.
Yep.
I'm like, what
You're
is
right.
this
You're
history lesson?
Yep. I'm sorry. I wanted to get him. I wanted to ask, really, like, what is the deal with Christian colonialism? And that's really where I wanted to go. But you're right. That's not about beliefs. That's a different discussion for a different time.
Yeah. Funnily enough, my boss actually is the one who's been talking with me a lot about this kind of stuff and has also helped me kind of question this whole belief. That's why I actually requested up here, because it is something I actually have been going through the last, let's say, 3 or 4 months. So,
does it matter to you if the Bible is true or not?
Yeah, I would say it definitely matters to me if it's true or not. I don't think I would follow, and I don't follow all the teachings. I definitely fail in some aspects of my life, of course. But yeah, I don't. There's definitely some things in there. Like, why would you follow that if the Bible isn't true?
Would you follow it if the Bible wasn't true?
I would say aspects of it I would follow, not necessarily because they are in the Bible, but because they tend to lead to human flourishing, which I would take as kind of my moral framework if the Bible and Christianity in general wasn't true. So I would say some aspects of it, yes, but others, no.
Why would you take any aspects of it?
For example, I think honoring your mother and father can lead to like social cohesion, not to extremes, of course, but I think
you don't think you can get these values from other places?
No, I think you can. That's why I was saying earlier, aspects would be taken out of it, not because they come from the Bible. Just those aspects would just happen to lead to like some type of human flourishing within society, if that makes sense at all.
Mm-hmm. If you did wake up tomorrow and find that there was no reason to believe that God existed at all, would it change
I think so. I think it would change my kind of stances on like sexual morality for sure. I would say that's one of the big things that would definitely be changed. But I would say overall, I don't know if I would change a whole lot as a person. I just think that I would be more active in that sense.
You have strong stances on sexual morality?
Not strong. I try to stay abstinent and to the best of my ability. But I don't, hate on other people for choosing to live a different way.
Meaning you're focused on yourself. You do not concern yourself with other people's decisions.
I would say I don't concern myself with other people's decisions as far as it leads to like human flourishing.
How do you quantify such a thing?
I would say like, for example, in very culturally conservative countries, say China, Japan, for example, where sexual immorality is like heavily frowned upon, you don't see like a correlation with like birth rates. So I would say like that's a way you could kind of quantitate that, like, hey, this doesn't actually really affect birth rates. So something like that.
Well, I guess there's more about like your belief, like non-symmetry breaker. Why does it matter?
You'll have to forgive me. I honestly don't know what a non-symmetry breaker is.
Like if it's all else being equal, what difference does it make what people do with each other and who they love and that sort of thing?
Yeah. Well, what I would say that like that at that point it doesn't really matter. Then they can do what they.
So I guess I don't understand what your comment about your beliefs on sexual morality have anything to do with anybody else. Then
he's saying that they would change if there was no God, which does call into question why it matters to you what anyone does.
It doesn't. I don't really care what other people do.
Inconsistent now that I'm like critically thinking about it more. But I guess like where I'm at right now,
I would just say that I just don't particularly care what other people do in the bedroom because I don't see how that would lead to human flourishing either way. I don't know. Maybe I'm probably being inconsistent, but like a sexually conservative culture doesn't necessarily lead to like higher birth rates or like human flourishing, if that makes sense. I don't think those are correlative.
Yeah.
Like Japan and Korea have extremely low birth rates.
Am I missing something?
I don't know. I think we're done now. So,
Yep.
Ethics, I appreciate you coming up and answering the questions that you did. But we're going to go ahead and move on. And I hope that you keep asking questions. It was either that or what the fuck.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I guess I apologize for going down the history track as opposed to the belief track.
That's all right. We're going to stay focused on what people believe and why. And I'm going to mute you for just a moment, Raph.
Yep.
And if anybody does have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue or tell you that you're wrong. I just want to know, if you can question your beliefs, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? There are a few people in queue, and I'm trying to get through you. Some of you are ghosts. Some of you might be real. But I can't accept you all at once, or else then we're overloaded. But we are at 43,000 likes, which is really amazing. I appreciate all of you for tapping the screen, for sharing the live, everybody who's gotten us in the gift goal so far. Appreciate all of you. Thank you for everyone who has shared the live out and reposted if you haven't already. You can do that by clicking the share button and, well, clicking the repost button in the menu. There we go. A few fewer ghosts in the line. I wonder if we just bored the whole queue to sleep. None of them exist. It was a long queue for none of them to be real.
It's just you and me again tonight, Thrayle. Just kidding.
Well, that means I'm going to have to question the process, aren't I? Hello, Condor. Can I get your age for TikTok?
Hey, I'm 26.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything?
No, I do not. I do not. No.
Why not?
Because, I know logic. I mean, the Bible says there's talking donkeys. Do you believe in talking donkeys?
Are you drunk right now, Condor?
No, not at all. Do you believe in talking donkeys? Yes or no? That's in the Bible. And unicorns.
What I believe doesn't matter.
Do you believe in it?
You sound absolutely
all right,
drunk
so you
right
won't.
Now,
so no, I'm not drunk.
I'm not here to answer your questions or let you tell me things over the top of me. I'm here to ask questions, and you sound absolutely sloshed.
I've seen a shoe fly. I've seen but I've never seen an elephant fly. I've seen a horse fly.
Have you? Well, we just saw a condor fly. Condor, nobody up here's a Christian. Read the room. Moron.
Also,
I promise not to say that to myself.
I don't think that condor was flying at all.
Condor's flying on. Right. I don't know if that was what grounded looks like either, though, Rav.
Certainly soaring, maybe.
I do need to make sure that I thank both sides in just what I heard. Donna B, Ms. Bear, Delilah Scissors, Crystal J, Heather's Descent, Artificial Red, 96, Danny Grax, and, well, all of you for helping with the gift goal. Appreciate all of you for doing that. Y'all are amazing. If there was anyone whose name I missed, well, that's because you're on a private account, but I appreciate you as well. Nobody says these are the best band names. Those would be some awesome band names. Is that what people do to make their TikTok account name? Is it just the best punk rock or metal or alternative or whatever genre it is you like? It'll kind of sound like 90s band names. Condor once around too.
Feels like it's been more and more of that lately.
Are you ready to try again, Condor?
Yes. Why does your God exist? If he's all powerful and loving, why is cancer a thing? Go ahead.
Condor.
No.
Who the fuck are you talking to?
If cancer's the
thing? Condor, shut the fuck up. God damn. Are you drunk or... like, really, are you this... Nobody is here to answer your questions, Condor. Read the prompt.
If God's all powerful, why is cancer?
Oh my fucking God.
If cancer's the thing.
Wow. What an idiot. Read the room.
I think we're cooked. I think it's over.
He doesn't even know, like, he probably doesn't know. I don't know how he even finds the request button, honestly.
He doesn't know who Jesus was or what praying is. How can he be saved?
That's not helping, Rav. That's not helping at all.
Sorry.
If anybody has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up.
Because we want to question you because we're Christian too.
No.
Sorry. Kick me. Just get me out of here. Take me out back.
Oh my. Hello, Mastermind. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
45.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I believe.
And what god is that?
Believe the God from the Bible.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
I think I read most of it.
Do you believe the stories within the Bible to be true and literal?
Yes, I think some of them, yes.
Some of them.
Yes, some of them could be allegorical and symbolic.
Mm-hmm. Do you believe in the creation story?
I believe in creation, yes. I believe in creation story.
Do you believe Adam and Eve?
Do I believe in Adam and Eve?
Yes.
I read in the book about Adam and Eve. Yes, I accept their existence at a certain point in human
Do you
history.
think they were the first humans?
According to the Bible and to the Jewish teachings, to me, well, maybe, I don't know. That's still to be understood and searched out.
Do you believe in the flood?
Do I believe there was a flood? Yes. What you mean by flood?
Noah's Ark. Do you believe that story?
That, yeah, there was a point in history that something catastrophic happened to Earth. Yes.
To the whole Earth.
Yes, I believe that there's a possibility to that.
A possibility. You're using qualifying language.
Well, I cannot speak absolute because I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know?
That's fair. That's fair, Mastermind.
Okay.
So, do you believe the story of Jesus?
Yes, I believe in the story of Jesus.
No more qualifying language. Why?
Because there's a lot of people who have mentioned it, and there's evidence to that. Not our traditional
what do you mean
evidence.
There's evidence?
There's people, eyewitnesses, people who speak to that, to his life and
What
to his story.
eyewitnesses?
All the witnesses. There's a lot of books out there that speaks about him, right? And you don't got pictures because there was no cameras. Other than his disciples, there's other writers from the Orthodox and Eastern Church that speak about it.
I'm sorry, you said eyewitnesses.
Yes, there was people in history who
in history wrote as an eyewitness.
Yeah.
I said who.
Who? Let's see. Other than the history, let me see who. Because if I say one of the Luke, if I say Luke, you're not gonna consider Luke as a reliable resource.
I might ask you who Luke is when he met Jesus.
Well, according to the text, Luke said that he went investigating around the towns, inquiring about this known man and that history, that point in history, and there was evidence that people saw him and people interacted with him.
To be fair, did Luke meet Jesus?
I don't believe he met Jesus as a physical person. He met the mystical Jesus.
I'm sorry, how was he an eyewitness?
Well, he spoke to people that interacted with Jesus. And he made reference to those people who saw miracles and conversations and dialogues.
How do you know that?
Because that's what they wrote.
I'm sorry, I wasn't finished asking the question. How do you know that the people he interacted with were telling the truth?
Well, just like I believe that you're asking questions from an honest place and you're not being disingenuous with your questions.
I don't know that you're being honest or genuine with your answers.
Well, that's up
Why
to
do
you to
you
find
make
out.
this? Why do you make the assumption?
Because I could do that, right? And that my free will to think and assume that.
Why do you assume you have free will?
Because I could speak to you and I decide to go on your live and let
Why
you
did
ask
you
questions.
decide to come up here, Mastermind?
Because it's entertaining talking to people like you.
People like me? What does that mean?
People that have this deep voice and think that there's some type of wisdom guru to the world.
Do you think I assume myself to be a wisdom guru?
I think you love to hear yourself like you're this wise man to the world.
Do you think that I'm trying to be heard as wise?
Yeah.
What is wisdom?
Wisdom, the ability to think that you know the meaning of things and the definition of life.
Fascinating. And when did I assume to know the meaning of things or the definition of life?
The way you ask the questions and the way you pause so people ponder and think.
The way I ask questions and pause so that people ponder and think tells you that I assume to know the meaning of things and the definition of life.
So then you clarify, do you think you know all? Are you the guru of the modern world?
Is that the impression you have?
Yes.
From someone named Mastermind.
What do you think I mean by that? By that name that I selected?
I don't know. I don't make an assumption.
Yes, you do. You just don't want to make one right now.
Mastermind, can you read the prompt?
Yes. Can you question your belief? Yes.
What does that mean to you?
Can I question the things that I accept to be true?
And how do you do that?
Talking to people like you.
You question your beliefs by talking to people that you assume have an assumption that they know everything.
Yes.
How is that questioning your beliefs?
Because you were doing good. You was asking key questions. You know, you just got sidetracked when I started labeling you or whatever, assuming something of you.
Do you think you are demonstrating questioning your beliefs?
Having a conversation, yes.
Rev, do you have any questions for this guest?
My question to you is, do you go on other people?
Hang on, Mastermind. It says, can you question your beliefs, not me? So I was asking Rav if he had a question for you. Have some etiquette here. Rav, do you have any questions?
Yeah, what is it that you believe again?
Can you have etiquette and allow me to ask you a question?
The prompt is not come up here and ask the host questions. It's not an ask me anything. There's a lot of those lives. It says, can you question your beliefs, Mastermind?
Thrayle, help me understand. How do I question my beliefs, please?
Well, that's what we're doing. And I just was
Okay.
asking
I
you,
just told you I
what is
believe
it?
in the God of
So
the Bible.
what is it that you believe? That's what I'm asking.
I okay.
You said you believe in
I
the God of the
believe.
Bible. Is that what you said?
Correct.
Okay, great,
I
great.
think I was
Thank you.
clear.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm hearing it. So when you say you believe in the God of the Bible, does that mean that you believe that the entire Bible is true?
I think I answered that already. You're repeating yourself.
Oh, I am. I guess I didn't hear those questions asked. I must have missed that. I apologize.
No, I'm not gonna answer what I already asked. You gotta come with something different.
Great, no problem. What is it about your belief that is important to you? How does your belief serve you in your day to day?
It keeps me motivated, inspired, curious, optimistic.
And what about your belief keeps you optimistic and
The hope, the ability to see good, and even when there's evil, seeing life where there's death.
so what does it mean then to question it? If it's giving you all of these things, why would you want to question that?
I'm just here for the entertainment of your life. I'm not really concerned with my faith.
Oh, so you're a disingenuous actor. That's
And that's how that's done.
easy.
He thought that was entertaining, right, nobody?
Are you not entertained?
No, I was not
Oh, sorry.
entertained.
Sorry.
Not. Yeah.
My mistake.
Hello, Star Child. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hello, absolutely. I am
Sorry, missed that.
39.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Ooh, so my thing is, I think that I don't believe that my belief is constantly changing, but the questions that I have surrounding spirituality, surrounding religion, surrounding the word of the Bible, it's constantly changing with questions and debate, within myself and with other people. But I hear a lot of people get on here and it's just like, my word, what I know, this is how it is, and this is what I believe, so nothing else can be right. And at the end of the day, I believe that not one singular person actually knows what it's going to be like on the other side. And for all we know, it could be a different experience for every single one of us. Heaven or hell or the spirit world or different
Let's
dimensions.
slow down just a little.
Yeah.
I had asked you if you believe in a god or gods.
All right. So I believe in a divine creator. So if you would call that God, yes. I believe in a higher power that created Earth. But I go back and forth with and bear with me, I'm not one to say that I'm just historically great and I know my Bible and all that, so I could sound just illiterate sometimes, but
it's all right.
yeah.
So you believe in a divine creator.
Absolutely.
And you mentioned the Bible. Do you believe it is the biblical God?
I do.
You said you do?
I do not. No.
Do not. Okay.
So I was born Baptist Christian, in a very cult-like Southern Baptist Christian home, with a let's just say, I'm not one to be like, oh, everybody feels sorry for me. So long story short, I was severely abused by religion. So the God that that I was taught about in the Bible, that is a God of judgment, that is about repentance, is about, you know, forgiveness for, I forget where I was going with that, but that is it's a very judgmental, angry God that I
Okay.
grew up.
So, but you believe instead in a not judgmental, not angry God, a
Correct.
God that is a divine creator, as you said.
Yes. So my path
Why
has,
is what does the word divine mean?
so for me, and I don't know the actual meaning of it, but divine is everything of love, of light, of peace, of forgiveness. I know that I personally had a
So,
spiritual,
divine is light, peace, and forgiveness.
and I could be wrong. Tell me if I'm
Okay,
wrong.
it's your definition. So, when you say divine creator, it's a creator of light, peace, and forgiveness. And I assume you mean everything else as well.
Yes. I mean,
Um,
one with nature,
mm.
the
So,
universe.
why do you assume that there is a creator? Does this divine creator have a mind?
Um, that's a good question. So, I have a hard time believing that, there was just this spirit that hovered over the water and said, "Let there be," you know, light and all these things within 7 days. I don't necessarily believe in that creation. I do. Uh, I do believe that we could be here from extraterrestrial origin, from different planets, from different timelines, from different um, spaces that we don't even know exist. Uh,
Okay. Um,
Can I
so,
just ask, do you actually believe that? Do you actually believe those things, or are you saying that these are thoughts that you've had? I'm not trying to be judgmental. I'm just
no, no,
genuinely.
and that's totally fine. And I am not like the kind of person that gets hurt feelings. Like I love to know what other people's opinions are, even if it contradicts everything I'm saying. But yes, so because I have seen what a religious abuse can do to people and completely stray them from, let's just say, Christianity or Judaism, or some kind of path that they were going down, that they found their God within, right? And then somebody completely changes the course of that for them by extreme, extreme, extreme sadistic abuse by the Bible, by Christianity, by religion, whatever. Um, I personally do not believe that that could be the only path to source.
what is source?
Source to me would be God.
Okay. Did that answer your question, Rev?
I don't exactly think so. I guess so. Yeah, you're saying that you actually do believe that that it's possible that extraterrestrials and that sort of thing.
I think
That's just a thought. That's
is it.
not my. Go ahead.
That was what
Sorry.
I was asking. That's what I was
It's
asking you. Okay,
it is
yeah,
just a thought, just sort
got
of
it. Hmm.
Yeah,
and
that's
it
more so just a thought, but I think
is
that
it
I would. Sorry.
is it. I'm sorry, Starchild. Is it an expression that you are open to possibilities? Is that what you're really trying to say?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. But to just go off the Bible and say that, Adam was made out of dust, or tell me if I'm wrong. I grew up with all of it and blanked it all out.
Yeah,
So
we're not here to tell you to believe any of that. If
okay,
you don't believe it, then we don't need to go over it.
right.
Most of what we're curious about then, Starchild, would be what it is you do believe, what it is you accept to be true. So you've said that you accepted the idea of a creator to be true, that everything is created by this divine creator. Why do you assume that everything is created?
Do you mean that everything is created through an entity, or that everything is created all together?
That's a good distinction. Let's go with the entity first.
Okay. So so for me, it's so hard. I wish I understood and to put into words what I feel and what I feel I know, which I will never try to make anybody else try to believe. It is simply my opinion and you know how I choose to believe. But believing that your last question was about entity, right? Ask me that question again. Sorry.
Why believe that an entity created everything?
Okay. All right. So okay.
Is my audio?
That's a
No,
hard one. Let me think on this real quick.
it was a good thinking pause, and I like that. That's fine. Take your time. We're at 48,000 likes, and if we all keep tapping, we could hit 50,000 real quickly, probably before the hour. I appreciate all of you tapping and sharing. There's also the repost button down there in the share menu if you haven't already done that, or you can add it to the story, and then people who follow you will see it there, FYP. All of that helps get us out more in the algorithm.
So there was something I was reading up on recently, and bear with me, people are, oh, she's, can't answer her own question, this and that. I'm not up here to debate or fight or anything. I'm just up here because I heard your guys' conversations earlier. I thought it was really neat. A lot of people couldn't say why they believed what they believed. I believe in manifestation. I believe in energy. I believe when energy is put into something. So whether it was aliens, whether it was a divine spirit that really did hover over the water, whether, whoever
I had to ask. I have to ask.
oh.
If you've watched for more than a day, you'd know I'd have to ask. What is energy?
Yeah, I've heard you ask that, and I don't think anybody's been able to answer that. But energy, to me, and I'm gonna try to explain this best I can. You guys can call me whatever you want to call me, but to me, it is everything that makes the. So, if you were to ask me, like, how can somebody make the universe? It's more so like energy making the universe, but the energy almost having like a powerful mind of its own because it's so much energy.
What is
right?
the energy? What is the energy?
The energy is the life force of everything. It's what makes machinery be able to work. It what's in our soul, in our spirit, as a whole, who we are. We are all energy. Where I know you're asking me what is energy, and I know I'm not quite answering you, but it's so significant that it stays where you've been for a lifetime. So your
That it
energy,
stays where you've been. What do you mean?
so
It is a thing we still haven't described, but you're now saying it stays where you've been for a lifetime.
well, if you can
That's important.
you can energetically imprint on people,
You can
things.
something imprint on things.
You can what?
Well, we don't know what energy is, right? So it's just kind of a
Right.
something. So instead of energy, you said energy imprint. Isn't it more like something imprint? We can
So, okay,
word we haven't defined yet.
correct. So I do know that spirit for me, from what I've experienced, spirit is energy. Um, I since I was a child, that's some of the first memories I had were of seeing spirit. And I could go into detail, I'm not going to, but this spirit was all energy. You know, if you could think about a old scrambled black and white TV
I'm
where
sorry,
it's
spirit is energy, energy is spirit. Can we give one of these words a little some more meat of a definition so that we're not just swinging them back and forth like they explain each other in some way?
so so electricity is like it's like thermal, right? It can like transmit.
Electricity is thermal.
Don't try to make me sound stupid here. I'm not up
I'm not
here to.
trying to make you sound
Okay.
stupid, Star. It sounds like you're using a bunch of words honestly, if I would, it sounds like word association.
Well,
Do you
yeah,
know what I
because
mean?
I don't honestly know how to put into words what energy it
Can,
is.
can I ask a clarifying
Right?
question?
Me?
Yes, yes. Um,
Absolutely.
are you, when you are saying energy, are you describing something that you're observing? Or is it that you are beginning with an idea that you feel and then are putting it back onto uh, the world? I have a better
So
way of asking. Yeah, sorry. If you understood that question,
ask the first part again. Let me answer that, and then I'll answer the second part.
in other words, when you use the word energy, is that something that exists in reality, or is it something that you have this idea that you want to put onto the world?
No. I believe energy exists in reality.
Okay, and how would we be able to sort of feel that out or measure that or like experience that? Like, you know, when you're
Okay.
saying,
Okay. Let me see. So how do I explain this? Without sounding dumb, because I'm not great at explaining it, but
how do you know when you're experiencing the energy?
I know because I read energy. That's what I do.
Okay, and what is
So
it that you're reading? What is it that you're reading? What are your like? Do you have like a an electric meter, or what is it that you're reading?
my energy is tapping into somebody else's energy. So I have always been very intuitive. I've been very empathetic. So when I tap into somebody's energy, I can pick up energy from them. So a lot of times, without taking on their energy, I can feel where they're at energetically. I can go in and kind of just target exactly what's going on, what's causing the energy, why the vibrations are low, what needs to be changed to trigger a better outcome. So when I read energy, essentially I've never done mediumship face to face. It's always been online. So I'm tapping into the person that wants me to do the reading, and then I'm tapping into their loved ones on the other side. So energetically, I'm getting information from memory.
Got it. So, a couple things. You said the word energy 8 times in that last response, and I still am having a hard time understanding what it is that you're reading until you said the word medium. And so that's something that I like. That would have been a helpful place, I think, to say earlier, to say, like, I'm coming from this from a point of view that this is perhaps something that I'm benefiting from economically, and also something that I believe in. Uh, and then you could say, I do palm readings, or I do crystal ball readings, or I do
That's
tarot
totally
readings.
my fault. I'm so used to it that I think people click on my name and see like what I do because it's in my bio. So that's totally my fault. But yeah, absolutely, that probably would have been much more helpful for you. And I'm not a tarot reader. I'm not a palm reader. I do not read the future. I'm not psychic.
Yeah, I'm just saying you said medium, and I'm listing off things that would have been helpful. I don't know what you are because that's the first time
Do
I'm
you
hearing
know
it.
that like I am also a survivor of many things, including human trafficking, and reading energy was one of the main ways that I kept myself alive for almost 10 years. So energy, I believe, is within everything. I believe that energetically you can say you have a piano that had project memories because your dad would make you play the piano and you would sob and it was just a horrible memory, and all that energy was put into the piano, right? That
Are you talking about emotions now? Emotions, memory, but somebody else who gets the piano, who never knows the story, they won't know there's an energy there, will they?
some can.
Are you sure?
So I'm not sure about just regular items, but I know that I've been able to walk into people's homes and pick out items that maybe they got from uh, what are those places? Antique sales, stuff like that. And I'm not one of those people that's just like always looking for a ghost experience or anything like that. And this is before I knew I had my gifts. I have definitely felt attachments to things that don't feel good.
So you refer to your gifts, and you say you feel things. When like touching objects, you feel what you were referring to as energy. Is there any possibility that these feelings are your own and that you could be projecting expectations onto things?
And this is where I totally agree that these type of things are possible, because with the human psyche, there's just so many different things that could absolutely be the case for why I would touch that piano and feel the negative energy. Maybe I had a piano in my childhood. This brings me back to an emotion that I had, rather than I do know what you mean, absolutely, but I have for 100% felt the difference.
How do you know that there is a difference? What is that difference?
It's just a knowing, And you know, I'm not up here to force my beliefs on
Can the knowing be an assumption?
people. Evidential medium, that's messed up. Like, I'm not here to trigger anybody, like, so I don't want to cause any problems. Just because.
Starchild, can the knowing that you claim, can that be an assumption? Or is it necessarily a knowing?
So no, absolutely, and that's what I'm saying. Some of it can be an assumption, absolutely, but then there's also knowings. So here is an example. Can I give you an example or no?
Yeah.
So when I really started messing with energy, and so when I started first doing, I'm sorry, what was I saying? I shouldn't read chat.
Yeah, it can be distracting.
Oh yes. So when I was gonna tell you a story though. Where was I going with that story? Sorry.
You were going to tell me something about a knowing. The difference between assuming and knowing.
All right, give me one sec here.
A story that would somehow elucidate what it is that you know about your gifts rather than what you assume.
Oh, okay. All right. So, I had just started to tap into my spiritual awakening, not even my gifts. More so like where felt like the universe was talking to me. I was seeing signs and synchronicities, and so real quick, the spirit that I saw as a child, it was some of my first memories, and I got to a point with this energy, this entity, this spirit, that we would talk telepathically. And I thought it was the coolest thing, but I was also in a very cult-like Christian home that
How do you know
those.
this wasn't your imagining?
So um, I have definitely thought about the manifestation of darkness that was going on around me as a child. And you know, I have thought about how that could have been um, manifestation from that darkness, but I, I had sleep paralysis.
What do you mean by manifestation of darkness?
I don't know that I can do this on your live. I have too many people that are just like in my energy. Like I'm a good-hearted person, not here to like make
I
anybody.
understand, Starchild, and it might feel sometimes like you're being targeted when you're up here, and that's not what it is. We're just trying to see if you can question your beliefs. I understand if you're uncomfortable and want to tap out.
Yeah, okay. So I'm just gonna go a little bit over this and then, I can hop down if,
Well, no, if you're done, then we'll stop here. I appreciate you.
I'm not done, but I
Oh,
can.
were you just gonna tell a story and then drop?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, no, we're here to question beliefs, not just to have a
Okay,
sermon
okay.
told. But I
So
do
then
appreciate you.
what would you question me about my beliefs?
Well, that's just it. You're saying that you're saying that you interact with spirits, and that these spirits are something you call energy, and that you can see and interact with these energies, and that these energies are
The child.
since you were a child.
Yes.
And you don't question whether or not these energies, these spirits, could be something you've imagined, something from your own mind.
Okay, no, because there's no way I would know the things that I know or get the type of information I get during my readings. So it's
You say
not,
there's no way.
there's no way. I don't know these people. I don't know anything about their family members. I don't know their names. I don't know what kind of lifestyle they lived. Not everybody's grandma liked to bake cookies and clean and dance around the house. You know, everybody had a different kind.
Mm-hmm. Is your accuracy 100%?
Is my accuracy? No, no, I will never claim to be.
So sometimes you say things that don't connect.
Yeah, sometimes. For the most part, they absolutely do, but I don't do this with ego, so I will not sit
Are
up
you
here.
familiar? Are you familiar, Star, with something called cold reading?
Cold reading.
Mm-hmm.
What is that? No.
Like, if I were to ask you now, like in this moment, could I send you like a Cash App or something like that, and you would do a reading for me?
You wouldn't have to do that. I could do a reading for you right now. I just did one for some guy that I was battling with a minute ago, and I usually don't do that, but I just felt like it, and his grandma was all around him, just passed. So yeah, I can definitely do that. But the heart and the mind has to be open. And
Mm-hmm.
because if it's not, then nothing's going to resonate because the dots that should be connecting aren't going to connect. I won't
Interesting.
sit up here and be like treated like I'm
Call me the Dixie
out of
Chicks because
my
I'm
hat.
wide open spaces.
Hmm.
Say it
Just
again.
kidding, but I'm joking. It's up to Thrayle. I mean, it's really that was the question, though. I think ultimately was like, what sort of preparation do you need to do such a thing? And if there's no telling whether you'll be right or wrong, like what does the you know what's your, like, I guess maybe what's your record look like?
My record is
Um,
great as far as my mediumships and my spirit box sessions. I don't know if this is a test, if you guys want me to just channel in and bring through a few different pieces of information and see if it resonates with either one of you.
Thrayle,
But
my
like
appeal is
Is
that
that
it
how?
would help me
either
better
way it
understand your
goes,
beliefs, but
even
that's
if
my.
I did do the best reading for
Is that
you.
how it works, though? Is that you give us pieces of information and see if it resonates?
So that would be spirit led. I go direct, the best and easiest. That's how I've been doing it for the 3.5 years since I've been doing this. But I just recently started doing spirit led. So that's where I let a spirit come to me. I get about 3 to 4 pieces of very specific information that can usually only resonate with one person. But I am going to say, and I could be completely wrong, and you guys, I always tell people don't blow smoke up my ass. Like I don't do this with an ego again. But
Mm-hmm.
Rav, it does feel like you have a very close friend of yours that's passed. Like somebody that might be even around your age, if not a little bit younger.
No, not really.
Okay, does that resonate with you?
Nope.
So in cold reading, they would say that someone next to you, to the side of you.
So that's where I'm learning my gifts is
Mm-hmm.
um I so I can feel them all around me. I know when there's a woman next to me. I know when it's a grandma. but it's just a clear knowing. I don't necessarily see. I'm not very clairvoyant. I'm clairaudient and claircognizant. So,
Right. But it raises questions, right? When someone around your age, around my age now, or around the age, when my age now, when they passed, around my age, it leaves a lot of room, right, for any of them to be hits.
not really, because a lot of people don't. I mean, you sound pretty young to me, so I'm assuming like I'm not great with ages. I more so read energy, and energy can feel older or younger, but you feel like you're in your late 20s, early 30s to me.
Fascinating.
And that's the uh, energy I'm feeling for the spirit as well. So not a lot of people have, yeah, you could have had 6 high school buddies that died, and then then that's going to be like seeing which one of them's going to come through. But for the most part, say you were 24, a lot of people at the age of 24 don't have somebody that's around the age of 24 that passed, significantly close than they to when they
The
did.
odds go up as we go older. That's true.
So yeah, if I was like, oh, your grandpa, this and that, like I can obviously do that and bring them through, but I try to really steer away from that because that's the, cliche type of
Well,
thing.
I'd be
But
much more interested in talking to my grandfather. That'd be great.
Sebastian asks how it feels to be in my 20s. I'll have to go back to 2002 and let you know.
Oh yeah, I'm also 37.
like, so I'm just gonna write down a couple things. If it resonates with you, it does. Doesn't, like, I don't have an ego. I don't do this with an ego. So I'm not up here like, oh, there's all these people in here talking shit about me and they're not gonna believe
I
I'm here. Blah, blah,
understand
blah.
you're not doing it with an ego. You've
Yeah.
said that already.
Okay.
What you are
Doesn't know what's
doing,
talking.
though, writing down things, you feel like are intuitive, or are you hearing words? How is it that you're connecting?
So I am clairaudient. I hear, and claircognizant. So I know. So
So
I
you're
do
hearing and coming to knowledge at the same time.
almost like a seeing in your mind's eye without visually seeing it. So I can tell you, like, if there was an energy standing right next to me with curly, curly, curly gray hair and long eyelashes and blue, blue, blue eyes. And I could tell you all that not from seeing, from knowing, from hearing and knowing. Does that make sense?
Not quite, no. But what is it you're hearing or knowing right now?
Well, I haven't even quite tapped in yet. I don't know
Oh,
when
I'm sorry. I thought you had written something down.
I was, but it was for your friend.
I'm listening. I'm here. I'm right here. I just muted myself because I was playing a video game.
Yeah, and don't be nice to me if it doesn't resonate. It doesn't resonate. But I heard mullet, and please do keep in mind everybody you've lost until we know that I'm connected to your grandfather. If I do connect to him, I'm not sure what's significant about August. 8 years, 8 months since passing the age of 8, anything like that with August. But he was walking with like cars around him with their hoods up. So usually that's somebody that would have been able to work on cars or collected cars, but this sort more so feels like old car shows.
All due respect, my grandfather could not even turn on a cell phone, let alone his computer. one of the most brilliant human beings of all time. But no, neither of them were very interested in cars at all. In August, it's just, yeah, not really, nothing ringing a bell of any
Okay,
sort of,
that's
yeah.
totally fine.
Hmm.
So yeah, this is, and I don't pull stuff out of my butt again. So I'm sure that resonates with somebody, but everybody wants to say I'm full of shit. So there you go.
No, I didn't say that. It didn't resonate. And like,
No, and that's
feel
no,
free to.
that's totally fine. That's not towards you. That's towards somebody else.
So it's kind of like that then. Like if somebody said December and bats. And
No,
it's
so
kind of like that, and it might resonate with somebody.
no. Mm-mm.
And it
I
might
don't
not.
I don't do things like that. So I get a lot of names. Like right now, of course, I'm nervous. I've never been on a panel like this. People talking shit in the comments, and it's whatever. I'll go back to my life, do my thing, and do it just how I normally do it. But right now, I'm nervous. There's obviously a lot of energy.
I understand.
And
I,
so,
I understand you, nervous star
no,
child. I was just asking, and I don't know if my question came through because I do have a bit of a
I
lag,
understand what
so
you're saying.
I apologize.
But no, I
But
don't
is it just kind of like a few
vague.
words and hope that associates?
No, no. I usually get names. I get names of family members. I get names of loved ones. I get dates. I get babies that have been born, babies that may not have made it in this lifetime. I get memories. I get significant experiences. If this were your dad and you had a significant experience before he passed, but you weren't able to um, kind of solidify that to make amends for that. I can feel those things. I can feel when they.
And just to clarify, you charge for this service?
I do way less than most people, absolutely.
Do you charge when there's no connection made?
I don't ever not make a connection. Miss K, hi, my people are coming in.
I'm sorry.
I just, they're,
Well,
so when
you
I
say
first,
that you don't ever not make a connection.
no, I don't. So when I first started, that used to happen, and
Thrayle,
they would.
do you think that the Judaism might be like a Faraday cage, something like that? Think that's possible?
No, I
Oh,
don't.
okay.
I don't know if there is a psychic Faraday cage,
Can I
and
ask
she's not
you?
psychic. To be
Yeah, I'm not saying.
clear, yeah. To be fair, I use that word flippantly, and I apologize. But I do need to really quickly speak past both of you and thank Heather's Descent, both sidesing Danny Grax, Funny Mama, and Everlasting Godstopper for helping with that goal.
Thank you
Excuse
guys
me.
for being here.
So, Starchild, you said that you don't know what cold reading even is.
No, I've actually never heard of that. I'm sorry.
I find that interesting. So you've never heard of any kind of practice or technique of delivering increasingly accurate guesses through a sort of, well, I mean, guessing game.
Yes, first off. And the information that's given to me is given to me through spirit. Guessing would be
How
like,
do you know it's given to you through spirit and not just assumed by you
how
intuitively?
So, okay, let's just go off of a mediumship. I'm just gonna bring up some examples here, and let's say this is all in one mediumship. So I connect right in. I know the grandmother's name was Rose. I know that the sitter.
Right, you're giving us a story, though, where you're telling us an example of how it should go, right?
No, this is how it goes.
But you just demonstrated with Rav a moment ago something about walking with hoods up in cars in August with his grandfather that didn't connect.
Because
So
that could have connected with you, that could have connected with somebody else. I really am not channeled in because I'm nervous. Like if I was completely channeled in right now, right. Do you
what does that mean, completely channeled in?
they would have to bring you guys up. And another thing is I'm not trying to at
Sorry,
all.
are you talking to the comments?
Sorry, yes, my people are in there. Just wanting you to see how I read, but do know that first off, and this is not to blame either one of you. This is to say that this is how it works. Both of you are very skeptic, correct? I do a lot of readings for skeptic people and make them believers, but they're people that actually want to connect. They're people that aren't doing it with an ego. And
I'm sorry. Just to clarify, you're saying that we're asking questions with ego.
No.
I think
When
she's
I'm
saying we are inclined towards skepticism, but I don't know that I'm necessarily inclined towards skepticism. I think I just like asking questions and learning about other people's perspectives. I think I have certain biases, but I don't think that I'm necessarily. I'm a believer myself in God, so
and
yeah.
rap, I'm willing to put myself out on the line. If you want to turn your camera on, I'll turn mine on and we can do it.
We don't turn cameras on this
Okay,
live.
yeah, that definitely helps. We don't have to, but I'm not here to prove anything to anybody. You guys can always come into my live and watch if you ever feel inclined.
And we're not here to plug your life either. So we're here to see if you can question your beliefs. Can you question your beliefs? It doesn't sound like you can. It sounds like you've kind of tied your, well, what you're calling your beliefs up into a financial system of well, something that benefits you.
Thrayle,
If you were to question it, would that put you at some kind of financial risk?
I have questioned it. I've been questioning it recently. And I do need to speak with a spiritual mentor. I do wonder, after the last 6 months when my gifts have grown and gotten stronger, where that information is coming from. I do feel like I'm connected to my guides, but
You're saying your gifts have grown and gotten stronger. How do you know that your gifts have grown and that you haven't just gotten better at a practice like cold reading? Inadvertently, possibly.
So I think you're saying cold reading is like making it up, and I don't make anything up. So
You say you
I
don't
I
make anything up.
no,
How do you
I
know that the things that you guess, the guesses you had about
how would I
Rav's
guess?
grandfather? I'm not done asking the question. How do you know that the things that you're guessing are not guesses from your mind instead of information fed by spirits?
How do I know they're not guesses and they're fed by spirit?
I might have cut out while I was asking that. How do you know that they are not guesses instead of being information fed to you by spirits.
How could I guess everybody's
You
information?
didn't guess Rav's grandfather's information.
I was
You say
more
everybody's.
in.
It seems like you're assuming 100% accuracy here, but you
No,
already said
I'm not. But
admittedly
it
you
was
don't. So then it's not everybody's. Is there any chance that you are counting the hits and ignoring the misses?
I don't know what that even means. I just feel like you, instead of questioning what people believe, you want to try to prove them wrong as a person altogether. Now, I can understand you coming after like my personal
Nope,
beliefs and what I believe.
not at all. The problem here is,
Say
Starchild, is that you have tied up your beliefs in the who you are and the what you are. I'm not actually attacking who you are or what you are. It just happens to be that you've chosen to make that everything that you are. I'm questioning beliefs. That's all.
Right. And so, what would your question about my belief be? Because now you've said that I do this for money, and that's what I've kind of made out of this. That's why I've become this, is for monetary. So, that's like digging at me as a person.
I did not say that. I did not say you're doing it just for monetary gain.
Then
I
why
said
did
because
you throw that in
why
there?
are you
What do you
interrupting
believe?
me? Why are you interrupting me? Why are you feeling so defensive? You volunteered to come up here. You've watched this live
And I
before.
get that.
You know that I'm not here to attack. I'm just asking why it is you believe what you believe, and if you could be wrong, right? Can you question your beliefs, Starchild? It seems like you
Absolutely.
can't.
I do question my beliefs all the time. I don't know what is real just as much as the next person, but I will not sit here and say that the next person is right about what they believe, no matter how much proof or non-proof that they have, because none of us ultimately know how it works on the other side, who our divine creator is, what path it is that
My
we're supposed
goodness, what are you actually even saying at this point?
Thrayle, with all due respect, I think we should say thank you, and it's been lovely speaking to you. And I think that I so
Left.
bold. Oh, okay. I don't want to, offend anybody. We're not trying to burgle anybody's beliefs, right, Thrayle? So,
No,
I think that, yep.
just
I
trying to see
apologize.
if
I'm not
you
trying
can
to assert
question.
anything. Yep, exactly. That's it.
Okay. I don't think she was here to question her beliefs. I'm not saying she was just here to sell a service or gain viewers. I'm not trying to say she was just doing it for money. I don't know her motivation, but I don't think that when it came down to it, that she was prepared to question the way that we were questioning. Maybe she did just want to scold me there. I don't know. She seemed
Hard to say.
agreeable to much of the questioning to a point, and quite eager to talk about why she didn't like Christianity in the beginning. But yeah, that's not why we're here.
Must be the solstice, right?
It may be, maybe. But if anybody does have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, you're capable of questioning your beliefs. I'm not here to argue with you, prove you wrong, or burgle your God. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? I do not know who in this queue was first. There are a few. Hello, Jory. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Joriganville, did you mean to join us? Gonna guess not. But we are up to 55,000 likes, so I appreciate y'all tapping the screen, sharing the live out. There's quite a few of us in here. I bet if we all tap, we could break that 60,000 in the next few minutes.
I gotta go to bed pretty soon.
Yeah, no worries, Rad. You gotta go.
Yeah, that last one kind of freaked me out, honestly.
Did she hit closer to home than you admitted?
No, not that. Frankly, it weirds me out when people join in from other people's stuff. That kind of, like when people start promoting like that, just kind of not freaked me out. Maybe is not the right word. Just like like it was very transparent. Everything was very transparent. That's all, and that's it. I don't. Raccoon, it didn't freak me out. It's like I read something recently about people like making a statement that puts an idea out there, and now the idea is there, and then immediately walk it back for uh, any number of reasons, and that's the kind of methodology that um, creates enough space to leave for interpretation, and that is both in vague answers and also perhaps in the business that she is in, and you know. Um, there were details that were explained that were ultimately irrelevant to her belief, but lent to her sort of protecting herself and from what she would perceive as criticism. And I just, I think it's unfortunate that people, I mean, I guess that nobody, who the hell am I? I'm a random person on the internet, and so are you. So, um, why should anybody trust in questioning their beliefs? But um, I have found when this is successful, it is just tremendous to watch what can actually unfold here. And I guess I find it unfortunate when this sort of
Hello?
thing happens. Oh boy.
Are y'all?
And if anybody has a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you are capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. I don't know what it was, Raccoon. I know that they had to lie to TikTok to get their, to get access to this live at all. Is it 4 or IV?
It's IV.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yeah, I believe in Jesus Christ.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Not all of it. I'm most familiar with the New Testament. I have been reading more of the Old Testament recently.
I see. And do you believe the stories within it to be true and literal?
It depends. Like when you read the Bible, there's different rhetoric that you can observe, metaphors, hyperboles, things of that nature. So I feel like different stories call for different rhetoric and they have to be observed in that sense.
Do you believe in the 6-day creation? Adam and Eve in a garden, those stories?
I personally do, but then again, we're talking about a being that explains that time is different to him. So that 6 days could be 1,000 years for all I know, but I don't know for sure.
So you think that 6 days could be 1,000 years? And so then the creation makes sense to you?
I mean, either way, I understand the story. I don't know how many years. I don't know for sure. But when I hear 6 days, I'm thinking about 6 days, right? So that's what I believe.
And he believes that Adam and Eve's story is true as well. Why do you believe those stories?
I believe those stories because it goes to Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ lived a reliable life. He spoke in a reliable way. The things that.
So you believe the stories from Genesis because you believe Jesus?
I believe Jesus Christ, and that goes to the God of the Old Testament because he came down in human form.
Why do you believe Jesus?
I believe Jesus because I read the Gospels and I seen that the way he lived was reliable.
Why do you believe the Gospels?
I believe the Gospels because it was on different accounts, different perspectives, and the way that he lived was a reliable life.
You keep saying reliable. What does it mean, reliable?
I say reliable because all of the witnesses that witnessed him lived a sinful life. Witness him.
What witnesses?
The disciples and the scribes that wrote the Gospels.
The scribes that wrote the Gospels? Which scribes?
Well, they're not named, but it's based on account of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
Are you sure?
I couldn't be 100% sure.
So if you don't know who wrote them, or whose accounts they really are, why would you believe the stories at all?
Because they're written within the lifetime of Jesus Christ.
How do you know they're written within the lifetime of Jesus?
Because of the dating of the manuscripts.
Yeah, can you tell me what manuscripts are dated within the lifetime of Jesus?
Which is 60 to 70 years after what happened, the resurrection. Which in ancient times as...
I'm sorry, wait. 60 to 70 years after the resurrection?
Yes.
That's within the lifetime of Jesus?
That's within the lifetime that they were written is what I'm saying, and which is very...
What are you saying? Sorry, you're kind of getting gibberishy. I couldn't understand you.
I'm trying to say that if we look at ancient history and the length as to which things are written about in the biographies, that is very early because...
So it's 60 to 70 years after his lifetime, not within his lifetime. Are there any eyewitnesses that wrote during his lifetime?
I have no idea.
No. So 60 to 70 years later, who's writing?
I don't know for sure.
You don't know who's writing, so why do you believe it?
I believe it because the way Jesus lived is reliable.
I'm sorry, you say the way he lived is reliable. Reliable, you said witnesses. Witnesses led us to nobody. And now asking why you believe it, you say Jesus' life was reliable. Do you understand that we didn't even finish the circle before you jumped back to the beginning again?
Yeah.
So what is reliable?
Reliable is consistent.
A moment ago we did reliable was the witnesses. And there were no witnesses. So
I'm talking about his.
Now it's consistent.
I'm saying the way he lived is consistent.
The what?
I'm saying the way he lived is consistent. He led a sinless life.
The way he lived was consistent with what?
It's consistent with what he taught and his resume.
You're saying, I'm sorry, now you're saying the way he lived was consistent with the way he taught?
Yeah, the way that he taught.
I'm sorry, Ivy, I have to ask, have you read the Bible?
Like I said, I'm looking more into the Old Testament right now.
Have you read the New Testament at all?
Yeah.
You're so muffled. What?
I said yes.
Did you read the whole New Testament?
Yeah.
And you think that...
I'm sorry, what did you say?
You said the way Jesus taught was consistent with the way he...
I wasn't done
You said the
finishing
way
the text.
Jesus taught was consistent with the way he
You just
lived.
keep like I wasn't finished speaking.
What?
You just kept like interjecting. So I'm saying the way that he taught, the way that he lived, and the way that he revealed himself as God.
Did you just interrupt me to tell me that I was interrupting something when I didn't interrupt you?
Yeah, I've been saying this whole time, every time I've been speaking, you've been
Right.
interjecting.
What the hell?
So that's why I was trying to add on to what I said because you were bringing it up, but it was like a half sentence. I wasn't finished.
Are you finished now?
Yeah, I'm finished.
Why did you request up here, Ivy?
Because I wanted to speak about my beliefs.
Can you read the topic?
Yeah.
Read it?
I could read it.
Can you read it for the rest of the class?
It says, why do you question your beliefs?
Where is the word why?
Well, I'm looking at the green part. That's why I joined. Why?
It says, why do you believe?
Okay. Was that really like necessary?
So it's not, so can you question your beliefs, right?
Okay. This wasn't that serious.
Can you question your beliefs?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
It means can you question your beliefs?
What does questioning your beliefs mean to you?
It means be skeptical about what you believe in.
Can you do that?
Yeah.
How do you do that?
By being skeptical.
What does that mean?
It means questioning what you think. Questioning what?
Circling. Okay.
Yeah, because
circular definitions. All right, Ivy. I did cut you off that time. Rav, do you have any questions for Ivy?
No, sir.
Okay. Appreciate you being here, Ivy. I hope that you can question your beliefs, but I didn't see it demonstrated, and I think maybe another time you can come back and we can try that again. Hmm. Yeah, no worries, Raph.
What's going on?
Hello, Shaborn again. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
21.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I do. I'm a Christian. I believe in the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit.
Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Not all of it, but majority of it. Or for the most part, I would say.
And do you believe this story is within the Bible to be true and literal?
Yeah.
So you believe in a 6-day creation, Adam and Eve in a garden, the global flood, all those to be true?
Yep.
Why is that?
Because starting from the first thing you said, the 6-day creation, we all know that something can't come from nothing, right? So the only logical reasoning that comes within that is God himself who created all things. And then it mentions him.
I'm sorry, I'm not here to, yeah. I may question the something not coming from nothing thing. That seems kind of strange, especially if you believe God created everything from nothing.
Well, you asked me why, and I was giving you an answer.
But I'm more curious about why you believe. Right. You were giving me an answer as to, stop interrupting. You were giving me an answer as to why you believed the God exists or why creation happens. What I'm asking you, let me be more specific. Why do you believe this story of creation?
Because it's actually happened, bro. We see that.
Stop for just a moment. You said, because this actually happened?
Yeah.
So you believe that it happened in 6 days in the order given in Genesis 1 or Genesis 2? Which order is correct?
Is Genesis 2 gives more details on God's creation. Genesis 1 is the...
Why does it give them? Why does it give them out of order?
Let me finish.
You said it gives detail, but why does it give the detail? Yeah, because I need to clarify. I have a clarifying question.
Yeah, I'm trying to answer.
I have a clarifying question.
This is good.
So you need to calm yourself down. The clarifying question is, why does it add the detail in a new order and give a reason for that new order in Genesis 2?
You gonna let me talk?
Yeah, and I may interrupt for clarifying questions, but usually, yeah, I'm gonna let you make your point and at least answer the question. Do you remember the question?
All right. No, repeat it, bro.
Oh my goodness! So you don't even listen.
You said, wait. You said,
tantrums.
why does God?
It's all right, Shaborn. We're just gonna wait. I'm gonna let you take a breather.
The question.
I'm gonna let you take a breather for just a moment. You need to take a breather. Okay, this isn't a debate. I'm not here to disprove you or burgle your God. I'm not here to make you look like a fool. But when you start talking over me, unmuting like that, you start to look like a fool. It sounds like you have an emotional reaction that I'd like to help you prevent. But if you can't let me help you anymore, then I will move on to the next guest. It's that easy. Hello, Raccoon. How are you doing?
Hello, I'm doing great. Aside from the secondhand embarrassment that I'm experiencing from this guest, I'm doing great.
I'm glad to hear it. Okay, if you remember the question, Shaborn, again, can you repeat that question back now?
You said, why did I say that God added more detail into a new story from the first story that's talked about in Genesis 1? And why does it get more detail?
That's not what I said.
In Genesis 2. Well, that is what you said. All right, so what did you say?
No. I said, how is it giving more detail if it's giving the new order and reasons for this new order in Genesis 2?
You gonna let me answer?
Please do.
This is that part where you sound ridiculous with the...
I'm literally asking you before I start talking. How am I doing a tantrum? I'm asking you, are you gonna let me answer? So I'm throwing a tantrum because I'm asking a question. That's crazy.
Right. There was a pause. You asked if you're gonna be allowed to answer, and
yeah, because every time I speak, you cut me off, sir.
This is your moment. Have it.
All right. So the reason why, again, that I'm saying that is because Genesis 1 is the build-up story into God's creation. And then when we go into Genesis 2, it gives more into details on what else God creates. And then obviously you see where God commanded Adam not to eat from the tree of knowledge, right? And how he took a rib from Adam, created Eve. It's more of a detailed creation, detailed story of his creation. It's
Okay.
not, it doesn't.
So you're saying that it's adding detail, but my question is it just adding detail, or is it also giving a totally new order of creation
No.
and reasons for that order?
No, it's not giving a new order.
Have you read
It's the
Genesis
same.
2?
Same. It's the same. Are you gonna let me? Oh my god. Are you gonna let me talk?
There might be a delay happening right now. It looks like I've got a slight lag going on. Are you doing
Yeah,
okay?
it's
You
your,
seem to be
it's your
having an
connection.
emotional issue.
How am I having an emotional issue? Do I sound emotional?
Very.
I sound emotional. Okay. All right. So it's not talking about a new order of creation. It's literally giving the same context within the same story that's talked about in Genesis 1. It's the same story, just more details. It's not
The question I asked was, have you read Genesis 2?
No, you asked that after. You asked me a question before that. You said, is it giving a new order? And I answered that question. That's exactly
All right,
what you
have
said.
you read Genesis 2?
Yeah, I obviously, if I'm over here explaining what Genesis 2 is talking about.
Wow, listen to those emotions. You should really calm down. So, it was a simple yes or no question. Have you
Yes.
read Genesis 2?
Yes.
Which translation do you read?
It doesn't, I mean, I read the ESV, LSB, CSB sometimes. So it doesn't matter which translation, to be honest.
You say it doesn't matter which translation.
Not necessarily.
Why?
Everybody, like for example, you have a group of people who only read the KJV, but then you also have another set of group of people who read different translations to help them understand the Bible better. So it doesn't really matter per se.
And so, which translation do you have handy right now?
Do I have with me? I don't have a Bible with me right now. I'm not in my house.
Oh, I see.
If
So
you
if I read it from a translation I have handy, would you believe that I'm reading it, or would you think I'm making it up?
I mean, what translation are you reading?
Within reach, I have an RSV.
I mean, yeah, you can read it. Well, what's the point though of like you asking me this? Like, what is your point?
When no plant of the field was yet in the earth, and no herb of the field was yet in the earth, I'm sorry, and had yet sprung, the Lord God for the Lord God had
So
not caused it.
So you're not gonna answer my question?
Why are you
Are you?
you're
Wow,
interrupting? I thought
he's
you were good with that.
emotional.
Yeah,
He's
nah.
having some emotional reaction right now.
But when I interrupt, it's me being emotional.
So, yeah, this is clearly you being emotional. So I'm going to mute you because you don't seem to be able to self-regulate. So as I was reading, when no plant of the field was yet in the earth, and no herb of the field had yet sprung up, for the Lord God had not caused it to rain upon the earth, and there was no man to till the ground. But a mist went up from the earth, and watered the whole face of the ground. Then the Lord God formed the man of the dust of the ground, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and the man became a living being. Were you clapping? Is that you? You're just all
No, I'm typing. I'm not clapping. I'm typing.
What are you typing?
I was saying in the comments saying, notice, y'all, he able to cut me off, but when I do,
see.
it get emotional.
So you're just focusing on the comments and not what I
No,
read.
I heard what you said. You read the verse.
What did I read?
You was reading where it says that Adam was formed from the dust.
What did I read before that?
Oh my God.
What did I read? So you weren't listening. I gotcha. Don't worry. You can talk to the comments because that's
awesome.
Where you would rather be.
Yeah, that's where I'd rather be. Yeah, I know. It sound good.
It's fine.
It
You
sound
have fun
good.
down there.
Yeah, you have fun. Yep. Sound good.
Because when they're denied an opportunity to speak in voice, they got to go to comments. They can't not be the focus. Well, you're about to learn something. Well, you can only learn something if you're open to it.
You see the cue. I'm not sure I want to. Is my lag? My lag is really bad, isn't it? I think it is.
I think it might be.
He was really emotional about that. Every question got him off kilter.
What's alarming is that he didn't think he was emotional because he wasn't acting in anger. He didn't recognize his scoffing and his interrupting and his resentful behavior to be emotional reaction. That's what's weird, also. Off topic, but still.
I sometimes read a name on TikTok and I don't believe it instantly because of the way it is. I feel like I'm already being misled. Respecter, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, I'm 25.
What is it about you, BR, that is so intimidated by the host's voice?
It's really boring. I mean, if they're going to come up and do a fake voice to try to mock me for my voice they assume is fake, then do a better one.
Literally, troll hard or troll home. You guys are just telling on yourselves. It's embarrassing. I'm embarrassed for you. Come on.
Could you imagine if people just came up here and requested, like, hey man, your voice sounds so fake?
How many, what is the number of gifts that we need to receive to have you carry that voice through the live for 5 minutes? Can we put a point value on that voice?
I don't know if
That's
there's
my
a
no.
point value.
That's my D&D gnome voice. I told you that when you first did it. I was like, oh, that's the perfect gnome voice.
Oh, it really is.
It really is. The meatwad voice, exactly.
Y'all just can't just decide to be questioned by Meatwad. That decision is between me and God.
Do you believe in a God, a higher power? I need to hear it now. Somebody get Thrayle to 1,000 points and gifts so I can hear the Meatwad voice.
I should do a segue or two in that Meatwad or something like it.
So good. It's just so good. Dang, we have 108 people in this live. Where are the believers at?
I know. I see a few people in queue, familiar faces. I'm inclined to possibly bring up another questioner. But I would like a believer in a belief that is something they believe. That can question that belief. I know it's a tall order. It's a big one.
No, Huck, there's always room in the shed for a couple more.
I don't know if I'll put as high a price on it, but I will say that the gift goal is sitting up there, and if you guys knock out the gift goal, I'll do the segue in Meatwad's voice. That's more attainable. Yeah, I thought it'd happen.
So if you believe in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you can question that belief, well, then go ahead and request on up, because we're not here to argue or debate.
We're not here to argue, he says. It's so good. This is serious. We're serious. They'll kick you if you argue. Are you sure? Respect her? Oh, where's Thrayle? Now I'm up here by myself. This is very intimidating. Do you believe in a god, gods, or higher power? Request up. Let me interrogate you. I promise you don't want that to happen.
You're not really that intimidating.
Says you. Request up. Do you believe in life after love? Oh, I got it. I got it. I'm prepared. Kingfisher.
Hello.
Do you believe in a god, gods, or higher power?
Yes, I do.
Oh, what do you believe?
I believe in the gods of Norse mythology.
Which ones?
Are you asking if I believe in any one in particular, or?
Do you believe in all of them?
Yes.
What is required for you to believe in their existence?
a little bit of an absurdist standpoint on the views of reality.
What does that mean in relation to a belief of God?
To look at a situation and be willing enough to pick the more absurd option that requires more explanation on something rather than the simplest explanation.
Would you choose absurd over simple?
Yes.
Why?
Because sometimes it is the zebra.
What do you mean by that?
Per se, you're in New York City. You're walking down a street and you hear hooves clomping behind you. You have two possible explanations. One, it's a horse carriage or a police officer riding a horse, or a zebra escaped
That's
from the
already
zoo.
two. You've already given two explanations, so now we're going to introduce a third.
Let's just narrow it down and say it's either a horse carriage or it's a zebra that has escaped from the zoo.
Okay.
Now, the most logical explanation would be it's a horse. But just because that's the most logical explanation doesn't mean that it's always the horse, because sometimes it is the zebra.
How often?
This is my fault.
You left. I'm sorry. Now it's up to me. Now it's going to get weird.
We did question Kingfisher yesterday, but maybe he can help out with some questions. He does pretty good at it. If we do have anybody who has belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, well, don't make me bring Meatwad back out here again. Did I get the whole thing out before it disconnected me? Because as soon as I was done speaking, I looked over and I was disconnected.
Nope, you're good.
Oh, that's sad.
We just can't have nice things around here.
Fuck.
For free? Man. We are spoiled this evening. We are spoiled. To your mad dismay. I can't even do the voice. I don't have a gnome voice.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's pretty good actually.
Yeah, it's pretty good. You gotta make a bubble in the back of your throat. There's a hole.
I'm gonna try this on my
Curl
own
up the
time.
sides of your tongue and make a bubble.
I'm not gonna do that here, but I'll try it on my own time. Where nobody can judge me.
Yeah. But we are running people off, so there's 97 of us in here.
Oh, we really
We're
are.
up to 61,000 likes. If we all just tap that screen, we could probably break 65K in no time, and maybe even encourage some believer with a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that to come up here and question their beliefs, because that is what the fuck we're talking about.
Don't forget that you can repost the live and add it to your story.
Yes, absolutely. Don't forget that. You can even, I think you can repost. I don't know. But you can definitely repost it. BR says they kick you out if you're a believer. No, that's not how it works. Not at
Why
all.
am I not gone then?
Yeah, I've only ever kicked Kingfisher once or twice, and it was probably in a whole panel wipe.
Wow.
Yeah, what's with you rapturing us every now and then, Thrayle?
Every now and then.
We must serve the algorithm. This is the ultimate god.
Good morning, Martha.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
I'm doing well, and we must prove him incorrect. Believers are invited all the time.
They are. Absolutely. So, just a reminder, Martha, for everybody, do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, sir. I believe in Jesus Christ.
And have you read your whole Bible from beginning to end?
I have.
And do you believe the stories within it to be true and literal?
I do.
So you believe, Martha, in a 6-day creation, Adam and Eve in the garden, the global flood, all that?
Yes, sir.
Why do you believe those stories to be true?
Well, I guess the most honest answer would be I want to. And I was raised on it, which is helpful and if you want to.
So you believe it to be true because you want to, not because you're convinced that this is what actually happened.
Well, I feel like I have had personal experiences that support my belief.
You have experiences that support your belief in the creation story of the Bible.
No, sir.
Do your experiences support your belief in the Bible specifically, or just something that you can't quite define?
I guess gosh, I don't know quite how to put that into words. Let me think about that a moment. I have experiences with what I believe to be answers from Jesus. Like the Bible says, ask and you shall receive. I believe that I have asked for some things and I have received from Jesus a response.
So, because you feel that you've received your responses from Jesus, then you therefore believe that the Bible must be true.
It definitely makes it a lot easier for me to believe it, yes.
When you say that you've received your answers from Jesus, how do you know that the answers are from Jesus?
Well, I don't know that I can offer any proof. I just maybe through my gratitude for the answers I received, it reinforces what I want to believe. That doesn't sound very right, does it?
No, it does. That's okay. Wanting is valid. Not to interject, but
Go ahead, Raccoon.
Martha, how do you personally determine whether something is true rather than meaningful, or are those two synonymous for you?
I draw a separation between what I think religiously and practically everything else that I believe to be true. I am normally I have ended 8 wars. Now, something like that, I mean, a simple Google search will prove that to be incorrect.
So is fact determined by a Google search?
No, I tend to, well, I definitely believe my own eyes and ears when it comes to, and when I'm not sure about something, I will try and seek out those who are experts or something like, I don't know, when I was growing up, before there were computers, encyclopedia.
Yep.
And that was where if I had a report that was due, that was where I went for my information.
And I mean, that does lend to when you're fact checking something that somebody tells you. But what I'm more interested in is when you cannot double check the encyclopedia or even do a quick Google search, when it's something spiritual, what is it that tells you it is true? Because you can't really Google that, right?
Right. I guess I'm just very willing to believe what the Bible tells me. I can't prove it. I want to believe it, so I make excuses for myself that that's acceptable.
You make excuses for yourself that it's acceptable because you want to believe it, because it gives you comfort.
Very much.
So an emotional confirmation is a truth?
For me, yes.
Has there ever been an emotional feeling that contradicts what you have been taught religiously?
Yes.
Uh-huh. We've got into this and I like this. So where is the authority then? Is it what you are told or what you feel that is more meaningful when it comes to truth for you?
Well, I do, if it's something that I personally find very important or valuable, I will seek an authority within my church or my group to verify or corroborate, I guess. And I will look for scriptures to verify that, what I'm questioning. But when scripture is what causes my questioning, that's a real problem for me.
So, can you think of any scripture that causes your questioning?
Oh my, yes. And I think having introduced me to this particular scripture, I'm pretty sure you know which one I mean.
Well, yes, I'm sure.
And I'm still working through that. In fact, Sunday was the first time I've been back to church.
I did hear that you went back.
Yes, I did. And I
hope
have
you
a
had
better,
pleasant experience.
and I have a more, I'm glad I took this time to really, I mean, I went through so many emotions. I'm happy that I allowed myself to go through this 6 weeks of, I mean, the first couple were just horrendous, but it gave me time to, well, first of all, calm down. And I don't know, decide how I would approach this with the church authority and not appear as just some emotional nitwit that was losing her mind.
To clarify, we spoke about 2nd Nephi 5:21, right?
Correct.
And you haven't spoken to your bishop about that yet?
No, the first 2 weeks I was just enraged and I couldn't be reasonable. The next 2 weeks I was just heartbroken. And let's see, and in those last 4 weeks, there was a couple things going on. I have terrible lungs, and there was a couple of Sundays before this past Sunday, where the temperatures were like below 20 degrees, and I just can't breathe when it's that cold. So 2 of them, I couldn't really get out in the weather. But I was still continuing to clean the church, and so it was starting to look kind of sketchy. It's like, oh, she can come clean, but she can't come to services. But I needed that time to well, I told a friend of mine, I said, instead of going in there all pathetic and emotional, I now feel as though I can approach this from, a legitimate question where I'm seeking the authorities' I'm looking for confirmation or you know what I'm saying? I wanted to go in there with looking more like I had really thought this through and not just jumped in there on, flying by the seat of my pants on a emotional
Right. Like you're
flip out.
looking for confirmation.
Or clarification, I guess, clarification.
What is it you're actually looking for?
I'm wanting clarification on, is that scripture currently the accepted ideology, and is that what members in good standing believe to be the true and accurate, revelation giving to Joseph Smith.
Oh, that's a good question.
Whereas had I gone in prior to this point, I could not have verbalized that to him, where it looked like I had actually spent time seriously. I mean, the first few weeks, the first 4 weeks actually, it was literally the first thing I thought of when I woke up and the last thing I thought of when I went to bed. And it was not a comfortable or pleasant. I was tearing myself apart over this.
I remember.
Do you think that's why you've avoided bringing it up to the spiritual authority that you know and recognize?
I think that's definitely a big part of it. I mean, I really didn't even think I didn't want to discuss it with my sisters because I didn't see where they could bring me any clarification. And I don't need to just, have everybody in the world knowing my major crisis that I was having. And I didn't think I could look my bishop in the eye. And I hadn't really come I hadn't gone through the process enough to come up with, the proper way to question this.
Wouldn't that be a failing on the part of your bishop rather than yourself? If you cannot ask him a question of this nature?
Well, I had moved past that, and I had planned on asking if I could speak with him Sunday. But as it turned out, we only had a 1 hour service because it was the Christmas program. And then after that, as everybody stood up to kind of like head towards the exits, people were, everybody was kind of in small little groups chatting, and he had a rather large group around him. And I had no interest in standing around for an hour or prolonging his own exit, for, being so close to Christmas. A lot of people had, out of town family. And I mean, I wasn't there to obstruct people's regularly scheduled plans for the day. So I just, excused myself and went on my way.
The people pleasing runs deep in Mormonism. Okay. It does. That's okay, Martha. Do you not have did you not have visiting teaching, or is that not in your rotation? Would you feel comfortable bringing these questions up to your visiting teachers?
Well, I don't have visiting teachers because I have a little.
Because of your calling?
No, I have a grouchy, she's an old grouchy pity.
We love a curmudgeon. We do.
She's just not friendly. In fact, she's pretty grouchy, and she doesn't really allow for.
It doesn't take kindly to visitors?
Not at all.
That's all right.
I don't have a welcome mat just for that reason.
Do you think that you're do you feel like you're on the cusp of bringing it to these authorities? Like, do you feel like you're...
Oh, for sure. Okay. And had the circumstances been more conducive, I was ready to do it Sunday. It's just, it wasn't until Saturday that the president's wife texted me and said, oh, by the by, it's the Christmas party and not party, but Christmas program, which was majority musical, and it's only going to be an hour long. That I went, well, darn it, that kind of sucks, because now that I have decided I'm ready to have this conversation, the timing isn't right. Whereas for the last 6 weeks, I probably could have, the timing probably would have been conducive for such a conversation, but my head wasn't right.
What are you hoping that they say?
I'm hoping he's going to say this had more to do with the thinking of the time and is not relevant in today's world. But then that brings up another serious question, and that would be, well, then that would be admitting all, not everything that as promoted as revelation to Joseph Smith. Well, then that kind of throws a monkey wrench in that. You know what I'm saying? Because if it was true revelation, I would think it would be relevant no matter what day and age, whether
You're
it
right.
was.
You're right, especially because it is a living. They say it is a living, breathing um, uh, revelation, right? It is a living, breathing document that it can be altered at any point by revelations through God, through the prophets. So, what if you don't get that answer? What if they don't give you something that you can essentially, like, what if they're saying something that doesn't sit well with you? What happens then, do you think?
Well, that was, that was like right up there. I mean, if it wasn't question number one, it was question number two, which in the end, I had to solve that first. And that was, man, that was just as tough as being exposed to the scripture itself. It was pretty devastating because I get so much from my attending this church and associating with these people that that took a lot of time. And I'm
So,
not,
Martha,
excuse
are
me.
you? I'm so sorry.
No, you're good.
Do you think that there's some way that they're going to be able to excuse that verse?
To my satisfaction, probably not. Which really just disappoints me beyond words.
Will that change the way that you participate in the practice?
I'm kind of ashamed to say this, but in the end, probably not. And that is a real character flaw in me that I'm not proud of.
I don't want to go there. I don't actually believe that's true. I believe
No,
that there's,
Martha.
yeah, I think that you need to give yourself grace because you have expressed before that you get a lot of community. You get a lot of emotional ties and support from the people within this religion. And that even if you had personal gripes with the faith itself, you are not willing to let that outweigh the connection that you've found within the church. I don't think that you need to be hard on yourself for that. That's a valid reason to stay within a group, right? The connections you find within the group, that's a valid reason to stay.
And that is still where I'm pretty well at. I don't know, I can't recall which guest gave me a little phrase, but the phrase was, put it on the shelf.
Yeah.
And I found I could find some peace in that. And I had to find some peace. I mean, I'm still, definitely not at peace with this whole subject in general, but I definitely have brought it way down several notches because I could not continue to function at the level of disgust and disappointment that I originally was experiencing.
Is it concerning to you that if you did try to make a social group outside of the church with these same participants, that if you were questioning something, they may not still accept you?
outside of the church, I don't give two shits what most people think of me.
But you do, because this is your community. So if you were, I guess what I'm asking is, if you were to say that you could not stomach this anymore. You could not stomach the explanations that were given to you, but you still wanted to keep the community, but you could not participate with that in the church confines. If you tried to start a social group outside of that, knowing that most of the people within this belief system would not, if you decided to walk away, most of these people that you consider close would not engage with you anymore. Does that sit well with you? Like, how do you feel about that? Like, because you and I both know that if you question too hard, you're going to be ousted, right? And once you are ousted, they're going to assume that it's because you are under the influence of something not of God. We could say of the devil. Like, that's kind of just the MO. How does that sit? Like, does that hold you there? Do you feel like that's a tie that keeps you there? And how do you feel about that?
No, how do I say this? I'm very, very transparent.
Yes.
And anybody, I mean, I think I just came out of the womb that way. I don't feel the need to hide who I am, because I think, and I don't mean this to sound all uppity, I think I'm a pretty nice person. And I think my actions speak for me, as far as I'm kind. I don't go out of my way to make people uncomfortable or feel not part of I want everyone to be happy.
But okay, so those are two contradicting things, right? Like, you say you're going to be who you are, and yet you also say you're not going to make waves, you're not going to make people uncomfortable. Those two things cannot exist sometimes. If you are, if you're holding a mindset that goes against the status quo, just like when you were like, I've got some questions, really, really important questions to you. These are soul-shaking questions. These are belief-shattering questions. But dude seems a little busy, so I'm gonna self-abandon real quick. I'm just gonna do a little casual self-abandonment and let him go about his day. It's the holidays, and so, like, I see your steel. I see your steel, but also I see that wrapped in marshmallows, where it's like, okay, I'm gonna make this soft for everybody else. I'm gonna make their landing as soft as I can. I'm not gonna put them out in any way. I'm not gonna inconvenience anyone in any way. So, like,
now that this, I should have thought about this a little more than
that's okay.
I did when I answered, because I do actually have just that experience, and it was 30-ish years ago. My husband that I have is my second husband, and when I was married to my first husband, and we had moved from California here to Kansas, where he was from. It was kind of like the beginning of the end of my marriage, but I was pretty well established here. My children were blessed when they were 6 weeks old and went through the basic 8 years of, we were very consistent members. And when it came time for us to divorce, whatever, he turned into a very dangerous individual. And I knew I needed to separate the children and I from him. And I was especially close to two of the sisters. One of them was a multi-generational Mormon who I just adored and had been very helpful to me when my children were very small and my daughter had a major medical issue. And she was just, one of my sweetest, dearest friends. And she told me that I really should probably, make an appointment and speak with the bishop, who at that time was like older than Moses. And so I did as she suggested, and I went in and had a conversation and told him, that I wanted to divorce this man and blah, blah, blah. And he told me that I was going to have a conversation with him and say certain things to him. Now, by then, he was already living in another town, clear across the state. And I tried to explain to him, I said, I can't have that conversation with him because he is a very dangerous individual. And I have two small children.
Right.
And he basically told me if I wanted to be in good standing and my relationship with the church and with God was important to me, this conversation had to take place. At which point I just had to walk away. And my sweet, sweet friend who suggested I make the appointment, I told her what happened. She said, she goes, I'm sorry that he told you that. And I said, I tried to explain to him that there could be really, really bad results from this conversation, and I was not willing to take that chance. And she said, you did the right thing. She said, he does not comprehend what you're telling him, and he never will. She goes, and there is absolutely no reasonable reason for you to have that conversation. And I said, well, I appreciate that. What do I do? I said, because at this point, I feel like if I walk in and he sees me, he's going to, did you have that conversation? I'm going to have to look at him and say, are you crazy? And I really felt like if I did not voluntarily remove myself, I probably would have at some point been put in that position to, I'm not going to lie to him. I'm not going to say, oh, yeah, I had it, just to get him off my back. I would have, I don't know, as much as I am kind and I don't want to hurt people's feelings, I can match energy in a heartbeat. And I did not want a situation to come about where I could never come back. So, and with the blessing of my sweet friend who agreed with my take on the situation, I thought, this dude's, like I said, just ancient. I mean, how much longer can he actually hang in there and be the bishop? At some point, there's going to be a change in authority.
But do you feel like he was a bad representation, like a bad representative of the church at that point?
I thought he was an idiot.
But why would he be called to be a representative of the church if he wasn't actually a good one?
I think there again, because he was multi-generational, he was from
a divine calling, though?
Utah, huh?
Isn't it a divine calling? Isn't the calling based on the word of God?
Well, it's supposed to, but anybody with any common sense is going to understand that as much as it's supposed to be revelation for that calling to be given to him, there's also a human political portion to this. There has to be, or that you never, huh?
Why would there be?
Yeah, exactly. It's human nature. And to think that,
if these are divine callings sent by God through these mouthpieces, these people that are in position to receive the word of God and transfer them to humans, because not everybody can receive the word of God, apparently. Like, why would that be incorrect? Why would this person who is not suited to the job be placed in the job?
Well, I don't want to say that my situation was probably unique, because I can't imagine that at some point in his 80 years of being a member and rising up through the ranks, that he hadn't at least come pretty darn close to situations similar to mine.
I promise you it's not unique. So why would this person who is unsuited for the job be placed there? Why would he be called to that if he's not worthy of?
Well, apparently they're way more important voices who believe he was suitable.
Whose voice?
Well, everybody who would have been, we have people in power, but they also have their little group of advisors, and that's pretty much at every level.
These callings are not from God?
Pardon?
The callings, they're not from God?
I don't know if it was you I was speaking with, but I have already come to the realization that not every appointed power in this church is what they think they are. Do you remember the Mark Christensen ordeal?
Mm-hmm.
That to me,
it was me.
that was okay. See, that was my very first gotcha. Because I was like, wait a minute, hang on. What I have been taught definitely does not jive with what is playing out on the news as, at that moment.
Right. So what is the turning point? Where's the line? Because you're witnessing things in real time where you are told that these are divine callings. You're told that this is the way it is because God said so, and then you're witnessing things and experiencing things that say, no, this is not a divine calling. This is obviously riddled with human foibles, right? But you are still like, oh, well, I'm gonna stay. So like, where's the line?
I guess that's where I believe what my eyes and ears tell me. But when it comes to the church, I can put it on the shelf. I guess I don't know where my line is. I guess I'm fixing to find out.
Why have self? Oh, sorry, King. Go ahead.
Excuse me.
How, or rather, what is leading you to believe that any of this could be something divine?
I'm not sure about how divine some of these placements in power are all the time. I think some of them are probably what I think and wish and feel they should be, but I also can recognize when I see those that are not. And this is only the second real crisis of faith that I've had with the church. And the Mark Christensen deal was definitely not as personal to me as I just thought, what a dummy. The guy I didn't think he was that smooth, and I found it difficult to believe that so many in such high positions could be so just bamboozled. To me, it didn't appear that, he wasn't the Einstein of our times. I'm just saying this Christensen dude, to me, came off as a slicky slick from day one in my mind. And then to find out they had kind of like compounded the whole situation by spending so much money buying all these fake documents. I mean, seriously, the dude said he found the very first document ever printed on the very first printer brought to the colonies. And I thought, really? And yet nobody has seen it? Come on, people. Hello.
So what if oh, sorry, go ahead.
If you know there's so much corruption within the church.
Now, I did not say that. I said I have had 2 very challenging incidents. I did not say I find there to be a lot of corruption. I'm only...
You did say that people in high places of power might not be there for the right reasons. Is that not corruption? And previously they had spent so much money.
I don't know if some of it is corruption or if some of it is just an intentional willing to overlook some things, especially among the older. Like, I'm 63, and when I say older, I mean older than me, especially the multi-generational, who seem to be the ones that are, the majority that hold the greatest power. They're less, I don't know, they're more willing to, maybe it's just to maintain, I don't know, I don't know how to say it. I'm sorry.
Isn't that what you are doing?
Yes, that's
so
ugly.
Why would we judge them for being willing to overlook things that may shake the status quo, may remove them from their community?
You're right. I'm just being very biased, aren't I? Oh, that's horrible.
Well, it's not horrible. I need you to give yourself grace because this is your life. Like with this belief system, the religion is your life. Your life is the religion, and the community is the religion. All of it's intertwined. And so, like, what's interesting to me is to judge those, and they should be judged, right?
The church, or the Bible says we should judge the church.
Right. So this intentional willingness to overlook things that will be uncomfortable, that may cause issues, you're doing the same thing. What if everyone is doing the same thing just to maintain the status quo? What if everyone in there, nobody's ignorant? What if they've all been faced with the same, everybody has the access to the scriptures?
That means everybody is buying in to a false narrative.
Why would they? Why are you?
Oh, gosh. For personal comfort.
That's okay. That's okay. But now, being uncomfortable with that, it's not really comfort anymore. So what do we do now?
I'm just trying to find an area where I can continue to exist in a place where that's just like one of the 2 things in my world that give me comfort.
Is there community outside of church? Have you thought that yet? Have you tried to find groups, social groups outside of church yet?
Well, I worked at the same the same company for the same gal who I thought was one of my very best friends. I have like 5 of them. This is all. And this past summer, well, I retired a year ago, mostly because of my health. And then
You're 63. You can retire. I give you permission.
thank you. But yeah, I worked for her for 25 years. And then it was like July or August, because it was in the hottest part of the year for Kansas with 100 plus degrees, where it's 90 something by, 11 o'clock in the morning. And in June or August, July or August, I had a disagreement, and it was the second one I'd ever had with my friend in 25 years. And she just got ridiculously ugly. And it was funny because I had driven halfway across the state to drive her back to where I live. And she made me so angry. Wow. She actually jeopardized my health at the same time. And I was so angry, I didn't even tell her she needed to find her a new ride. I just got in my car and left. And then my sweet daughter talked to me for the 2.5-hour drive home because I was just so shook up about it. But as much as I liked the people that I worked with, they weren't close friends. They were pleasant acquaintances. I liked them. We did company related activities together sometimes. But where I live, it's a very small town, and it's pretty well split between, the church people and the not church people. And I don't know, most of the people around here that I've known for the 35, 40-ish years I've lived here, they're heavy drinkers. They're, drug addicts.
Are you sure? All of them?
Not all of them. But the people that I have been exposed to, and I don't know, most of the people that I have come in contact with, I don't share a lot in common with, as far as, I don't know.
You come into a live panel full of atheists or pagan beliefs, or we share something, which is why we get along. We're chatting, we're trying to understand one another. Do you feel like that's beyond this group where you're at, outside of the church? Like, for me personally, I doubt that there's that big of a gap. I doubt that there's nothing that you can connect on.
Well, another thing I can tell you, I am in the 13th most red political district in the nation, and I am so not part of the red political scene.
Babes, I am in Utah.
Well, you know what I mean.
Utah. I am surrounded by Mormons. That is the socio-political everything. It is, Mormons inundate everything. You find your people. They are out there.
I guess at church we don't discuss politics, but outside of church, around here, that is the main topic of discussion. It's just everywhere, from the school board to the the elected representatives to the presidency to all of that. And I can't, it's really difficult to be around people like that.
Here's what I'm going to do, Martha. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to challenge you. I'm going to give you
okay.
And next time we connect, because we always connect, next time we connect, I want to hear how it goes. I want you to try to find some other, whether it's on Facebook or whatever avenue you use to find these people. Find people of your same political mindset. Find people outside the church. Find some meetup or some group or some whatever, even if it's just chatting online, that's fine. Find something outside of your belief system where you can connect with people and build community with people, because you have outgrown the community that you've been given. And there's a lot of fear. There's a lot of fear around branching outside of that because this is what you're comfy with. So, like, if you could find other people to chat with, see if you connect with them, if you fuck with them on the same level that you do with the people in your church, like, just see if there's something that may provide that community aspect that you cling so hard to within the church outside of it, and see if there's fulfillment there as well, while you're waiting for your bishop to not be busy with the holidays. So you can ask these hard questions. Like, in the meantime, see if there's another place you can find that fulfillment that you find within the community of the church.
The only real appealing, I don't know, group that I was thinking I might check out is we have a senior citizen center here, and it's mostly ladies that Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, 8 o'clock, they go up and they have a age-appropriate, what do you call it, exercise little group.
Like physical exercise, like silver sneakers type deal?
Yes.
Do it.
Because I was thinking if
Did
I...
you say...
Go ahead, dear. Go ahead, dear. How do you...
Nose raccoon said silver stinkers. And
Yeah, silver sneakers.
See, slippers.
This is known. So I'm a gym rat. I'm a muscle mommy. Silver sneakers. That's like a known, like...
Sneakers.
Yes,
Okay.
not stinkers.
No,
I heard
not stinkers.
Who knows? I might get up there and find a few of those, though, too.
Yeah, you can find a couple of those in every group. But no, sneakers.
That's too funny.
Martha.
This is why I ask clarifying questions.
It's a good one.
Not
For
the
the record,
silver,
I
silver
also-
stinkers.
I don't want to hang out with stinkers.
No, we avoid those.
I did also hear stinkers when you said that.
That's funny.
My bad.
Really quick, gotta thank Shell for the sparklers. But I know that Barfing Toaster had a question for you, Martha. And
Okay.
He's a polite gentleman, despite
Lovely.
the name.
Hi, good evening,
Hi.
everybody, and very nice to meet you, Martha. I always appreciate when you come on the show because you're always so willing to consider questions.
Thank
and
you.
I think that's a very admirable quality. What I wanted to ask is, first I want to talk about this story that has a very interesting example in it. There was an author who wrote a short story about a animal, sort of like an elk, that this particular elk, for some reason, grew a very large set of antlers that made it very difficult for this elk to make it through the forest, and oftentimes would not be able to sort of keep up with the rest of the elk in his community. And but it also gave him an incredible amount of defense from predators. The choice that this elk has at this point is, does it choose to break its antlers off and go live with the other elk that have smaller or no antlers at all, or does it continue on with its defensive abilities to go out and explore and live perhaps a more solitary life, but one that could be full of all sorts of exploration and experiences. And what I would like to kind of relay this to is, do you think that there may be choices in your life wherein you are essentially breaking your antlers off out of a desire for, could be anything, comfort, could be belonging, community, could be just a particular singular friendship even. And the follow-up question, do you think that if you didn't break those antlers off, that you would still be able to live a fulfilling life?
Well, let me add one more thing to your story. He with the biggest antlers gets the most girls, so at least once a year he's very happy. Back to the question. I don't know. Being in the church also gives me an avenue to perform service for my community, and I really enjoy being of service to the people that I care about.
Yeah, and that's fine. There's no real wrong answer here. I just
I don't know. I don't know if I could find a community where I would feel, well, 95% of the time, where I would feel so comfortable with so many of the people that I interact with on a regular basis. And at this stage in my life, I just don't want to go out and hunt around for a place where I feel accepted for who I am. I mean, there's a lot of comfort in being around people that you share some of the more important things in life with, And I don't know if I would find a community that I feel like I would have so many of the same concerns or values, or I don't know, just things that we can agree on.
Yeah, and that, I think that's a normal desire to have in life, and like I said, there's no real wrong answer here. I just I wonder if perhaps, do you feel some of those feelings when you were here with us?
I was telling Kat that this community has been, in my own verbiage, a very big blessing to me at a time that I feel very supported with this community. I do. I have had so many interesting and kind people interact with me. Very sincere, just sweet, loving people. And it's been a huge blessing for me.
Well, we enjoy having you around for a lot of good reasons, and I. So the other little part of my question was, do you think that if you were to choose a different path in life and sort of not consciously break your antlers off, so to speak, would you still be able to live a life that is fulfilling and satisfactory to your needs?
I'm not sure. I would need to find new ways to provide service for my human family. And I don't know how I would be able to feel fulfilled in that area and feel as safe as I feel providing service in the community that I have with my church. Like, I feel safe as far as not just physically, but I feel safe physically also because, I mean, I know all these people and I have talents that are appreciated. And I don't know that I really know that many other people that I could be, that I would feel fulfilled in that way.
Okay, but do you think that there are people out there who would be able to fill that gap for you?
I don't know. And another thing that just popped into my head, I'm not in an abusive marriage, but I'm not in a happy marriage at all. And my connection with the church is something that I'm not questioned about. I don't have to explain it. I definitely don't. I'm not a ask for permission person. I left home at 13. I am not the type who will, I don't ask for permission. And if I were to enter or find a different or unknown group to try and, come into, that I could see where that could cause an already less than happy situation to get worse. And I'm not in a position where I can change this. For me to leave my marriage, I would be, well, financially, I couldn't, it's just not possible. I would have to go to work on a, like a full-time job, and I'm just not physically, I mean, that would not be a good deal for me. I would not be able to support myself in it wouldn't be economical.
I see.
I'd rather be, just very, it's a very quiet house. My husband retired in September after 40 years in the packing house, and I think in 3 months we've said 20 words. So it's not like it's abusive or verbally, conflicts going off it's not that. It's just very quiet, very lonely, but it's very, you can get used to anything. I'm living proof. I have, pardon?
Do you feel like the marriage is based on church expectations?
Oh, absolutely not. It is based on the it's built on deception because who I married was not who he is. But I didn't know that till we were well into it.
Do you feel like living authentically would strip you of the security that your marriage provides?
I feel I live pretty authentically. I just live pretty lonely.
Do you think that if you were to question the church and potentially even leave the church, that would fracture the marriage further?
No, but it would definitely cut off one of the few
Commonalities that still remain.
comfortable outlets that I do have.
Yeah.
I have another place where a friend of mine has this really neat little bookstore that sells wine. Now, I don't go up there and drink, but I love her little bookstore, and it's not like going to a bar. She's only open for, a few hours during the day, and she's just a really lovely person, and I enjoy going up there. But, I mean, other than that, the grocery stores or, getting gas for my car or whatever, that's really about my only away from home activities. And yeah, if I quit the church, I would be a much lonelier person. And I'm pretty lonely right now.
Have you looked at volunteer opportunities outside of the church in your community?
No, I have not. But what an idea.
Yeah, that might be a worthy endeavor because, I'm not a religious person. I'm not involved in any religious communities in my area, but I literally volunteer 5 days a week. I do a lot of things with my kids' school and also outside of that with the local shelters. It's very fulfilling and it's not religiously based at all. And you find community because people share the same values. And I wonder if you might find something. This is totally off topic and it's not Socratic at all, but I wonder if you might find something.
I would totally love that. I love old people.
That's what I mean. So fine. And they're begging for volunteers. I promise you. I promise you.
I do know that to be true.
Yeah. I wonder if you might find
what a lovely idea.
Yeah.
No, I've been too busy sitting here sulking in my misery.
Well, you
Easier to
don't
sulk.
need to do that.
Pardon?
I said you definitely don't need to do that.
For sure. That is a lovely idea. I would definitely get to check into that. I hear a little bit of exercise does wonder for the mental yuckies. So maybe if I get a little exercise, I'll feel a little better, and then I can do a little volunteering.
It can, but again, the key piece of your attachment to the religion is community, and you will find that outside of that. You will find that in your volunteer efforts as well.
That's true. That's very true. And I'll bet you some of them read the Bible. We could probably even have a nice little conversation.
Precisely.
I bet you
You're a
some of
doll.
them
I
might
love
have
you.
questions. Some of them might even have different beliefs.
Oh, but I'm a live and let live girl. I think that's the joy of being human. We should all believe what we want to believe and feel like it's a good thing, as Martha would say.
Well, I will question that every time, Martha. And I'll question you every time you come up. But I really appreciate you doing so.
I appreciate you all tremendously as well. I love you all. Have a wonderful night.
Thank
you as well, Martha. Thank you.
You too, Martha. Can we get a W for Martha in the chat, please?
Oh,
bye.
Absolutely. Bye, Martha. Take care. Keep asking questions. Yeah, definitely W's for Martha. Thank you, Martha. And if anybody else does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, you're capable of questioning your beliefs, well, go ahead and request on up. I see a few people in queue. I don't know who's been waiting the longest, but I imagine they're probably a ghost by now. Let's see who is really there. Also, we're up to 88,000 likes. That's pretty amazing, guys. I really appreciate you. There's 125 of us in here. If we all tap just a little more, I bet we could break 100K in no time. And maybe even bring a few more people in here who are curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. It is always a pleasure to hear from Martha. And I hope the volunteer work thing, well, I hope she looks into it. That might be exactly the route for her. Hello, Ashley. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hey, I'm 37.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I recently started thinking about beliefs, and I'm kind of like deconstructing from Christianity. Maybe like 2 months ago now. But I would want to talk about, what is it that I still believe, or yeah, does that make sense?
Yes, Ashley. So what is it that you still believe as far as gods or the supernatural?
So I think we can't know. For sure if a god or gods exist. It seems like there's no evidence.
What would you expect to see for evidence for or against a god?
No, I think I don't know.
That's a fair answer, Ashley. Go ahead.
Yeah, but even though I don't know if there is a god, it's like I do interact with one in some way or another. Like I do still, I guess you could say, believe or like think
Act like
about.
there is.
Yeah.
You act like there's a god there.
Yeah, something like that. And but I've been maybe like questioning the attributes that, if this god exists, like what are they like? Or
let me ask why you would act like there's a god there. What is it that you're acting like is there?
well, it might be in the back of everything. Like what it truly might be is like something similar to determinism. I don't know if it's like hard determinism or like a mixture, but there's just this strong sense of like me not having control over basically anything other than exactly what I decide to do. And it feels more natural to identify that lack of control. Like if I feel anxiety about it, than it does to be like talking to a physical process. I don't know if that makes sense.
You're saying it makes more sense to you, or it feels more comforting. Which one is it that you talk to a god rather than a physical process?
It makes I guess it feels more comforting. But I do believe that it's true that there are things that are out of my control. Like, for example, if a friend of mine gets sick, or if my work project is really far behind, and if I'm doing my best, those kinds of things.
But it brings you comfort to think of those things outside of your control as though they are being manipulated by a god.
Yeah, and I think it's more about recognizing that the things are out of my control than it is about giving any kind of importance to, what it is that the outside forces will decide to do. It's not about begging for help or anything like that. It's more about just like recognizing, like,
do you pray?
Yeah, like I'll say, like the Serenity Prayer is an example because it's famous, but it's kind of like that kind of prayer. Like,
so when you pray, it's more of a sort of a self-empowerment, self-reflection.
I think so. Like,
recognition of what you can and can't do.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and it brings me not just comfort, but like clarity.
But it's not asking for something external to do something for you.
No, it's recognizing that there are things external that I cannot do and that are out of my control.
In what way is this God?
In what way is it God? Ah. Yeah, maybe it is, maybe it isn't.
Fair enough, Ashley. Good answer. Is it important to you that what you believe is true?
Not that. So if God is solution or not, that to me is not important if it's true. I do have another belief that I do think is true, and it would be important to me if it were or were not true. Which is that I don't think it's useful, at least for me right now, to think of things in terms of good and evil dichotomy. I found that to be very confusing. So like when I'm evaluating, for example, the God of religious text, or if I'm evaluating my own decisions, or like if I want to do something or I don't want to do something, the waters get really murky if I think like, is it good or bad to do this or to do that? But when I ask, does it help or hurt? I just find that I get a lot of clarity from that question.
So for you, it's not a matter of things being good or evil. It's about them being helpful or hurtful.
Yeah, yeah, and it would matter to me to know if that were true, and I do think it's true.
Well, really quickly, I do need to speak past you for just a moment. I've got to thank Heather's Descent, Rob, Cat DeWitch, and Shell for helping with the goal. I do appreciate y'all so much. I hear you saying that's the belief that would matter to you to be questioned, to know if it's true or not. The belief that that good and evil are not as important as helpful or hurtful. I'm more interested in knowing about why people believe in a God or not. And I appreciate, though, that you do have this journey that you're going on. I'm curious, what is it that has what is it that has made you what is the biggest question that led you away from Christianity?
It felt many things were happening that felt like they were perhaps hurtful to people.
Things that felt they were hurtful to people, so it went along with this moral framework that you've constructed.
Yeah, for sure. Well, how do I sum this up? But yeah, I moved to Argentina as a missionary, and the church was quite small. And just watching the youth group all feel like they had to marry someone within their own religion. Well, that worked out quite fine in Tennessee because there was like 1 million of us. But in Argentina, where it was a group of 250, the girls were like sad all the time because there weren't enough Christian men. And then, the gay men were not allowed to really explore that at all. I mean, I just cried about it a lot, like not like every day or something, but when something would come up. And then the straw that broke the camel's back was when 2 of my best friends fell in love, and it was something they had to hide from their parents. And I in parallel, I was very aware of my own sexuality, that I was a lesbian, but I took it like a path of celibacy. And obviously, I'm sure I was projecting on everyone else, but it's just always so easier to see it like in others than it is in yourself. And when I was really good friends with the 2 of them, and just how much they were suffering from not feeling like they were able to pursue dating each other, that was like the straw that broke the camel's back. And I felt like my friendship, I want my friendships to mean that I love my friends. I don't want it to mean that I'm here to encourage my friends to act in a certain way. That's not helpful. And yeah, that's when I didn't leave immediately. This was like 10 years ago. But yeah, I started changing my behavior. I didn't go to church anymore. I had to go get a job. It was like a whole thing. And then 10 years later, just thought, I haven't thought about religion in a while. I guess I could think about it now, and kind of started questioning the beliefs behind all that. 10 years after I changed my life,
So,
I guess you could say. Yeah.
So it's been 10 years since you left Christianity.
It has, but until 2 months ago, I probably would have said like that I was Christian. I don't know if that makes sense.
You would have said it to pass.
No, I
you would
think
have said it because you thought it still.
I thought it still. I thought, like, yeah, it was a kind of just a, yeah, it was almost a harmful belief to me. I think I believed I was probably going to hell.
Do you still believe in an afterlife?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I think it's possible.
You think what is possible?
I think it's possible that after we die, some form of consciousness continues to live, either is reincarnated in another body, or just lives without the body. I think it's possible.
Some form of our consciousness just lives in another body or without a body.
Yeah.
What is it that lives, that goes on?
I guess it would be like the soul, if there were one.
Do you believe in a soul?
I'm waiting to see what happens with AI. if 50 years from now AI is developed and had a consciousness emerge, then we'll know that natural processes or synthetic ones can allow consciousness to merge. But if that doesn't happen, then we'll know that we have a soul. I should probably just read books instead, huh?
I don't know, actually. So you're saying that if we can't merge consciousness with AI, then it means we have a soul.
It would be likely, yeah.
What then would a soul be? What is soul?
I guess it's like the part of you that knows you're you. Like obviously the brain is the physical that produces thought. Like I'm not disputing that. But cells come and go, right? And then the consciousness is still there. And so it just seems like there's some kind of sense of permanence that I don't know.
You say there's some kind of sense of permanence.
Yeah, identity, permanence. So like the whole cells
Why
of my
would there
body.
be permanence?
Well, if you didn't have a body, I guess that's a good question. Currently in the body.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, but all the cells, they regenerate every 7 years and you still know you're new. You.
The cells regenerate. Do you think it's possible that the reason why you are still you is because that process is like one piece at a time, not all at once?
Yes, that makes sense.
So then the permanence there, or the seeming permanence, would be because the consistency of the sum of the parts. But once the parts shut down, why would there be any consciousness or identity persisting?
I do not know, but the NDEs, that I've read about or heard about, I guess I found them a little bit persuasive.
So you've read about and heard about NDEs. Have you ever spoken to someone who had an NDE, but instead of an experience, they had nothing?
Oh, you mean, yeah, just like somebody, I could ask my uncle. He was in a coma for a couple of months. Yes, he never brought anything up, so it's possible he didn't feel anything supernatural.
Is it possible because, or is it possible that people feel these supernatural occurrences happen, and that what's happening is their mind is showing them this, sort of like a dream?
Yes. But it does seem like a lot of people report quite similar things, so that calls my attention.
Could that be because of expectation? Like people similarly dream about going to a public place without their clothes or falling off a cliff, and right?
Yeah,
Is
like
it not possible it could just be that same kind of common dream?
yeah, like because of shared mythology and shared ideas. Yeah, it is possible. But I think on that one, I'm probably going to leave like a little hope jar, like 20% hope that yeah.
Do you have well, is that hope jar because you need or want the comfort of some kind of afterlife?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's very. I just always believed it my whole life. It seems kind of strange, like it's to just like not exist.
The alternative to afterlife would be nothingness, right?
Nothing. And then you do think about material reincarnation. I just made that up. I don't know if it's a real word. But whether you're cremated or buried or whatever, the material from your body would likely contribute to something. Like it would be reintegrated into the earth.
Mm-hmm. If for your consciousness there is nothing after, is that frightening to you?
So if there's nothing, like I could just die and be gone. Oh, sorry for saying that word. I could just unalive and not be here. Yeah, it is frightening, yeah.
Why is that?
The first thing that came to my mind is because I just really like life, enjoy it. Yeah, maybe just lose. That would be like the complete loss of control. You just wouldn't exist anymore. It's kind of scary.
The reason I ask why it would be scary is because if you didn't exist anymore, what would there be to fear?
Logically, nothing, right? You wouldn't feel anything. You wouldn't know.
So if there is nothing to fear, nothing to feel, nothing to know, would that be more desirable or less desirable than infinite afterlife of perpetual experience?
Sorry, so the question is which would be more or less
Which is more desirable to you? It's which do you want? Yeah, no right or wrong.
Yeah, I'd rather live forever. That'd be great.
Do you think that could ever get boring?
Yes. Yes. It could, yeah.
Do you think you would eventually want for an end?
No, I don't think I would.
That's fair. That was really just personal preference. I was curious. I don't know that I have any more questions, but I really appreciate you coming up, Ashley, and I wouldn't be surprised if somebody else on panel has a few.
Yeah, you spoke a little bit about determinism and the idea of some kind of, whether it be God or other force, sort of being in control and guiding everyone through life. Do you think that if that were true for you, it would be true for everyone?
Yeah, it absolutely would be. But I don't think force guiding is necessarily accurate. It's a bit more chaotic than that. I mean, it's like if you threw a cup on the table, and broke it into 1,000 pieces, it's not really like predictable. Like you couldn't know where the pieces would land, but you also could assume that they could have only landed in a certain way, given the way that you threw the cup. So I'm not saying that determinism is throwing the cup. Determinism is what's determined about where the pieces would land, and it's quite chaotic and not really guided in any way. It's always just the natural result of what happened before.
Okay. I guess that kind of brings into question what parts of life fall into which category. Because I was curious if there were sort of a predetermined path for all of us, why do you think that a God would choose a path for your friends who fell in love with each other? Why do you think he would choose a path that would cause them mental and emotional pain?
Yeah, he absolutely wouldn't. That wouldn't be helpful. So yeah, if there is a God, definitely not all powerful. For sure not like moving his fingers to move the pieces on the chess table. For sure not that. It's just I guess it would almost make more sense to believe in something like luck or like a muse or something like that if I was to personify whatever it is that I believe in.
Okay. I thought I had another question that it left my mind. I'm sorry.
Does a God have to be real for it to be meaningful?
Definitely not. Definitely not.
Do you find meaning in the idea of God, whether it's true or not?
I do. Yeah, I do. And also I think it's important part of the process, right? So like the first thing a friend of mine said when I told her I was an atheist a couple of weeks ago, she's like, "You're not an atheist, you're just mad at God." And I took that critique. I thought there may be parts of me that do still believe in God, and so it might make most sense to slowly deconstruct who I think he is or what is it that I am personifying. To not get into that to not be in a fight, so to speak, with something, whether or not it really exists. That energy or anger or like relationship, if you will, with the imaginary being has, I think, psychological impacts. And so for me at least, it's useful to deconstruct piece by piece.
No, I don't know if I have any more questions. Thank you, Ashley, for coming up and
Thank
answering
you
the
guys.
questions honestly. I really appreciate you. I hope that you keep asking questions, and if you do come to any more conclusive answers, definitely bring them back to us. We'll want to question those too.
Absolutely. Have a good day.
Thank you. W's for Ashley in the chat. She was already questioning before she got here, but I appreciate her answering honestly.
Yeah, it's always nice to have guests who are willing to think and consider the questions we pose.
It is very refreshing. Hello, soul brother. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Did you mean to join us? I'm gonna guess not. If you did, of course, you can always request again. But I think the next person in line might actually mean to be here. But we'll see. Hello, Lily. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Lily going once. Lily going twice. And I'm gonna guess Lily is not with us. Maybe we rushed Ashley off stage too soon. If anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, well, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I'm not even really interested in burgling your gods. Excuse me. I just want to know, if you can question your beliefs, then what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it? What has you so convinced? What is it that compels you to believe? I think it's probably... Oh yeah, it's way too early for poetry.
Oh yeah. Do you even have a poem finished?
No, I haven't even thought about what kind of poem to read yet. Did Raccoon fall asleep? I'm gonna guess Raccoon fell asleep. Yeah, it happens sometimes. Everybody falls asleep eventually.
It is sort of inevitable. Sometimes I do like to think of life as just the journey from nap to nap.
That's kind of depressing. I mean, unless you really enjoy your naps. I've always thought, well, not scornfully, but definitely pessimistically about the idea that we sleep a third of our life. That's a lot.
Yeah, I guess sleep is kind of maybe a little different experience for me because I love to sleep because I have very vivid and detailed dreams that pretty much every single night and every time I fall asleep. So it's every time I go to sleep, it's like I'm going to another world.
For some, that sounds amazing. For others, terrifying.
It's a mixed bag, that's for sure.
Can you dream lucidly?
I have found a few times that I was able to, but for one reason or another, I found that choosing to change the dream in some way would mostly make it more unpleasant than not choosing to change it.
Hazelnut's trying to manifest us a believer.
Well, I hope so.
Got me questioning dreams.
Well, hopefully her manifesting produces some people.
I don't know. I'm not sure that I believe. It's not that I don't have faith in Hazel, it's that I don't have belief in manifestation. So we sit with an empty cue, and the only way that'll change is if a believer who can question their beliefs and is curious enough or courageous enough to try requests up.
Yeah, I too have always felt like manifesting is well, it's an interesting concept. However, I feel like if I were to live my life walking around constantly with the belief that there is always money I can find on the ground and all I have to do is find it, I'm going to go through life looking for that money. And if I don't have that belief, I may, if there is any money at all, I may miss it completely. But for the person who believes that is true, every time they find a piece of money, it affirms that belief. And so it kind of comes into questions like, is manifesting you creating things in the world, or is it just that you are reaffirming these beliefs that you've created by seeking them out?
It certainly seems like seeking them out. Kind of like seeking out 100,000 likes when we're at 107,000 likes. It's like I manifested it. Thank you guys for tapping the screen. I didn't manifest it. You did. You tapped that screen and shared the live and got more people in here to do the same. And maybe if we keep doing that, we can get a few more people who might actually be able to question their beliefs. Of course, then somebody might say we manifested them. I wonder if they would have already been there had we not assumed. I wonder if they would have been there had we done no tapping. Let's not do that and maybe call off the whole experiment just so that we don't have to do the control where we don't tap.
I mean, we can try it, but I think it probably will be more beneficial if we all tap the screen. But you're right, perhaps not. We don't really know.
We don't. No. Marley says that she manifests by charging pickles in the moonlight. I'm not sure what that means, Marley. But that raises so many questions.
So charging pickles. What exactly do you mean by charging? Because I don't think they have electrical capacitance.
So,
hello, Marley. Before
hi.
you tell us, you gotta remind me your age for TikTok.
I'm 29.
And I'm gonna ask you the usual questions, but do tell us what you mean by charging pickles.
Yeah, so because y'all were talking about manifesting, and I kind of like did some research on that a couple years back, and they like there's like a method or there's different methods you can use to kind of manifest things. Like, you can use crystals, or different liquids and stuff like that. But
What is
basically,
manifesting to you?
manifesting to me is like basically setting an intention of something that you want, but it's kind of like a practice of, you're supposed to kind of act or think as if you already have that thing, and then it kind of comes to be in your present, like reality, as they call it. But as I was saying about the pickles, I was saying like you can charge them like how you would charge crystals, like depending on the moon cycle. So whenever there's a full moon, there's different crystals you can use that are supposed to help with different things.
Charge crystals.
Yes.
So you charge crystals and pickles by moonlight.
Yeah, I mean, it
And
doesn't have to be
this is-
pickles. Like you can use like a bottle of wine. It just
And this
just
helps
like
with-
some kind of liquid.
This helps with manifesting, which was setting an intention. And when you do this, you set this intention and charge the pickles, the thing happens.
Yeah.
Do you have to do anything to make the thing happen, or is it just the charging of the pickles and the wanting of the thing?
So you're kind of supposed to like set your intention. So I actually tried this and I was kind of just messing around. Like I didn't really know if I believed in it or not. Like I just kind of wanted to try it. But I kind of just did it as a joke one time. Like I used to actually like believe in it more, but then I kind of forgot about it. And then something reminded me about it because there was like a full moon that night. And I had remembered like one time I was like in the parking lot somewhere like in the morning and there was like a jar of pickles. And I was like, oh yeah, there was a full moon last night, so somebody must have set their pickles out. And so I like got reminded of that. And then I was like joking around with my boyfriend one day and I was like, oh, like there's gonna be a full moon tonight and I actually have a full jar of pickles. And I was like, he was like, oh, we should put them out and like try to manifest. And I was like, okay. And at the time I like was really sick of my job. I had been in my job for like 4 years and I was like looking for a new job for like the longest time, like applying and just like had no luck. And I was like, I'm gonna try to manifest a new job. So I got my jar of pickles and like we went outside and we both like set our own intentions. So we just like kind of held the pickle jar and we just like closed our eyes and we were just like, imagine that we already had that thing. So I just like put myself in the state of like, I have a job that I enjoy kind of thing. And then I set it out. I probably sound crazy right now. I just like set it out overnight. And then the next day I got them from outside and I ate one of the pickles. But I actually do have a new job now. It took 2 months, but I found a new job that I was at. I was at that job for like over 4 years.
Just to check though, did you put in applications?
Well, I had been applying for like probably a year or so, and I was like complaining to all my friends for probably like about that same time. So I had been constantly applying.
You did the work and likely would have landed it.
Yeah,
this
it wasn't
job
like
or any job.
instant. So it wasn't like, oh, the next day, like I got a call, like, oh, let's do an interview. Like it was like 2 months later.
Can you remind me, Marley, because I know I've interviewed you at least once before. Do you have a belief in a God or gods, higher power, anything like that?
Yeah, like yeah. So I was saying I'm Christian.
And is that a belief you can question?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I was kind of talking about last time because like technically stuff like that would can be like considered like witchcraft depending on who you ask. Like if I was like in a Christian group chat or like a church or something, like a Bible study, I might get some eyebrows raised at me if I were to talk about manifesting and charging pickles.
Have you read the Bible all the way through?
Yes.
And I asked you before then, do you believe it to be literal?
Literal.
Do you believe
No.
in a 6-day creation, Adam and Eve, global flood, all those things?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Do you believe in the 6-day creation, Adam and Eve, and the global flood, and all those things?
Yeah, I believe that took place.
Why?
I just do.
You just do.
No, not that I just do. I'm just saying I believe in that creation. I just believe in the biblical studies as opposed to, I think we were talking about this last time and someone was making fun of me because I said I didn't believe in the Big Bang as I don't know, theory, and someone was like, oh, so do you believe in the medium bang or something like that? I don't know.
See, you don't believe in the Big Bang, you don't believe in evolution. You believe that the earth was created in 6 days by a god, in a particular order. And that order is conveyed in Genesis 1.
Yeah.
Does it matter to you if that contradicts with the order given in Genesis 2?
What do you mean?
Well, in Genesis 1, when it says that God created the plants, the animals, the man and woman, in that order. And then in Genesis 2, it says that before the plants, he makes the man. And then he makes the plants, the animals, and then the woman. Do those not seem kind of contradictory in order? Plants, animals, man, woman, versus man, plants, animals, woman. I'm going to guess you're thinking about the question.
Yeah, I'm not
No
fully
worries.
grasping.
Yeah. So in Genesis 1, you've read that before, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it says, it gives a very detailed list of things he makes in a particular order. Right. He starts with the light, and then he separates the waters and makes the firmament and dry land. And then he makes the plants, right?
Okay.
And so that was day 3 when he makes the plants. And then he makes the sun and moon on day 4, and then he makes the the water animals and the fowl of the air, and day 5, and then the beasts of the land, and the man and the woman on day 6, right? In a very particular order.
Mm-hmm.
In Genesis 2, around 2:5, it says that before there were plants in the earth, or any shrubs had sprouted, that he makes a man. Excuse me, I'm paraphrasing a bit, but I think it says before there were plants in the field or shrubs that had sprouted, because he had not made it rain, and there was no man to till the field. But from the ground he makes the mist come, and then he makes a man. So before the plants, he makes a man. And then he goes on to make the plants, and then the animals. animals, and then the woman, in that order. And he gives the reasons like he does with the plants, because there's no rain and no man. He makes the mist and the man, and then the plants. Well, then he does that with the animals too. He says, in 2:18, he says, "It is not good for man to be alone. I shall make him a helpmeet." And then out of the ground he makes the beasts of the land and the fowl of the air, after he'd made Adam. But in Genesis 1, it said those animals came before Adam. Well, before the man.
Wait, where are you saying the contradiction is coming from again?
The order given between the two chapters, if you read them all in context. You can see it in 2:18 and 19, though. When it says, "It is not good for man to be alone, I shall make him a helper." And then in 19 it says, "And so out of the ground the Lord God formed all the beasts of the field and the fowl of the air." So because it's not good for Adam to be alone, God's going to make a helper, and that's when he makes the animals, after he's already made Adam. The contradiction would be with Genesis 1, where I think I'll have to look at which verse it is, when it says that he makes the man and woman in his image. This is after he's already made all the animals.
Okay, so you're saying, let's see. So in 120, that's when he creates, it says like all the water animals, beast, cattle, right?
Okay.
Originally. And then you're saying in 19, it's saying that that's when he is saying that he created the animals again for the first time.
2:19. It is not good for man to be alone. So man is alone. But while you're looking at that and thinking it over, Marlene, I really do appreciate you taking the time to think about it, no matter what your answer is. Thank you all for tapping the screen up to 115,000 likes. I really appreciate all of you. And if we keep tapping that screen and sharing the live out, I'm sure we can get a few more people who are curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs.
Yeah, I kind of just wanted to tell you about my pickle story.
I understand. You can think about this and come back to me if you do find some kind of reason or answer. It's something to think about in the text, and the thing that I would question is it's not a gotcha. It's not something I'm trying to just prove it wrong. I'm trying to see how you reconcile something you haven't seen before in the text, or at least potentially haven't, and to see the way you answer or question this kind of a contradiction.
Yeah, no, that is interesting because I looked up what you were saying last time about the serpent and saying how it never says that that's actually Satan. It's kind of just implied. And I guess someone in the comments was saying something like, oh, it's just talking about the deception as a
Right.
concept.
Which might lead it to another question. I had just pointed you to 2:18 and 19 for the animal contradiction. But there is another thing to consider at 2:17 when God says, but from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, you shall not eat of it, for on the day you eat of it, you shall surely die. The way that that's written, the way that it's understood, is that on the day they eat of the fruit, which happens in the next chapter, that they will die, which doesn't happen in the next chapter. So I would question if the deception is by the serpent or if it is by God himself.
Okay.
But that's something to leave you with, Marlene. You don't have to answer for any of that now, because
You
you
know,
just
it
wanted
was
to
just
tell us
making,
about the pickles.
but I, like on that note, it kind of made me think, right? Because so, like, the concept of that story, like, it wasn't saying like, oh, you're gonna die like right now or tomorrow or whatever. It just meant like, because the intention was that Adam and Eve were supposed to have eternal life, right? And so it wasn't until the serpent came
Are you sure?
and convinced Eve to eat from.
It's another case. It's another case where I would ask you about what's implied and what's actually written. If there's nothing written about them having eternal life, and God says that on the day, and it's interpreted as on the day, the word yom is used there, I would wonder if maybe the idea that it's not on the day that they were going to live eternally, if these are just later additions to try to make the story make sense.
Well, I was just thinking, like, if that was the case, then where did it come to be where it's like, okay, so like they don't talk about this in order. Like, I think Lucifer and the story of Lucifer and why evil is, and basically how he like betrayed God, and God like basically cursed him and kicked him out of heaven, right? So the story goes.
Where are you getting that story?
I think it talks about it more in like John and in Revelation. I don't know the exact verse off the top of my head, but
is it possible that some of that story that you just told is also things added later?
Added later by
Christian tradition, not by what's actually in the word. Like the serpent being Satan.
I mean, I don't think it's that, or like, I think like, I wish I knew like the verses off the top of my head, and I would like search for it if I wasn't on my phone or if I had my iPad open. But I had a point to this story. I kind of forgot where I was going with this, but yeah.
That's all right, Marley. I appreciate you coming up, especially since you only came up to tell us a pickle story.
I'm just curious, what time zone are y'all on?
Oh, I'm in Central. It's 5:30 a.m.
Oh, so do you just get up really early and do this, or is this like your normal?
Means, if early means 5 p.m., yes. Then I get up very early, 5 p.m.
Interesting.
Marley, do you, I want to ask some of the usual questions, but you really just came up to tell us about a pickle. I want to ask, does a God have to exist in order for it to be meaningful to you?
For what to be meaningful to me?
For a God to be meaningful.
Does God have to exist for God to be meaningful to me?
Yes.
How can something be meaningful to me if it didn't exist?
Does Santa Claus have to be? Does Santa Claus have to exist in order to have meaning?
No.
Do fictional characters have to exist in order to be meaningful?
I would no. I mean,
Then why would God?
I think a lot of things can have meaning, but it doesn't. You can make meaning out of anything. Like there could be a stick on the ground, and I could be like, okay.
Yeah. If you can make meaning out of anything, does that mean that meaning is just whatever you decide it is? What we decide it is?
I guess it could be both. Like it can mean different things to different people. Like something that means something to me might mean nothing to you or less importance to you or anybody else.
Marley, I think I have one more question. If you woke up tomorrow and found that there was good reason to believe that your God didn't exist and that the Bible was just a collection of myths and fables, would that change the way that you live your life?
No, I don't think it would at all. And I say that because, like, I guess there's like different times in my life where I've been maybe like more religious practicing than others, or times where I kind of like just don't even, I don't know, really think about it that much, and other times where I'm like more conscious about stuff like that. But my day-to-day life, my morals, my just everything in general, it doesn't change.
I don't often ask this of believers. I ask it of atheists, the other way around. But I'm curious. What do you think it would take to convince you that your God does not exist? What kind of evidence or argument or experience?
That's a tough one, but
And it's fair if you can't answer right away.
I guess I would say if like if there was some kind of like crazy like apocalyptic event that was like severe on like a global scale, that like totally did not align with like what the Bible says, like the end of the world as we know it, or in this sense on Earth, like how it says. Does that make sense?
Invasion or some kind of breaking apart of the solar system.
Yeah.
some kind of
That might sound intense, but
non-biblical Armageddon.
it would have to be like some kind of like crazy big thing where it's like that wasn't supposed to happen. Like that's not what it says is supposed to happen in the end of days, you know? Like this is not the prophecy being fulfilled. This is that's what would make me be like, all right, what's going on?
Has there been any prophecy fulfilled?
I'm sorry.
Has there been any prophecy fulfilled?
I mean, I think that could be up for interpretation. I think there are several things that have like occurred like politically and just in general that could align with stuff that Revelation talks about thus far, like the stuff. And don't question me too much because I'm not a pro on this topic, but like when it comes to just like the Israel stuff and like wars.
It's okay. I said I only had one more question. I've asked like 4 or 5 since. I appreciate you coming up, Marley. If you let me, I'll keep asking you questions. Do you believe that the unbelievers will be thrown into the lake of fire?
So I think so the way like Revelation, I keep referring to Revelation, but it's like the way that Revelation goes is that like there's gonna be like a second chance, like things are gonna get so bad to where like that's what I was talking about, like like the end of the world kind of thing, that like things are gonna be so bad that people are gonna be like yes. So I do believe that at the end of everything, yeah, like if you totally refuse to believe in Christ, then yes. But
So if you totally refuse to believe in Christ, then you deserve fire.
I mean, I'm not saying that you deserve that. But
Do you feel that way?
No, I don't feel that way. I think that someone can be a good person and like not have that belief, but I'm not God. Like I don't make the rules. Like that's not my place to say.
You know, it's not your place to say what happens to everyone else.
Right.
It's like you like the system, but you just don't really worry about that thing
I mean,
that it
I wouldn't
does.
say I like this system. I didn't create it. But I mean, I would like justice for people who are very evil and do horrible things.
You would like... What is justice?
I just mean like, you know, there are people who do really horrible, nasty, evil things. So, and I wouldn't think that that's fair for them to just do all this horrible things and like to have and just get away with it. Like, you know, like, okay, we're all gonna die, but it's like.
But wait a minute. If they do horrible, nasty things and they accept Jesus as their Lord and Savior, they get away with it, don't they?
No.
They get forgiven.
Well, that's the other thing that people like to talk about is like, oh, like, do you, like, are you saved by faith alone or are you saved by acts, right? And so the thing is like, yeah, you can believe in Jesus and that's what's going to get you saved, but that's not all. Like, you still have to repent, right?
Why?
Like because
Why do you have to repent?
Because, well, being Christian, you're supposed to follow in the ways of Jesus Christ, which would be anything against sin. So you're not just
What is sin?
anything that's evil that goes against God's commandments.
Anything that goes against God's commandments. You said also that's evil. What is evil?
The lack of the absence of God, goodness.
So sin isn't anything that is evil that goes against God. And evil is the lack of God.
Well, yeah, I mean, evil would be like the opposite of what's good. So,
Is that just how you define it?
I mean, that's one way to define it.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of, I just think about it as like how darkness is just the absence of light.
Why have you decided that? Why would you define darkness based upon light?
Like in a scientific way, like the color. Oh,
Is it the absence of light? Is that all it is?
I wouldn't say that's all it is. It's just like one way to explain it, I guess.
I'm not sure what you were getting at with it. Why would you explain darkness that way?
Why would I explain darkness as the absence of light? I was just trying to make like the correlation, like evil is just like the or what is it? Yeah, like evil is like the opposite of goodness.
Evil is the opposite of goodness. So goodness would be what?
So I was reading the comments because someone said, I don't believe that at all.
Oh, that always gets you messed up.
What, the comments?
Yeah, it never does you good. It's most of us, though. Reading the comments will just distract you.
Yeah, I was just thinking about like how black, like the color black, it's just like the absence of white. So it's kind of like when there's evil, it's because there's a lack of presence of God, Jesus Christ.
Why have you decided that?
Why have I decided that? I didn't decide it.
Where did you get it? Let me ask it this way. Where is God?
Omnipresent.
So he's everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anywhere God is not?
No.
So where is evil?
Okay, I guess I meant more of like the actions that people do. I meant like when people are doing evil things, it's because they have a lack of like holiness or like
Why
lack
did you
of like
decide that? Isn't that kind of you deciding that it's a lack of holiness, I think is what you said? That it's an emptiness.
I think it's like demonic spirits. I mean, I'm just like think about like a serial killer, right? And people are like how could they do crazy things like that? Oh no, there's the sigh. I want to remind you all shaking.
I didn't mean to throw you off with a sigh. You just can't use that word on TikTok, too.
Wait, what did I say? Oh, the D word?
Serial unaliver.
Oh, oops, sorry.
What was the point you were making?
I was just saying, like when people start to question people like that who do like horrible, evil things, and it's like, is it like a mental disease? Is it, like what is wrong with them, right? But I would think that like there's some kind of like demonic entity.
What is demonic?
I'm scared now.
Because I said, what is demonic? Is it the sirens in the background? Marley, you did great. Well, I appreciate you being here. We'll go ahead and move on. Sorry you got scared. Despite the ending of it, I think Marley still deserves some W's in the chat.
Yeah,
some
definitely.
questioning there.
I had a couple questions for her, but I'll save them for next time.
Mm-hmm. I hope we see her again. And if anybody does have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, you're capable of questioning that belief, go ahead and request up. I'm not here to debate you or argue. I'm not here to tear you down or tell you that you're wrong. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? I'm going to guess they're all ghosts again. One of them even had a profile picture that was a ghost.
That does seem to be a common trend these days.
Mm-hmm. I may have to get a poem ready sooner than I thought. I have been slowly accepting requests, and all of them just disappear into the ether. Yep, whatever ether is.
Yeah, that's another topic.
It's been a belief presented before.
Well, several hundred years ago, it was actually a pretty common belief to have, even among sort of scientific minds of the time. And I don't remember. Somebody did a series of experiments about it and determined that it could not exist. And there were a lot of people who fought him on that for many, many years. But in a practical sense, with the rest of our understanding of how things work, it does kind of become apparent that the idea of an ether probably, most likely, is not capable of existing.
But what about the source field energy? The frequency vibration of everything.
The frequency vibration of everything. I guess I would like to know more about that. What hertz rating is that vibration? Is that something we can all touch and feel and experience?
Variable.
If it's variable, then something is changing it. I guess I'd just be curious to know what would be making that change.
Oh, I have no idea.
Intention.
What is intention?
The actions that people make. It's just labeled as intention.
I have new what the fucks, but I haven't been able to use them yet.
These are all these new what the fucks seem very personal, Thrayle.
What's personal about it, Hazel?
I think this one is the least personal of the new ones. The what the fuck is soul feels very personal. And the what the fuck is what's the other one? What's the other one? There's another one that what the fuck is source? Or like what the fuck is there's another one. I can't remember.
Well, there's worship now. What the fuck is worship?
What the fuck is worship? If you worship a god or goddess or anything like that, come tell me about it. I would love to hear why you believe that, and if you can question your beliefs. How was that one? Like a 7?
It was pretty good. It was pretty good. Crow says she will not be baited.
I was just thinking it might be fun. It might be, I don't know if it's possible with the way that you do these little what the fuck posters. But if you had an ability to add a field right underneath it that put the guest's name under it and a question mark. So you say, like, what the fuck is spirituality, Dan?
Yeah, I mean, it'd be fun for a moment. The problem, of course, is that it's supposed to encourage new requests, new guests. And so it would be really confusing to people scrolling in.
Yeah, I guess that's true. I didn't
If their
think about
name's
that.
not Dan, then now they're not allowed up.
Right.
At least in their mind. Which is why if it had said, what the fuck is spirituality, barfing toaster, Morgan Le Fay might not have joined us.
Well, yeah, because I'm already here.
I'm right here.
Hello, Morgan.
Hello, Hazel. How are you?
I'm great. Welcome up.
How has tonight been?
Honestly, seems interesting. I manifested a believer. It's been great.
Yeah,
we
it's
questioned manifestation.
Ooh.
I ended up scaring a very polite Christian.
Aw.
It
But I feel
wasn't
like
on
that's like an
purpose.
average Tuesday for you.
Is it Tuesday already? You
Yes.
missed the moon
No, it's
pickles.
Monday night.
Miss the what now?
Moon pickles.
Moon pickles? You've never had moon pickles?
No. What the fuck are moon pickles?
So, when you're manifesting, at least according to this guest, you you set your intention, and then you leave pickles outside in the moonlight, and then you
Oh, so we're making moon
And then
water with pickle juice. Got it. Okay.
once you've eaten the moon water pickle, then your manifestation may or may not come true, with like a 2-month variability.
That's so specific. That's so specific.
Isn't it? Like, what are the
It wasn't-
powers of the pickle in this sense?
What were you saying, Thrayle?
It wasn't presented exactly that way, but that is
The general concept.
yeah.
Also, does brand and type of pickle matter?
I mean, that's just personal preference.
Seems like it should be kosher, but I don't know why.
Like that's just like a prerequisite. It makes it like extra clean or something.
I feel like most pickles on the shelf are kosher. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why don't kosher pickles come with like little yarmulkes?
I can't answer that appropriately on TikTok.
Do we need a what the fuck screen for that, Thrill? I think so.
Everything needs a new what the fuck. But I do need to thank 96 for helping with the goal. Appreciate you as always. Thank you. It might be, well, we'll see. Might be coming up on that time.
I always come to entertain people while you edit your poem. That's my portion of this existence. Talk about frequency, or just like talk about how God doesn't actually exist or something. Because if you talk about no God, that normally manifests believers.
Well, yeah, because clearly there's no God.
Obviously. Some people can't say that on this panel, but I can confidently say the pickles are a god.
Really?
Yes. Yes, obviously.
Hello, Ty. Can I get your age for TikTok?
Yo, what's good, little bro?
Can I get your age for TikTok TOS, Ty?
Yeah, I'm 21, buddy.
All right, little buddy. And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, little
Yeah, I
buddy?
do, bro, but why you sound like that, dude?
Which god do you believe in?
I believe in Christ. Jesus Christ.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end, little buddy?
No, I haven't, little bro.
Okay. Why haven't you read it, little buddy?
I just have no reason to. Have you?
Yes. So you say you believe it. You don't
Wow.
find that to be reason.
So do you consider yourself more knowledgeable than most people on the Bible?
No, I'm not interested in being more knowledgeable. Can you question your beliefs?
Yeah.
What does that mean, to question your beliefs?
It means to go either way.
It means to go either way.
Yeah.
Can you question your belief that the God of the Bible exists?
Yeah.
And how do you question that?
by contemplating the goods and the bads and the reasons why he's real and the reason why people
Wow,
sin.
you have like every echo in the world coming through right now.
That's my bad.
Are you covering your phone up?
Yep. Now what?
Yeah, if you cover your phone up, it's hard to hear.
Bro, but
It
why are you
makes
talking
everything
like that,
echo.
bro?
Well, right now I'm getting like a frog in my throat. I keep getting congested, but I'm talking like this because it's how I talk.
Damn.
How do you talk?
I don't know. How do I talk? How do I talk? I don't know. I can't hear myself.
Well, it's just like that.
Yeah, it's just like this.
Well, that's, to each their own, I guess. So, Ty, why do you believe? Well, I guess the first question here should be, do you believe that the Bible is true and literal as written?
Maybe not every single part of it, but most of it, yeah.
6-day creation.
I think most of it is, yeah. Like
The 6 days, Genesis 1. You think that's true?
Yes, I think Genesis is true, yeah. The first page.
The first page.
That's all I've read, bro.
Is the second page true?
I haven't read the second page. I've only read the first.
Why didn't you read the second page?
Because I was thinking about the first page, bro. I had a lot to think about. I didn't, you know what I'm saying?
Is there any possibility that the second page contradicts the first?
I don't know. I didn't read it.
If you did read the second page and came to find out that the second page did in fact contradict the first page by stating that the order of creation was something else rather than plants, animals, man, woman. Instead it went man, plants, animals, woman. Would you still believe that the whole book is true with a big contradiction like that?
Well, like I said, I don't think every part of it's true, but I think the main part of it is true.
What's the main part again?
Like the story of how the earth was created, pretty much just the history of it. And then
How is that true if it's contradicted by the next chapter?
Like I said, bro, I don't know if the entire Bible is completely 100% factual.
Some of it could have been tampered with, and that second page might have been tampered with.
If it was the same as far back as any of the texts we can find, and the contradiction was still there, would that cause you to question the truth of the Bible?
I question everything, bro, but I learned the right side of the questioning.
Interesting. What is the right side of the questioning? What does that mean?
That he is God.
That doesn't sound like questioning. That's called brainwashing. How do you escape that?
How do I escape it? I don't want to, bro.
Oh,
I
see.
It's a
So
willingly
how do you
so-called
question?
brainwashing.
I'm sorry. How do you question when you have brainwashing like that?
You can call it brainwashing. I call it the gospel, bro. You know.
Remember the thing that you said before you did the whole brainwashy thing. Do you remember, or was it just a segue?
Bro, I can't comprehend you, bro. You gotta like speak up, dude.
Yeah. Do you remember the thing right before you did the weird brainwashing?
Yo, Hazelnut, why don't you just unmute your mic?
Hey, you notice how I was speaking, Ty?
Bro, I can't hear you, bro. Yo, Fraser, I like your name.
Goodbye.
Peace out.
I don't know why.
Way to disengage from a conversation.
It was the biggest cowardice I've seen in a long time.
He sounded his age.
That sounds very unfortunate for anyone 21.
Sorry to everyone 21. Also, I don't unmute when people are talking. It's kind of like respectful.
Right.
Yeah, he
I
was
don't
doing
want
that
to interrupt.
He was doing that to be disrespectful and disengage from the questioning because he was afraid of them. It's sad.
Yeah, I didn't like how he immediately started to, ask why you talk that way. It's like, well, because that's his voice,
Like,
It
why the
makes him
fuck
feel
does that
better.
matter?
It makes him feel better about himself if he thinks that
Because then it's not
everyone
as
else is
scary.
insecure.
It's not as scary if I make it silly.
Good morning, crows. Or is it morning? Oh,
I'll say just, yeah.
well, fiskama.
How are we doing apart from dealing with children that haven't quite left behind the idea that they are children?
I mean, that's usually a handful in itself.
Mm-hmm. I don't know how you do it, man. I just fucking either drop them instantly or just rip right through them. They want to be demasculated. Easy. I can do that for you, buddy.
I don't know if it's wanting to be emasculated. I think they think they're going to win.
Do you know what? I should start one of them cash pig lives where they just come up and I use them and they pay me for the pleasure. Do you know what I mean? Maybe that's the kind of content I should be putting out.
I mean, if it fits, it ships, so.
Mm-hmm. You've got way too much patience for idiots. Oh my god, candy cane spoons. I didn't know we had them. Oh, right, sorry. I know, right? Yeah, I don't know how you do it. You've got way too much patience.
I liked when you kept calling him little buddy. That was funny.
Yeah, it was how he started off. The very first thing he said was, "Speak up, little buddy." I was like, okay, that's how we're gonna play. I should have changed it up and gone with Tiger or Sport Champ.
Sport.
We're hearing all of the background, Morgan. There you go. We had a little bit of noise, but that's okay. If anybody watching has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, you're capable of questioning your beliefs. Go ahead and request on that. I've got a few more questions in me before I try to read some incoherent babbling poem about how none of you can question your beliefs. Maybe you'll inspire me to change the part about the moon pickles to something serious about how you actually did question. But I doubt that.
It's not question the crusher, but I have a question.
Uh-oh. I'll allow it.
Okay. Is your disbelief a conclusion? Or are you still doubting some of your disbelief of things like spirituality or manifestation or things that are presented to you in these lives?
I doubt my disbelief to a degree. If I didn't, then it would be dogmatic and unquestioning, and I wouldn't like it. I wouldn't be able to hold it.
I'd rather hypocritical, to be honest.
I'd say so.
Have you ever met a guest that has made you question in your own disbelief?
Yeah. I mean, often I meet guests that make me question the disbelief. Only because the magnitude of their certainty seems in some ways desirable. The assurance that you have the answer, that you know what is real. I can see why they find comfort in it.
Well, on that, as you have just heard, chat, Thrayle is open to conversion. Now is a great opportunity to come up and try and convince him of your beliefs.
Oh, goodness. Because that's what that's what the show is. Come convince me.
Yeah, that
Come preach
question
at
right
me
there.
and tell
It
me
doesn't
everything.
say, "Can you question your beliefs?" It says, "Can you?"
Can you convert Thrayle?
Yeah, can you convert Thrayle?
That's the secret meaning of the prompt, actually. So like if you actually understand the prompt, you'd come up, talk about your beliefs.
If you do have a belief in a god or a goddess or anything like that, and you can question your beliefs, or by doing that, you might subvertently convert Thrayle, come on up and tell us about it. Come convert crows, maybe. Come.
Absolutely not. I'm good, thank you, bro. However, Thrayle's open. He's open, do you know? So
I mean, thank you, Shell, for helping with the goal, of course. Appreciate you as always. Not trying to convert me to Christianity, but helping with the goal. See, that's awesome. Not trying to convert me to anything. Nobody says that they can barely convert kilometers to miles. I wonder if you are more open to conversion than you think you are, crows.
right, go on in, hit me. Let's go.
I'm not going to convert you to anything.
Oh, what you're
just
not going to?
wonder
You're not.
if
You're not going. Hang on.
I do wonder why you believe crows. I don't know how. Is it just experience? Or like,
Because I can. Fuck it. Why not?
okay, convert, I see. And that's like enough?
There's a lot more. There's a lot more to it.
Mm. What's the
No, it's just
more?
cultural.
Okay. What keeps you, like, you believe in gods, right?
No, darling. I believe in
No.
spirits.
What's a spirit?
Not a god.
I get to use it.
I'm going in. Oh, look at that. That's some really pretty artwork.
Is that what spirits look like to you, crows? The like
Well,
colorful things?
I would hope
Cover the
not.
picture
'Cause
right
that
now.
looks
Don't cheat.
that was kind of fucking terrifying.
I really like that the little galaxies behind him have little faces on them.
Is that not just clouds? Hold on. Where's my glasses? Oh my god, there's three faces. Oh, that's quite cool, actually. It's like wee ghosts.
I think those are spirits. Yeah, those are supposed to be spirits.
Oh, I thought they were like, like other galaxies in the universe, but
They do kind of look like Oort clouds.
Yeah, they do, don't they? So, for me, a spirit is a personality of the land, Hazel.
A personality of a land. So it's a like. Has it existed all throughout time and has it changed?
Yes to both.
Okay. Interesting. How do you work with the spirit?
I just turn up and I'm like, alright guys, how you doing? And they're like, alright crows man, how you doing? And I'm like, it's fucking good day man. Pretty much.
That's an accurate representation. Yeah. I
Pretty
can
much. Just
agree.
just turn up.
Just kind of, hey, what we doing?
How are you so confident that these spirits are like speaking with you?
Yeah, listen, lady, calm down. I didn't say they spoke. I'm not sitting there having tea parties in the forest. Do you know what I mean? I know I'm Delulu, but I'm not that Delulu.
You said you spoke to them, so you were saying you were saying things to them. So I would assume that they would say things back for you to believe in them. So they don't talk back.
Not that I'm aware of.
Then why do you believe in these spirits?
Because I do. Like that's it. Like that is it in a nutshell. Because I do. And because I can. And because it's never been disproved to me. It's never been proven either, technically. But it's never been disproven. Do you know what I'm saying? So I can sit comfortable in my Delulu knowing that either way, it hasn't been proven.
Yeah. I don't think that's... I mean, you can be comfortable however you want to choose to be comfortable. Has there been anything that leans towards proof for you?
Lots of things. Yeah, I've had lots of stuff happen. A lot of which I wouldn't be willing to share here. Ever.
That's fair.
Was I meant to follow that up, or were you following that up?
No, I don't know. I was just curious. I get curious about your beliefs, Crow, because I used to believe similar things, and I don't necessarily anymore. So that's why I
That's understandable. A lot of people get disheartened on the path that we're in because they just don't feel like they're grasping it, or they start to like internalize whatever the fuck it is that they're internalizing without realizing that actually the answers that they are looking for, whatever they may be, assuming they're looking for answers, are already right in front of them. They're just not open to seeing them. Or they might find something else that aligns with their morals. Do you know what I mean? I find that a lot of people come to the path because it aligns with their morals and their ethics as a person. And we find that a lot of people, like this is the truth, right? A lot of people leave Christianity and then go into Wicca. And they vibe well in Wicca for a while, and then they leave Wicca and they explore other things. And I think the reason for that is because Wicca offers them like a structure that's not similar to the Bible or Christianity or whatever, but it's more comfortable. It's structured, but it's natural. Do you know what I mean? And it gives them that space to deconstruct and explore the metaphysical realm, and then they can find who they are. It's a whole.
Wicca
Yeah, it's
is
a
a
whole
gateway
thing.
drug.
It fucking is, babe. It absolutely is. I agree. I'm going to
Yeah.
need to put all my petunias outside.
I think
Carry on.
I think I was probably one of those people. I was never really in Christianity, but one of the first like witchy books I got was in Wicca. Then I figured out that it was tied to Christianity still, and I was like, no, thank you.
That's where I deviated too, because my very first book was what was it, Teen Witch by Silver Ravenway.
Mm-hmm. I know that book.
And once I started seeing the parallels between the rituals of Wicca and the rituals of not paganism, but Christianity, I was like, that's not why I'm doing this. Hold on.
But it was comfortable, it was familiar, and it helped to support me, right?
Definitely, for sure.
Yeah, there you go.
What is spirituality?
I don't know, because the fucking... I'm telling
You're trailing off.
Oh, sorry, I was walking around putting my petunias outside. The answer to that changes every fucking day. Every day.
Valid. Absolutely valid.
Like, so what I say it is today, it'll be completely different tomorrow because the culture changes within the metaphysical community. Like, they don't know their arse for their elbow, so they're constantly reconstructing and repainting whatever the fuck it is that it is. Do you know what I mean?
What does it mean
So
to
I
you
don't know.
today?
Okay, for me, it's about being able to look inwards with the knowledge that I've gained from outside of myself, to then balance myself, to then project that out to help other people or the natural world. That's what spirituality to me is. It's a form of internal but external balance which allows me to help heal and support in whatever manner that's needed. Aye, that. Ask me next week and it'll be completely different.
I might.
We're just going to sit and take a record of how often it changes and be like, see, there's no consistency here, that's not a true belief.
I'll get Hazel to make a chart.
I can make a chart.
Tracking trends.
Hazel likes to collect data.
I love data.
Might even find a correlation with the full moon.
Oh, now that is something, right? That would be fucking cool.
Isn't that freaky how those things kind of end up aligning?
And then you come into places like here and then they're like, you're crazy. It's not true.
Meaning where there isn't any.
I don't say you're crazy. I ask why you assume that there is meaning to the full moon.
Because it's pretty.
Because it does, in fact, affect the tides.
And it's made of cheese.
Kind.
It's a big ball of camembert.
And the earth is flat, obviously.
Clearly.
It's toroidal.
The fact you even have to say it.
Are we just gonna get a parade of all the what the fucks tonight?
I'm looking to hit every marker in the next 20 minutes, ladies.
We'll see how fast Thrayle can be with the background.
We had the toroidal, we had the flat. What else do we got?
I mean, I guess you could have cubic or
Can we have
pyramid
The
shape.
other one that feels personal, Thrayle. This is the one that really feels personal to me. I feel like you made it for me.
What about
Who
Well,
was
it's
it
because
that
the
said it looked
purple.
like you had
It's
stink
because
lines in this picture?
Do you know what's funny, right, that you put that up? Because I've been putting out new videos today. I found this new effect on TikTok, right, and it adds like the energy vibe to my workings that I've posted online. So I've taken all my workings off and I'm putting that new filter thing over the top of it, and it's really fucking cool because when I do my workings, that's how I see it, right? So I know you're just like, whatever, oh my god, right, but you need to go watch it because when I try and explain it, I can't explain it very well, but now I have a kind of visual that might help you. Just saying.
As long as you don't start describing the background, I don't think we really care.
There's that one.
What is love? What's a teddy bear?
What? Why is Ted in there?
It does look like Ted.
He's missing a cigarette.
There's a Cupid behind the WTF.
Yeah, I gotta fix it so you can see him better.
You see the little heart hanging out on the other side.
Right, what the fuck am I doing, man? It's 2 days before Christmas and I'm fucking...
Rose, what
knew where it should be.
fuels your magic?
Me.
What part of you, like love or like different emotions or like?
Yeah,
is it
emotion. Emotion. And I think that's what people mean by intention. I don't know though, because I'm not everybody. Do you know what I mean? But like when you're building or working, you set the intention, right? So that's what we would like it to be. Do you know what I mean? And then you match an emotion to that, which then kind of works it in together. And then your ingredients also marry up. You match them up to reflect the intention or the emotion behind what it is that you're looking to do. And then you need to direct it, tether it and direct it to wherever it is that you're wanting it to go. Basically.
That's interesting. I kind
Really
of
simple. You could be like so in terms of like magical healing, you could call it like, I don't know, I want to say pseudoscience because it kind of is. It's kind of like just maybe it's like a crock pot. Maybe that would be better. It's just like a whole load of bits and bobs thrown in together to make a dinner. Do you know what I mean? We would call that like a picky tea or something over here. A pot of soup. Do you know what I mean? Aye, it can be soup. Soup is a good idea. Yes.
What the fuck is soup?
Exactly. What the fuck is soup?
Are there required ingredients for the soup, or can it be created by the individual?
If I had my own way, there wouldn't be a list of ingredients. However, modern witchcraft really does like recipes. If I had my own way, which I am trying, they would be a bit more adaptable and self-sufficient and non-reliant on these recipe books that there are being fucking regurgitated and punted out constantly.
That's 100% my biggest issue right now is the commercialization of it.
Everybody's got to have a book. Everybody. And every book has got to have a recipe and it's got to have a how-to. Like, and then when you read these books, they're all just fucking Wiccan based and there's not an individual thought in there.
Do you think capitalism ruined witchcraft?
100%. Hands down. Now listen, don't get me wrong, right? I have a sword. I love my sword. And I have my shiny fancy things. And I love my shiny fancy things. But that doesn't make me the witch that I am today. 10 years ago, before I didn't have a sword, I was still a very good fucking witch. I just, now I'm a witch with a sword. Do you know what I mean? Like, Like, I don't regret the purchase, fucking love it, but I would still be able to do what I need to do in terms of directing energy. I know, Thrayle, directing my recipe, shall we say, to where I want it to go. Do you know what I mean? Without the sword. It's not necessary, but it's a cool thing to have. But in terms of education within the witchcraft and spiritual communities, capitalism has fucked us big time. Especially since China went, hold on, we've banned witchcraft, but we can capitalise on this, make all of our shit, and sell it to the West. That was a nightmare, and still is a nightmare. I love China though. China's great.
Same.
Fucking love it.
Well, if I say anything else, I'm just gonna repeat what you just said. So
Sorry, babe. Sorry. Capitalism has made access to the craft a lot easier for a lot of witches that otherwise might not be able to access the practice as successfully without it, right? We don't just
it's also
have
watered it down a lot.
we don't just have able-bodied people in the craft. We have people from all walks of life with learning difficulties, mental health issues, physical disabilities. So capitalism has actually had positive effects. Do you know what I mean? Making things easier for other witches that might otherwise not be able to. But it has diluted it. It has its pros, it has its cons in every community. Do you know what I mean? But it has dulled a lot of the connection that a witch would maybe otherwise be able to get elsewhere. That's just my thoughts on it though.
What is ritual?
It's a loaded question. I don't think you realise how loaded that question is.
It's kind of whatever you make it, isn't it?
It could be. I guess. I don't know what it is.
It depends on what way you're talking about it. So could you be more specific?
I just don't. You said ritual. So I asked what was ritual. Because I don't. Is it the same as routine? Is it the same as practice? I guess that would be me furthering the question, but I truly don't know what you mean by ritual.
Okay, so you are going for the loaded side. Right, okay, so ritual in our world has loads of different meanings. Now, you've used regular and repeated as an example. So that would be a ritual. Yes, it could be ritual, and some witches do see it as ritual, but then other witches see it as a form of tradition. If you're repeating the same thing over and over and over again, it could become a tradition instead of a ritual, but that's witch dependent on who you're speaking to. Ritual is obviously it could be going into a specific working that is set up in such a way where it has a more formal format. So for instance, we have a thing in the craft called high ceremonial magic, and the best person to look at for that you would maybe understand would be maybe Aleister Crowley, as an example, not as in a follow him, as in an example. He was quite fond of the high ceremonial magic. Some of the earlier Wiccan rites, they were ceremonial as well, but they also had a touch of nature in there. High ceremony is a way for you to connect into whatever energy, entity, current, spirit, God, whatever it is that you're thinking, in order for someone to invoke that energy to be able to do whatever it is that they're looking to do. If you look at the Norse pantheon, they have their vulvas and stuff like that. Their body would become the vessel for the god to be invoked into their body so that they could carry out whatever ritual that is. If you look at Hecateans, the Hecatean high priestesses, they do the same thing, but it's more methodical. So it's done, it's a ritual with the same idea, but done in a different way. Ritual is entirely dependent on the practice, the belief system, and the pantheon. They all have the same kind of idea, but the act of doing so can be different.
Gotcha. Interesting.
I feel like I'm learning all kinds of things today. I admittedly have not had really much of any knowledge as to what witches or people who practice Wicca even do. I would say probably my best idea of what a witch might be, up until pretty recently, was a lady with green skin and a pointy hat who flies around on a broom. But I know that that's completely ridiculous because that's from cartoons.
The OG baddie.
I mean, you can at least fix the green skin.
In pop culture, each one of those descriptors actually come from somewhere in a form of traditional magic. Okay, so the green skin, so that would come from the medieval times where witches were seen to be shapeshifters during the witch trials, etc., thanks to Christianity, where they would shapeshift into frogs or toads, and that's what gave them the green hue. There you go, green skin fixed. So what you're seeing in pop culture is just an amalgamation of different negative aspects that were used to
And
persecute women.
misunderstandings.
Yeah. To make it evil, it gave it a visual representation so that the governments and the churches could go around just unaliving people, because why not?
And so everybody would have a visceral reaction to anything when it came to witchcraft. Immediately they think of that terrifying image and are afraid.
Yes, because they were very superstitious people back then, and they were very godly, and putting the two of them together gave them
Real.
Rose, if you were born in a Christian household, do you think you would declare?
Babe, I was born in a Catholic household. What are you talking about?
I mean, I guess I should say an American Christian household.
No.
I can't pull any information from that because I can't answer that. It's not an, yes.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Sorry.
It's
I would
okay.
say no though. I'd probably say no. Yeah.
As an American who was in fact raised in a Christian household, no.
Yeah, see, there you go.
I just asked because you said like your beliefs are now tied to the culture that you exist in. So I was trying to think of a hypothetical of you in a different cultural experience and see if it would be different.
I've met hundreds and thousands of witches in America, a lot of them from Kentucky, the Appalachian Mountains, and all that kind of stuff. I know a lot of witches down on the Bible Belt. I don't think I, I would absolutely, one way or another, I think would have found my way to the craft. I think I would just be a part of the struggling diaspora that's trying to reconnect, that I speak with, work with, and talk to every single day.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
It might be time. We're short believers. Unless somebody. Oh, look at that. Hello, Yuba. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
US? No, you know that US like size is different from the like EU. It's
Oh,
customary.
wow. It's a little early to
I'm
be
over
drunk,
18.
isn't it?
Don't worry about that.
Oh, you're.
29. There you start.
I said TikTok TOS at the beginning,
Why
so I
do I
don't know
have to
what
say
your
all that?
tangent was about.
What would you want to say?
Yeah, I don't know if you're just not hearing me or if
No, no, but the fact that you kind of like creepy because the way you talk is so.
There we go. Answer done. It's a little early to be drunk, isn't it? I guess it's.
Says you've never gone to bed.
I mean, it's just afternoon. Hello, Noctis.
Hello, Thrayle. Hello, everyone. I'm well. I'm currently walking around with a hot water bottle on my back, though.
I'm
So
sorry, what's
I look a
going
little
on?
hunched over. Oh, I don't know what I've done. Getting older.
Understood.
Slept funny. Who knows? But I'm warm when it's cold out here. How's everyone else doing?
I'm quite cozy in the studio. Thinking about crawling into bed. It's almost 7 a.m. and we haven't had a believer for the last hour.
Oh no.
Except crows. We questioned crows though.
I know, poor Crows gets it all the time.
I always appreciate when Crows lets me question her because I enjoy talking to her.
Crows is delightful. Everyone's delightful, though, if you ask me, so maybe I'm slightly biased.
And that's okay because we like you.
Hell yeah. But yeah, if there's no believers, then that makes sense, although it will sadden me, Thrayle.
A little saddened me too, because it's not my best poem.
I was sure that talking about witchy woo-woo things would have brought somebody in.
I thought the opportunity to convert Thrayle to Christianity would have just been the fucking icing on the cake.
Right? I would have thought there would have been 30 requests after that.
No, there were no dangleberries. None.
Not a one.
It's a shame. I don't believe, so tell me why you do believe. Don't convince me, but, have a conversation. Tell me the whys and the hows and the maybes.
I mean, we can always just try what the fuck is God for a minute.
What the fuck is God? Can we talk about that? Because I don't know. I don't think anybody here believes. I can't say.
Yeah, I don't think anyone up here believes in a God, so it makes it hard to answer, for us at least.
To me, the least convincing one is a Christian God, though. So I like the awe-inspiring volcano that Kat talks about. I get energy God, obviously. I get Christian God. I don't get. He seems mean.
Not just mean, but two-faced.
Do y'all think God would be a Gemini? I can say that. I'm a Gemini.
But I can say it, I'm a Gemini.
No, God's a Leo.
No, I think God is just a dick.
Is he human? I don't know. I don't think so.
Truly, I think there are too many gaps to have on this earth for it to be plausible that there's a God. So I don't know.
If you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, well, come on up here and tell us, what the fuck is God? And why do you believe it?
It could be the one thing, Thrayle.
What is the one thing?
The thing that me, you, and Kat did the other day.
Oh, the nuke.
Exactly.
I don't know. We could try that, but I'm more inclined to read poetry. To be honest, I might be fading.
Does your poem tell us what God is? I hope so.
No.
The disappointment in your voice.
Should my poem tell you what God is?
With how much you talk about God here, I feel like you should be able to write a poem about it, so yeah.
That was kind of my thought too. Like with this much information on it, maybe you already have the answer.
Oh, I definitely don't claim to have any answers. Hello, old world. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 25.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Gods. But yeah, gods.
Which gods?
I don't know, like Apollo. I don't follow them directly. I don't have like books about them or anything.
You just believe multiple gods exist?
Definitely think Satan's real. And if he's real and Apollo's real, Zeus,
Satan, Apollo, and Zeus.
Yeah. Do they not? They don't work together. Hades. I believe in Hades too, like a god of the underworld.
But then what would Satan's job be if Hades was around?
Well, like I feel like Hades is more of like that, like depression, agony. You know, the devil is more like actiony, like wrath and suffering and anger. You know what I mean?
If you believe the devil exists, does that mean you also believe in Jesus and the God of the Bible?
Not really, but I'm sure that there are saints, and Jesus might have been a person, but is he God? I wouldn't say he's God.
So, where does your lore from Satan come from? Where do you learn of this being?
No, just the things around me, like the world, you know.
What do you mean, the world?
Like Minecraft is from the Church of Satan.
Minecraft was created by men.
It's created by the Church of Satan.
What?
I think. I mean, I guess that's kind of true.
What?
Maybe it wasn't, but.
What the fuck?
Minecraft is a game that Microsoft has now taken over. It was created by a man or a woman. I'm not.
Yeah, but you don't need.
But a company.
You don't need to nitpick. I mean, it's basically the whole world. You got Balenciaga. You got basically you can name it.
No, you just said Minecraft was created by Satan, and we clearly know that it was created by humans.
To be fair, he said the Church of Satan, but still not.
Like I don't have any. I don't know. I'm actually gonna listen more to what you guys have to say. You know.
Well, we're not here to teach or tell you. We're here to ask what it is you believe and why.
Okay.
See if you can question your beliefs. Can you question your beliefs?
Yeah, I could question my beliefs pretty easily.
What does that mean?
I don't know. It means what it means. Like I could just I could kind of have a blank slate on things. Like I don't really have an impression that is like, especially with God and shit, because like.
Is it possible that by assuming Satan exists, you kind of open the door to assuming God exists?
Yeah, but like the Bible God is like an all-loving God, and if it was all-loving, why would we suffer at all? You know what I mean? That those two don't click for me.
So then why would the Satan character be true if the God isn't?
Because it's probably been rewritten a bunch of times. Like the original books, like even had the Book of Thomas, which I did read, which is all Jesus's actual, like.
You mean the Gospel of Thomas or the Gospel of Thomas?
Yeah.
Two different books. But Crows has a question. I'll let her get in before.
Thank you. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Thrayle. So, you said that the Christian God is an all-loving God of kindness. That's what you said. So, if that's the case for the Christian God, and you believe in Satanism and Satan, right? Who according
No,
to
I don't.
Christian
I don't
Bible,
practice it or believe in it. Like I'm not.
So then.
I just notice it. It's like the most noticeable thing around. You know what I mean? Like rock and roll.
So then, what does that say about you as a person then? If that's the belief system that you've specifically chosen over your all-loving and kindness God. Why have
But
you...
I don't believe in him. I don't believe in Satan. I believe he's real, and I believe any God could be real. A fucking gargoyle Bigfoot mix could be real. I don't know.
So then why do you believe in Satanism then? Because that's what you said when you came up. Do you know anything about Satanism?
I really don't. I was just saying that.
You don't. Do you know how I know? Do you know how I know you don't?
How?
Because if I'd have said that to a Satanist, they would have ripped my face off, because what they practice is closer to Christianity than what Christianity is.
Really?
No.
Yeah. Yes.
Most
Why, like
Satanists.
the book, the first book,
Well, I
like where
would
they
say
do
that
sacrifices
most
to the
Satanists. I
Trinagny.
don't know what you're talking about now.
In terms
Greek.
of ethics and morals, yes, Thrayle. Belief, no. Ethics and morals, yes.
Ethics and morals, maybe. Maybe. It depends on what you're defining as Christian ethics and morals, but I do think most Satanists wouldn't even hold to the belief in a God, let alone a Satan. But I do want to ask at least one final question here of Old World.
Yeah.
You said several times that you just kind of wanted to listen. You don't really have answers.
Well, I like to talk, a conversation. I don't know.
Can you question your beliefs?
Yeah.
What does that mean to question your beliefs? Oh, I accidentally muted you trying to click something else. What does it mean to
means to
question?
be able to like understand what you know, and then see it in a different light. You know what I mean? Potentially.
And how do you question your belief in Apollo, Zeus, and Satan?
I don't very often, ever.
Does it matter to you if those gods actually exist?
Not really.
Does it
At
matter
all.
to you if
Fuck
any
'em.
god exists?
I don't know. I just have like just any in general, because like it's not like I don't have a really horrible or really great life, you know. It's just like suffering in general makes me decline the Bible God.
I see.
As being this like over like this just the only God available, you know what I mean? Like, but then all I see is evil. So it's like, where are they? Where are the gods at? So like I don't know. I kind of hope that they aren't any gods, because it's so shitty the way I see shit stuff.
So then why do you believe in Apollo, Zeus, or Satan? Or is it more just for fun?
No, it's because I think maybe even man could turn to God, and like if Apollo was around and they made so many sculptures about him, maybe there really is something to that, you know?
Could that not be fan art?
Fan art? What do you mean, like golden sculptures on 128-foot obelisk in Egypt of Apollo?
Fan art, yes.
Fan art. I mean, yeah, it could be. It literally could be.
I don't know that I have any more questions. If anybody else has questions for Old World, get them in now. Cause
Wait, can I have a question for you? Why do you like questioning people? Why do you guys do this?
To see if people can question their beliefs.
All right.
I'm curious as to why you've linked like the sculptures. Aren't there plenty of sculptures of other gods as well?
Probably. I don't search for them. Like I don't like look at them, but like you just know that the Romans carried like chariots of Apollo and like all this stuff, that he was like a war god and stuff. And then you got like the god of war, you had Zeus, and like they went out and stabbed the ocean apparently for Prometheus. Who knows if that's real or not? I guess the big things count, like the Anunnaki things too, and the Sumerians. I forgot about them kind of.
Right. So there's loads of sculptors around, right? There's loads of art or fan art, as Thrayle said. At which point does that mean that they are all gods? That they're all real?
No, I don't. But it does definitely mean something, because they started burning down libraries.
People
Like,
do
I don't know.
fun things
Conversation.
throughout all of history. So I'm not sure that would really count.
Yeah, you guys have a nice day.
Appreciate you, Old World. Hope you take care.
You too.
You keep asking questions. And I think those are the last questions until something in the poem sounds questionable. And then you can question me about it next time, and I'll have forgotten, more than likely.
And this does seem like a sort of a natural time for the end of the program.
Yeah, I could, oftentimes I would go on a few more hours. But I'm feeling, don't tell anybody, I'm feeling sleepy. So, it's a thing, apparently.
Sleep is good for you. I'm glad you're gonna sleep for once.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna sleep. I can already feel it.
I was unaware that you slept, ever.
It's a thing, it occurs.
It's part of the
Eventually.
the skeleton animated.
I mean,
Eventually,
I have a tea
allegedly.
I have a
What
tea
was it?
that could help with that, Thrayle, if you're ever wanting to entertain me.
You have a what? I couldn't hear you over the background noise there.
Sorry, I have a tea blend that I could recommend to you if you ever want to entertain that.
Is it chamomile? I love chamomile tea.
No. It's better. Please, witch, calm down. I know what I'm doing.
Oh. I like teas.
Yeah, I do too. I may ask you about it sometime, Crows. But I think I have hit my questioning wall. So I appreciate you for being up here, for asking great questions. All of you, thank you so much for for just being amazing. What an awesome panel to end the night on.
Yeah, for sure. I appreciate all you guys.
Thank you, Thrayle.
Appreciate you. Toaster, it was a pleasure having you up here. Hazelnut, lovely to see you as always. Thank you.
Yeah.
Great questions. Morgan, thank you.
Bye.
Crows, I appreciate you.
Later.
And Noctis, lovely to have you. Thank you.
I adore you. Thank you, Thrayle.
Oh, that goes both ways. Thank you. And if it, well, I almost did a call for another guest. Not doing that. See, it's autopilot Thrayle turning on. Thank you all for being here, for tapping the screen, for sharing the live, for helping with the gift goals, for falling asleep, for asking great questions, whether you got them on panel or they were in the comments. I really appreciate all of you so much. You could have been anywhere and you were here, and that's pretty fucking amazing to me. So thank you for being the best audience on TikTok, all of you. And I hope that you're here again tonight, because I'll be back with more questions. And if you want to see what we get up to between the lives, behind the scenes, well, then join the Discord. There's a link tree in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio. Either one will take you there. You'll want to make sure, you'll want to make sure that you read the rules when you get there. Otherwise, it might look a little lonely. But if you can agree to them, then you should find out that you're not alone. And if you stumble across the Venmo or the Cash App and you want to show your support that way, well, it is always appreciated. And I really do think all of you who help out that way, it does make all the difference. I think, well, I think there's only one thing left. I've heard of God who speaks in laws, in covenants and blood, who counts our thoughts, forgives our flaws, then floods the world when he can't see the good. I've met a silence robed in calm, where suffering is named illusion, where self dissolves like sugar in tea, and questions are distractions from solutions. I've heard that spirits hover at the edge, ancestors, guides, and signs, messages hidden in feathers and clocks that somehow always read our minds. I've heard of energy, soft, vast, wise, a force with no clear face that explains just enough to soothe the fear and is never quite enough to trace. I've seen intentions sold as power, thoughts as tools to bend the real, where wanting hard enough becomes a spell and doubt is framed as what you feel. I've heard the moon blamed, praised, invoked for love, for luck, for fate, pickled promises of orbiting hope on a silver, unquestioned plate. Different stories, same arrangement, a gap, a glow, a confident claim, a certainty shaped like comfort, wearing 1,000 borrowed names. And maybe something watches all this, a source, a hole, a hum behind the scene. But why must mystery be domesticated to count as on a thing that which we could lean? Why do we rush to crown the unknown before we learn how to sit? Why does I don't know feel so thin that we must costume it? I'm not here to steal your wonder. Only to ask you where it stands, to see if it trembles under the light, or deepens when questioned by hand. So keep your awe, but keep it honest, let it breathe and let it roam. For the truest reverence I have found is in calling the unknown, the dark, my home. And on that note, until the next time we meet in darkness and seek wisdom together, I love you all. Take care.